Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome in, everybody, to the second to last day here of the RES Regional Series in South America. We're going to get through the semi-finals, and it is going to be another two series today. Team Waska versus Infinity, and then at Katsuki versus South Team. I'm going to be joined by Kips. Kips, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. I was hanging out with some of the first years at my university before I came over. They were all drinking, having a good time in the park. I was, sipping on my fruit juice, and I'm like, well, that's it for me. Gotta go home. Gotta go work. Of course, little do they know that I have a lot more fun tonight than they do.
Yes, that is true. I mean, I'd be disappointed if I was missing out on this. You know, it's going to be a lot of fun, I think, especially getting through into Waska versus Team Infinity. Infinity yesterday with a bit of a slower start up against Lava, but they did manage to come back. They turned it around in Game 2. Then Game 3, they were all over Lava. Meanwhile, Team Waska, we've seen them play through the groups, or at least, I've seen them in Group B, because that's all I did this time around, playing through the groups, being able to come into other events as well. They've looked incredibly, incredibly strong, so I think they are going to give Infinity a run for their money here. Looking at these two teams, from what you've seen, do you have a favourite coming into this one? Are you're back in Infinity after the run yesterday up against Lava, or do you think Waska have the edge here coming into this best of 3?
I mean, it's hard to go against Waska for me here. They do have pretty much the all-star lineup, even though, Infinity is nothing to scoff at either. But big Sacred fan here, big Dark Mago fan here. It is very hard for me to to say no to all of that. So no, I do favor Waska here as well. They didn't look I think their score looks very dominant, but in a couple of the games they weren't like as dominant as they could have been. So there are some cracks in the facade, perhaps, that Infinity could see if they can pry open, but it's going to be a challenge for them for sure.
Yeah, it felt like there was a little bit of a few kinks that they need to work out here, Waska. A few things that they need to get worked out in terms of the draft. We were seeing a lot of that Mars coming out for Dark Mago, which was kind of like it was a guaranteed pick coming out. So I think teams were drafting around it coming into the series. Even before it got revealed, they were drafting into the picks that were going to be nice against it. And yeah, once it did come through, it got found out just a little bit. I think there was a couple of picks like the TA when they tried to slow themselves down, tried to play a long game, and obviously that hero, especially as a position 1, did drop off really hard up against. I think it was a Morphling that it was playing against, and it just really couldn't get back in the game. So yeah, a couple of draft issues like I say that they need to work out, but for the most part, Waska, it looks like the team quality is that cut ahead, as we are going to be taking a look at the roster. So Parker, Dartmago, Sacred Matthew, Yodomi here for the side of Waska as it stands. No changes, no splitting up. They have been together for it was Boom before Waska, right?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah, and yeah, they've stuck together as a team, kept everyone going. And on the other side, Infinity, like we saw yesterday, Kataro, PP, Kendall, Kiri, and Yo coming through here to see maybe if that extra day is going to be enough here to keep them in gear, keep them going, and keep them ready to face up against this Waska team in the best of 3. And looking at the draft, as we get into the draft, as if by magic, is there anything else we should be looking out for? Is there any big picks you think that the teams will be angling towards? Any signature heroes at all?
Any signature heroes? I mean, in terms of like heroes that we should be in general, like we are going to be looking at Delina as a potential in this this matchup. Oh, well, there she is actually. I was tapped out to look at the hero list. This keeps on happening to me. I swear I was not looking at it.
Yeah, that's why I've got the 2 monitors, so I can have like the team page on one, I've got the draft on the other, and then in the top right there as well, I've just got the little stats page as well.
Yeah.
So
No, I used to, and then I moved, and now my cable's broken. So that's it's on the list. Needs fixing, but hasn't happened yet. So yeah, I'm a tabber. I'm like Otomo right now. If you see my face going dark, I have gone into the Shadow Realm, and I'm looking up arcane knowledge from beyond mortal ken, if you will.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for that. Yeah, I get that as well. It's getting the color balancing right, and then you're tabbing through stuff, and then it does, especially when it reflects in my glasses. It's a bit of a pain, but there are ways around it. So, looking at this draft, the Marcy going to be banning out Gyrocopter here as well. The Sun King. I saw the Gyrocopter yesterday in the first game for Infinity. Didn't look at all impressive, but they were able to bring it back. Third game coming through, it did look a lot stronger. Nagasaran going to be the ban here as well. What's the first pick? Shadow Demon. No surprises. This hero looks incredibly strong. It's a really nice counter to the Primal Beast as well, that I know Waska like to run from time to time. All about the Demonic Cleanse as well, coming out from that shard. You're looking at the heroes coming through, the Omni Knight, the Enchantress, the Tinker, the Shadow Demon. All of these support heals, effectively keeping your teammates going, because I think we are still in like a semi-aura kind of meta, and having those heals alongside where you don't have to buy the items up. Okay, shard for the Shadow Demon, but for the most part, these heals so powerful in these fights.
And Shadow Demon also very good versus the Mars, right? Saving people who get stuck in that arena as something that both of these teams want the Mars, or are at the very least going to be playing around the idea that he's most likely going to be appearing in this series. Well, Ironwood Treants. What can I say except Ironwood Treants? It's we've done this song and dance a couple of times now. I think anybody who's been following the pro scene recently, it's not surprising. Support or core, the amount of tempo that you get out of this hero, especially if you have a good game, being able to, after your team engages, teleport in behind them, really get that pincer maneuver off without actually having to be ahead of them in the first place. You don't have to be there. You can just show up like, oh hey, this is a pincer now. Hi guys. Fancy seeing you here.
Yeah, it is a really strong hero, and them taking the limit off the Wrath of Nature bounces as well. You don't, like you say, you don't even need to be there when the fight starts, and you're still doing DPS into that. So, incredibly strong here. Do you think they're going to run this mid for Dartmago, or do you like to see this on the carry position for Parker?
I would like either, but I don't particularly remember Parker being the kind of player that does the safe lane Nature's Prophet. I have to take a quick peek if he has. No, not in the recent Nature's Prophets games that they have played. It's HFN who is especially known, I think, as the carry Nature's Prophet player here, and he is unfortunately not in these playoffs. No,
maybe next. I was gonna say next time, but it'd be like next year now as well, because this is the last one for South America. The last one, Southeast Asia gone. We've only got Europe to go. We are closing in on the end of these groups, so the regional series here as well for this year. But we do have the LAN to coming out in October. Stay tuned for dates on that one. But looking through the balance, so they're going to be taking away the Tusk. Sento's going as well. Nagasaran already talked about that one. Waska, what else do they want to take away here? What's pretty strong with the Shadow Demon? Are you going to go for? I mean, the Luna is kind of out of meta now. You don't see that too much. Is there any heroes you like in meta to group up with the Shadow Demon? Are you looking to kind of... Okay, they ban out with the Primal Beast themselves. So, yeah, is there anything you like with to go along offensively with the Shadow Demon?
Offensively with the Shadow Demon, I mean, you can go from like very, very classic, from like I don't know. We see these Kunkas turn up sometimes again in South America. That's something that you can do. But alternatively, you can look at anything from Slardars to all the way to your Linas, your Pucks. It's just such a good setup, man. I do like the idea of having a much more of an aggressive +5 with it. Of course, the Clockwork is already out, which is I think the ideal companion here.
Okay. I wonder if Infinity go for that
Jakiro,
Marana as well.
You're thinking Marana?
Yeah, just with you talking setups, I mean, I know we've seen a little bit of carry Marana coming in, but I've seen the position falls Marana still. To who was it? I think it was Otomo. They went for the Moonlight Shadow, and he was just kind of done with that game. He was like, you know, the Solar Flare is so good. The setup for the damage coming out, and you land an arrow, you can kill anybody. And then the Moonlight Shadow is just like, yeah, no, I'm done. Just go next. I don't even want to see this game.
Oh, Thomas certainly has his opinions, doesn't he? I mean, if you don't have much of a right-clicking lineup, I can see the Solar Flare not being a thing.
Yeah, that's true. Especially because I think it was still being played as support, so you know you offer that utility of the effectively the free ganks, you know, the free rotations, free quote unquote smokes in. As the tiny, it does come out from Waska, so I wonder if this is going to be Darmago's hero. I know Waska do like that tiny pick as well. Good burst damage, so if you can get on top, especially these two supports coming out here. Timbersaw though to follow up straight away.
All right, Timbersaw. Well, yeah. I'm pretty sure that if you play this game as Infinity, you're drafting here, that you're going to try to make sure that none of your cores are particularly bothered by the Nature's Prophet. And that Enchantress is here as well to steal your treants away if you're the NP. So that is 2 heroes on the board, and they're going to aim for 4 of them who just do not care about the NP as much as possible. So think mobility, think tree cutting abilities, etc.
And if you're looking at this from a mid versus mid perspective, you know, you see the tiny coming out. Are you maybe looking to put that Timbersaw in the mid lane up against the tiny, or do you think because of, you know, the burst damage that can come through that way and the lack of trees that you're going to get in the mid lane, is that no longer a good matchup here for the Timbersaw?
I think it's still good for the Timber. Like, any of the difficulties that you have, let's say up until level 5 or so, just evaporate as soon as the levels in. I wanted to call it the Shredder come in. Can you believe it?
I mean, it may as well with the shard damage coming out. Yeah, no, it's the splinter damage.
Death. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, just looking, especially with the GG branches being back now as well. You create your own trees. You know, you get yourself in there with your own timber chain.
You could do it.
Yeah. It's pretty ridiculously strong here as we do see the Doom coming out for Waska, so surely one of the Nature's Prophet and the probably going to be like the 4 Natures, maybe that mid tiny, and then you've got the Doom in the offlane as well, which doesn't really move from the offlane.
And I like this this Doom because you're decent versus the Timbersaw, but you're anticipating that people are going to be trying to escape from the Sprout, especially. Get innate mobility off, and that is one of the things that, you know, all of the heroes that you're going to be picking that do that, heroes like the Morphling, for example, like, I don't know, old-fashioned, the Anti-Mage, dooming them is absolutely fantastic. That is exactly the solution that you need to keep them anyway. And they all hate the Doom. So,
do you need to kill off the Shadow Demon though before the ultimate comes out from the Doom? Because the Shadow Demon is going to be able to get the disruption off. It does, you know, waste a lot of that Doom time, especially, you know, early on when the damage really isn't at the tippy top of what it can do.
No, yeah, but that's what the Tiny's for, right? I remember working with Limp, and him seeing Shadow Demons or Winter Wyverns is the moment where he goes like, "Oh, please, Tiny, please, can we play Tiny this game? I would like to play a Tiny. Hey, Limp, what are you feeling? I'm feeling Tiny."
Okay, well, we'll see what this final pick is going to be here as the Medusa comes out. So one of the heroes that doesn't really mind about the Doom, you can always get that mana regen coming through. The ban of the Nyx, I assume that last, especially with the lineup that Wask have got, this last ban here has to be the Anti-Mage, right?
I'd say so, yes. Get rid of the man. And then, yeah, I guess a couple of the, I want to say the lesser mana burn heroes are still in. Prime among them, of course, the Weaver.
Yeah, and you could still go for the Diff Blade on the Wii. I know you get the talent out there as well, but the Diff Blade coming out. Looking at anybody else, that Diff Blade on Ursula isn't a thing anymore.
First
Joe
do
just
say it
isn't
is though.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, what else could you look to? I mean, I suppose I'm just looking at the mana burn heroes, but you could still go for like the heroes like the carry Dragon Knight. You know, go for big tanky boys here across your 3 cores. They're going to be harder to take down. You could even go for. You don't go for the Faceless Void anymore, right? That's still not. I've seen him from time to time, but he's still not right back in the meta.
No, not really. I feel like if you want to avoid it, has to be a game where he's guaranteed not going to get bursted. To be fair, if you're picking him on Waska here, I think it's pretty hard to kill him. Like he does not enjoy the purge, but no melee carry enjoys the purge.
I don't think any hero enjoys the purge. I think that's one of those solely universal things that every hero is just like, you know what, no thank you. If I can avoid it, let's leave that one at home, leave it in the bag, and let's get on with our day without it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we see that here as a first pick, right? It's just of all of the, especially like the anti-carry options and the anti-fun options, Shadow Demon is one of the most universal.
Yeah, and actually looking at it, can Waska go for the Morphling themselves here as well? Just because, great attack speed, great movement in, you can steal out the form of anyone so far, Infinity. That's still any form you take with the ultimate would be pretty good. Yeah, so they banned that one out.
They banned the morph. Okay. I mean, I do. Hey, and there's the Kunkka. Look at that. SA has the Kunkka. I still got it.
Yeah, and it's like I say, it's a really good pick with the Shadow Demon. I'm looking forward to seeing setup-wise what they can do with it. But Waska here, surely this is just an anti-mage pick.
Yeah, do you feel confident about the amount of damage that you... Oh, they have 8 seconds here as well. That's really not a lot.
No, they're thinking about it. Quick clicks. Are they going to get a random?
No damage. Deep into the Kunkka even. Yeah, so you have to... I mean, it was going to be Dark Mago on the Tiny, but you will have to dodge a couple of those Torrents in the team fights.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, again, talked about it at the beginning of the draft here, that it was something Waska needed to take out, that you need to go fast here. You need to go really fast, I think, because the TA versus the Medusa, once the Medusa has the Disperser out, you'll go for that Butterfly as well. It's going to be really hard to do the damage back in. You've got so much body blocks, it's going to get hard to get to that Medusa, and I'm looking at this thinking, if this game goes 35 minutes long, I favor Infinity here.
Yeah, I have to say the same. The cores on Infinity look very tanky. The support's very good at saving and delaying those fights. And in general, like the Medusa loves playing these longer fights. Waska has 2 burst cores right now. And then the Doom is, of course, always, you've already shot your biggest shot once you have the ult out. So I gotta say that if Waska doesn't run away with the economy of this game super hard, I favor Infinity as well.
Yeah, and okay, I mean, Waska, they've got an idea of what they want to do, and Parker, the TA, is one of, if not his favorite hero, so he's gonna have a definite way to play this one. I suppose if it does go a little bit longer, they've got the Nature's Prophet on Matthew that could turn into a semi-core. You'll get those pushes coming through, but yeah, for the most part, I mean, here, Infinity, I think, like say this game goes 35 minutes, 40 minutes, I think they're going to be running away with it, and the Medusa gets to a point where you just can't take her on. The Doom's going to do nothing against her. If you doom somebody else, without killing Kiri's going to be able to get the saves out. It's a lot of harass coming through as well from the side of Infinity with those Shadow Poisons, with everything that the Timbersaw throws out. Yeah, Waska, I mean, they're going to know what they're doing, but whatever they're doing, they've got to do it quick.
They got to do it quick, they got to do it right. What I'm going to be looking for on Waska especially is their use of vision here. If they utilize especially these extra treants from the Nature's Prophet, well, you can get a lot of information on his backline. And the Infinity backline is crucial to, helping them get these longer fights, but they're also made out of spun sugar. And I think that Dark Mago, you've seen that video of the girl and the guy, I think it's in China, who have like a spun sugar eating contest. And the guy is like, eating it very fast, and the girl tears it off and stuffs it all in her mouth.
Just stuffs it down.
Yeah,
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 I was wondering where
exactly.
you were going to go with that.
That's Dark
but
Mago. That's what he's gonna do to Yor in his game.
Yeah, yeah, because I was thinking stuff so like cotton candy. Yeah, she just like balls it up and just yeah. I've seen that video. Yeah. Okay.
Well, they gotta find him, and they gotta be there first. So Waska, very important to get a hold of the economy, get a hold of the tempo, and then not let it go. Because this can go past 35 minutes as long as Waska are firmly in the lead.
Yeah. That's kind of thing. As long as they're winning the game by the get to the point where Infinity starts to come online, as long as they've got that momentum behind them. I'm not saying it's like it gets to 35 minutes and that they just GG out, but they need to keep that momentum in their favor. Infinity on the other side, some good protection, like the Shadow Demon coming through, the cleanse coming out. What did Yor go for in terms of? Could it go for the Spellbound and not the overprotective Wisps on the Enchantress? So maybe looking to get a little bit more offensive. While you have that Shadow Demon picked up, you could potentially rely on that cleanse to do more of the healing on your side, and you can go for that kind of semi-core build on the edge.
Yeah, I guess also a little bit of a reaction to the fact that they have a scaling support on the other side with Matthew, and that you could get into damage troubles in this game potentially if, like, for example, if this is a Kunkka who, because of the economy, gets forced into an early BKB, doesn't really get any snowballing done of his own. A Timbersaw as a solo damage dealer, once the BKBs comes out, that is trouble, and you'd really rather have an edge with the impetus spam online by that point.
Yeah, so let's see how it's going to go. I do believe we're going to be able to get ourselves into the game now. Everything should be started up. And don't forget, everybody, you can use that promo code that's just about to appear on the screen right there. And for that, you scan that, get yourself over to the 1xBet app and use the promo code 1XRLG LATAM for up to 100% bonus on your first deposit. Don't forget to check the terms and conditions. As we get ourselves into this one, any good fights to start off? The smoke's coming through, but it looks like there's going to be no level 1s, no 1v1s, no 5v5s, no nothing like that. It's just going to be down for vision, it looks like. And, of course, the much-needed voice line spams as we get this game started. Because, yeah, again, it wouldn't be Dota without the voice line spams.
I can't believe that there was a time where nobody did that.
Yeah, but players can take it too far. I forget who's down about it, but there was a player that used to specifically play Anch and spam the is it the "you mad" voice line or "don't be mad"? Don't be mad. The "don't be mad" voice line would literally, I'm sure he had a hotkey for it, would spam it off cooldown. Every time it come off cooldown, spam it twice, and then wait the 60 seconds, spam it twice, spam it 60 seconds. To the point where I went in and I just muted him. Because I was like, I just can't take it anymore, dude. Yes, I am very mad.
Yeah, and then you cast that guy for an entire group stage.
It wasn't even that. This was one of the long form tournaments where it was done over about the space of a month. And yeah, they get like a game every like 2 days or something like that, and they would just go, and he would just spam the living hell out of it.
Pops out of the ground like a hedgehog every minute.
Yeah.
Don't be mad.
And that was the thing, like, because it was, I was doing it on my own channel. It was like this was like very, very early days COVID, when there was like nothing major going on, so there was no channels covering it, or BTS weren't covering anything like that. So I was just doing it on my own channel. And I was going, "Oh, why are you muting them? The voice lines are fun." I was like, "Yeah, it's fun for you. You don't have to listen to them like 10 hours a day, for a month straight. You come and deal with this."
You're just dropping in here. You're a tourist. I live here.
Yeah, you come and do production for me, and you can let him spam it as much as you want. But yeah, he I don't think he plays anymore. So
I want to say, by the way, shout out to production for keeping us on the draft screen while the first pause went on. But you know what? They outplayed us. SA Dota outplayed us. It's just, we unpause for a bit, and then once we're really sure that the casters are in game, oppa.
That's it, right? Yeah, we've had one pause, but what about second pauses?
Ooh, second pause. I mean, I wish I could throw an apple at them.
Well, on LAN you will be able to.
Ooh, yes.
So, Getting into this one, let's take a look. I mean, look at the Doom and the Nature's Prophet. They're going to be coming along. They're going to be taking... Did he go for the Gluttony? He did, so he's got the 2 charges on the Devour. There is no creep wave here for the Medusa. This is going to be the one creep pushing in, and probably going to be underneath the tower here as well. Yeah, that creep wave pushing right in. So Kataro, he's got a little bit of a job to do in terms of trying to keep this one, the farm up onto this. It's going to be a little bit harder for him, but in the mid lane, how are we looking? PP versus Dark Go. Yeah, you were talking about this for the Timbersaw. So what are you saying? Around level 4, level 5, this starts to even out a little bit, or is it just going to be Timbersaw favored from the get-go as Parker? He will be able to get the kill. The first blood, Kiri will go down. Wasn't expecting that straight away.
Yeah, and a switch up here, right? Because I was more or less expecting that this was going to be the Kunkka mid and the Timbersaw going towards the offlane. But switched out. As we have ourselves a veritable tri-lane situation here with Matthew now joining on top as well.
Yeah, and I suppose this is the thing, right? That he's going to be going for the TP first, so he is going to be able to get, well, the barrier out, but he's got the teleport scroll to get him where he needs to be, or the town portal scroll. It's not a teleport scroll, town portal scroll to get him to where he needs to be, and he's already got that teleport out if he thinks there is going to be a good gank on the plate. So this is something that, especially with the Doom in the lane, Doom, one of those heroes that really doesn't mind, especially with that Gluttony coming out, doesn't mind being left solo for a little bit, can always get the net worth from this. So we'll see how it's going to play here, how long Matthew really is going to spend in this off lane.
Yeah, presumably not a lot, because there's a Kunkka to abuse on the top lane. Kendall is getting slapped around.
He ain't having a good time here. The blood grenade comes through. He's going to be run down, though. Do they have enough to get the kill? Parker looking to come in for that last hit, but looks like Kendall will be away. And the passive there, the Admiral's Room, was on cooldown. So, okay, just has to back himself out.
Yeah, the real deal is here that, yeah, you can abuse a Kunkka this way. He has okay armor, but no escapes, right? No good ways of playing this offline, apart from the fact that you can hopefully secure range creeps with the help of the torrent. But the Timbersaw would have also gotten abused much the same way, because you don't really get those early levels in the Timber Chain either, unless you want to gimp your own game.
Yeah. I love the description of it as well, on the Admiral's Room, that he doesn't drink it, he douses himself in it. You remember when you were trying to make elemental damage a thing, so like if you had like a Lena or something, he should take more damage because he's doused himself in rum. As you're going to take a little bit for us coming out once again with the Mystic Snake here. How much health, Taro? Only the 1 point here in the Mystic Snake, but he does a damn sight amount of damage to that Nature's Prophet. So Matthew having to back himself away. Yeah, and while this is going on, I mean, Sacred's getting solo XP here, so he's going to be able to come in with a Scorched Earth, with the Devour coming through now as well, and the Infernal Blade being picked up as well. So does he want to try and get aggressive onto this one? He pops the Scorched Earth, Sprout is out, but then yours going to be able to get... He's got the Queln Blade, so yeah, we'll be able to get himself away from that if he needs to.
Not the happiest lane elsewhere, but this Doom and Medusa are both having, well, good enough of a
The
time.
net comes through, and I guess the Ench is a response, or the Blood Grenade now as well. Do they have enough damage? You've already used the Gorgon's Grip. What is it? The Gorgon's Grasp. I knew it was like a double G here. Top lane, TP comes in. Can they get the kill? Kiri once again. He's already used the Disruption. No mana for this one now as well. The Frostbite comes through. Yudomi will be able to get the kill. In fact, a Courier, one right click more. Matthew will be able to take it down here. Kendall, he's just going to have his nose rubbed in it just a little bit. There is the Admiral's Room. Will be used once again. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, how's this going? Last hit to last hit. It is fairly even between the two big heroes. But yeah, with this Timbersaw coming through with a Will and Death, going to be doing a lot of damage here to Dark Mago every time he comes forward, purely because he's a strength hero. And this Will and Death loves strength heroes.
Yep, so there is a possibility for you to have a little bit of a hard time early on, but PP dodged that already, and Dark Mago is it's going to get worse for him.
What do you look at? Are you just going first item blink then for Dark Mago, looking for those rotations, looking to get the Avatosses out and try and win the sidelines here? Because the Timbersaw not really the best tower taker.
No, not the best tower taker, but he is going to be sitting behind your tower for a very long time, dragging attention, and most of the other damage that you have in this game is physical. You'd have to get the Doom involved in the mid lane if you ever want to get PP off your tower. So I think the answer is very simple. You fire a Blink Dagger here, you try to take as many creep waves as you can to make sure that PP's off your tower, and then once you start ganking, the tower is gone, and you're gonna have to make up for that.
Okay, here, Kiri, they might be able to get the kill on the UW. One more right-click, and Kendall, he's a fast little admiral, even on land. He will be able to catch up there. Doesn't need a boat to do that. He will be able to get the kill onto Udomi. Udomi does go down. I think the Ench with the rotation in there as well. Did he get the courier of Parker? Yeah, he got Parker's courier, so... That looks like that was going to be... I think it might have been on the way out. I think he might have just got his power treads delivered, because he's got nothing, like, part built up here that he would have lost on the courier there.
No, I think it was on the way out as well. But that honestly puts Kendall in, I don't want to say a pretty good position, but he's honestly not even that far off of the Doom after that kill. Both of them being excruciatingly poor, of course. Really suffering.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, the Doom himself's going to go towards the Bracer after the phase boots. Are you still Midas out? Are you thanking God that Valve haven't removed this item because of the bugs going on? Are you still going towards that Midas for the Doom?
I mean, listen, as long as you don't misuse it, it's perfectly fine.
Oh no, a pro player abuse a bug? Unheard
No,
of.
they'd never. They would really all much rather, and it's a competition, right? So
Yeah.
they're correct to ask for forgiveness rather than permission.
And we'll see as... Oh, the rotation Parker could be in a little bit of trouble here. Can they get on top of them? There's going to be the Frostbite coming through onto Enchantress. Disruption, though, into that torrent sets up. Parker can't walk himself away, but it looks like Yor... Can he prance himself out of this one? They chase on Yor. Another Frostbite comes through. Parker with the right click. He just deletes Yor. Yor is... he is no more. He needs to get out a little bit quicker than that. And they're just happy to leave this 1v1 in the lane. I mean, because really, yeah, the Medusa are going to take no damage from the Doom, even when that 6 comes up. And the Doom... If the damage comes out, he just turns himself around and walks himself away. He's going to have the... I think he's got a better movement speed. Yeah, way better movement speed coming out of this Medusa so far.
Yeah, and nobody wants to move away from this top lane particularly, because if either of the supports turn their tail, a Kendall is dead. He cannot touch creeps, and Kunkka, at this point in the game, also not ready to move into the jungle and get anything significant out of it just yet. So they need to spend a little bit more time topside.
Okay. And, I mean, you have that Shadow Demon, so... Oh, okay, there's going to be the sentry down that they need to de-ward out here, so they're not going to be able to get the stacks. But, yeah, I was about to say, if there's one hero that can really multitask on getting the stacks as well, being a pain in the ass in the lane, it's going to be the Shadow Demon, with that Shadow Poison coming through, getting those multi-stacks off, both on the hard camp as well as the ancient camp. It's so good when you have a Shadow Demon like this in your game, because you just get so much more net worth out of the stacks that he makes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, really good demonstration there, right? Kendall overtaking the Doom, who has that built-in farm mechanism based on, well, just taking a stack together. And that ancient stack is going to fuel some others.
PP, okay, it's going to be the Frostbite onto the Alpha Wolf here, so not onto the Timsaw here. Not going to be able to get the toss back there either. And this is what I was talking about in the lane. If he does get tossed into the tier 1 tower, there's no real trees for him to Timber Chain out to. So, he's kind of stranded there. It doesn't matter what level of Timber Chain he has. It's really hard for him to get out. And being able to play around that one, I mean, he's having an okay time. This Timbersaw, like, net worth-wise, you can see he is going to be just a little bit behind this Tiny. Does the Tiny want to make a move now after this jungle TP to the top lane? Okiri, he's going to get low. He does go down. And the TP coming out from the Timbersaw. Does he want to reveal himself? Level 70. Did go for the Twisted Chakram and not the Splinter to come out here either. So, yeah, that Timber Chain going to be a little bit less effective than he's used to. But he's still going to be able to farm up just the same with his Chakram as well as that Twisted Chakram.
Yeah, the fact that you have a secondary damage source regardless is just... It's still a little ridiculous, but that is going to bring him right back alongside Dark Mago, who, by the way, has been farming up a Storm. I'm quite impressed with how much gold he's squeezing out of this, especially considering him losing half his health every single time he steps foot in lane.
Yeah, it's... I mean, he's looking at... How is he looking net worth-wise? So he's got the phase boot serve. This is a big step. He's got that Soaring Care as well. But yeah, he's been able to manage it, right? Like you say, with the bottle coming through, he's going to be able to get these water runes out. Usually, you don't see that from a lot of the mid-tinies. You just go straight for that Soul Ring for the mana management coming through. Slow down onto Dartmouth Go. Treat Toss though onto PP. Do they want to try and fight this one? There's going to be TPs coming through now as well, but you have Kiri. Kendall rotated into this. He might try and go, though. Frostbite comes through. That toss, the Doom is here, but the boat will already come through. Kendall, could he walk himself away? Kiri on the backlines now as well. They might just try and turn this one around for the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon, Frostbitten up the right click. Parker will be able to get the kill, and now they can go for a little bit more if they want to here, but PP will be able to get the Timber Chain away. Even just the oh, now he's got the 3 levels in it. Last time I checked, he only had the 1 level in it, but the 3 levels could be more than enough to get himself away from that gank coming through from the side of Waska.
And important for them to step back further, because you don't want to be giving any earn charges to Matthew at this point. He's going to have a very fast vessel as that Doom comes out onto PP right now, but this is a fast man with a haste rune.
Yeah, he's got those legs going. I don't think it's not even going to be close enough to take him down. Yeah, he's nowhere near close. They don't even need to go for the disruption. PP going to be having more than enough health and time to be able to deal with that Doom here. Top lane. Is Kendall going to be able to deal with this? So Kendall's going to get pretty down low. Tries to get the kill onto the... Nope, Crystal Maiden. Going to go down afterwards, but not before the Conker does die himself.
Parker getting involved in that fight earlier as well. He put Yor on half health previously, then melted straight through that Shadow Demon. That's a preview of what he's going to try to do all game.
Yeah, and I like this as well. There's no Blink Dagger because he's relying on that Tiny for the initial jump in the engagement coming through. He just wants to go full damage. He knows they are on a clock. They can go back for that Blink a little bit later, but for now, you need this Deso up. You need the Dragon Lance up to be able to do output as much damage as possible. Because again, you're up against the Medusa, and the Medusa is probably top 5 scariest heroes going late game in the current meta.
Yeah, it says so. And you better be snowballing as a TA, because the moment that the Medusa buys a butterfly, like she's gonna do it first. She's gonna always do it before you, and you better be ready to buy an MKB fast.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was why they chose the TA, because the TA doesn't mind. You know, it's not one of these heroes that's like, oh, I have to build an MKB. Blah. You know, it does really like building into the
like
MKB.
Sven or something.
Yeah.
That's always a fun one.
Although mid lane, can they go onto Yor? Yor's going to try and, I can't say prance away from that one because he was standing his ground, throwing the right clicks out onto Dartmouth Go. Dartmouth Go backed himself away. Frostbite came out there onto the Timber Saw, so won't be able to follow that damage up. But yeah, for the minute, you look at the net worth for the Medusa now with the 4 points into the split shot. She's going to be able to farm up fairly damn quickly. And yeah, like I say, this TA, I don't know how long you just want to sit solo. Maybe you get the Deso out, you push down this tier 1 tower on the top lane while there's no one protecting it, and then that's where you look to get aggressive, because Waska, I keep saying it, and it keeps being true, they do need to get the ball rolling here, and only 2k up, what, 12 minutes in? This needs to grow exponentially.
It does, and the engine to get that train rolling is the Tiny, right? But Blink Dagger still 250 gold off.
Does the boat? It is enough to crash into Matthew, get the kill here. Stone Gaze comes through. The Tiny already turned to stone. He's going to get a little bit stonier, I guess, if that is a thing. Doom comes out into the Kunkin now. With the Stone Gaze has already been used. The Disruption now, so they're going to try and get the chase down out. But Sacred, he's caught. Can't get the damage and get the kill onto the Kunker. Still, it looks at the Kunker. Is he going to survive through this one? The last tick, not enough. There will be the Freezing Field coming through. So Kataro out of mana. And now they get the kill. Yor will fall next. Parker with the double kill. Can they go for more? This Kunker is low. Still hanging around the tier 1 tower. The Nature's Prophet TPs to the backline. Season Sprout comes through, and Kendall will go down. Really good fight in the end there. They do lose the Doom, but they're going to be able to get 3-4 out of that one. And this is what Waska really need to get this ball rolling. You know, take the towers and start to take the objectives around the map.
Did you see the positioning in a fight there as well? It's one of those things that you can see other teams try to stand spaced around the Medusa just so that she never gets 2 heroes in the same Mystic Snake cast. But the way that they were spacing that half circle around her was prime. That was top tier. I love seeing fights like that where it's not just like the spells are on point and on time and people are saving the right spells for the right moments. As Sacred here, is he gonna get saved? Probably not.
No,
anyway, the spacing was also beautiful.
Yeah, the way they played it, like you said, the Tiny was coming in, but everybody else was turned away. They made sure, like you say, it was only the one hero that got effective, and probably the tankiest hero in the game for them there, and they were able to capitalize on that one afterwards. Yeah, really well played, but they did lose the Doom once again. Really good pick up. Darmago, how's he looking? AD rune is out now for the Tiny. He's got that Blink Dagger. Going towards that phylactery. I don't mind this build coming out for the Tiny. Going to be those, like I say, the quick blow-ups onto both the Shadow Demon as well as the Ench. I don't even know what's going to, if they know what's going to hit them here, especially with that AD rune coming out for the Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, Yorn's gonna try. He's got a Pathos in his pocket, and of course the Shadow Demon. Man, Blink Dagger, Ghost Scepter, Blink Dagger, Ghost Scepter, Blink Dagger, Ghost Scepter, Blink Dagger, Ghost Scepter. His quick buy is telling me a story right now.
I think he might want a Blink Dagger and a Ghost Scepter. I don't know what to tell me that, though, but yeah, no, it is, as his courage going to be back up, but, I mean, you have to be careful about that Ghost Scepter, because the Avatos will mess you up if you get caught out in that, but I suppose it is going to be nice up against the TA.
Exactly. It's because what you're hoping is that the Ench, and the Ench is going to be in front of you usually, right? So the Ench tanks the first one, and she's got the Pabis. She's got her Nature's Attendants, hopefully to help out as well. Maybe she lives that, and then or she lives it because you disrupted her. You give away your position via the disruption, and then you're going to get hit with the second wave, which is going to be the TA or the Nature's Prophet, either of which that Ghost Scepter is great against.
Yeah, and we'll see, how quickly he's going to be able to get it up as well. Do you want to go for the Ghost Scepter first, or are you a Blink Dagger first here for the Shadow Demon?
I'm a Blink Dagger first here, and you just stay a screen away until the enemy jumps somebody.
Well, we're going to see another jump coming through because, well, the Illusion Rune picked up here, Darmago. I don't know if it was on purpose or if you just get forced out because of the time, but it will be that AD rune activated on the Tiny. Where are they looking to get this one active? It's already 3/4 of the way through, so one good kill with this would be enough, but smoke breaks to the side. They ping it out here. Okay, well, let's go down now as well. Do they see the Shadow Demon? Shadow Demon's going to be backing himself way behind the trees. But they do actually see the Doom, so can they get onto this one? Parker's going to rotate in now as well, but look at the damage coming out. Sacred, he's slowed right down now as well. Caesar's trying to come through. Axe Mark into the boat. Is this enough to get the kill onto the Doom? The Doom's going to get really down low. With the Chakram, it is, and PP claims the credit for this kill on Sacred once again. I think that's 3 times in a row he's gone down before anyone else has... No, because the Conker died after his first death.
That's something, but yeah, unfortunately, when you have 2 burst heroes waiting for information until they jump, or alternatively, when your carry is positioning on a tower to take it down, the others are flanking, you get found in that position. He hopes that he gets to live for long enough that the tower goes down before he does, and that worked out, so yay. But yeah, his personal economy is an A.
No, it is not even for a Doom, right? With the double gluttony, he went for that Heart of Madness now. You'd expect this Sacred to be top 3 net worth, maybe even top 2, I'd say. But he's really slap bang in the middle, a little bit further ahead than the Kunkka, but that's not what you want for a Doom.
No, that's a Kunkka who got tri-laned, essentially.
Yeah.
A little bit more effort involved in putting him down. I mean, then again, one of the reasons that you're down so low is because your support was up there tri-laning.
Yeah, true. He didn't get the best out of the lane. That is true. But it did get to a point where the Enchantress is like, okay, the Nature's Prophet's not come back. I can leave too. And the Medusa was still able to get more out of that lane. It looks like here as Kataro, how's the Medusa going straight in towards that butterfly? Yeah, you are right. And he's going to be about 1,200 gold away here, this Medusa. It's picking this one up.
Yeah, and if I was Waska right now, they seem to have naturally gravitated to the bottom part of the map, and you're gonna get some kills here, definitely. And of course, Roshan is going to be coming down here in about 1.5 minutes. Parker is waiting for that now, presumably. But because you didn't decide to prep for top instead, as Darmago in a little deep.
He can't keep his head up though. He is going to be dragged under, and PP will get the credit for the kill. But yeah, like you say, they are starting to set up, but with being a hero down now, I wonder if Infinity are going to contest onto this one. Going to try and make something happen. Maybe even try and contest onto that Roche. TP for the Shadow Demon. Go on.
Because that Amulet of Evasion is going to, Talisman of Evasion is going to come in. So this Medusa is going to be ready to rumble. She will join. And I think Waska might come to regret not setting up for taking the Roche top during nighttime.
No, it is 100 gold away. This is going to be big for the Medusa. In fact, he's got the illusions pushing up from the Manta style here. Going to be able to farm this creep wave up. That should be... Oh, I think they just faded off just before Kataro got, as we're going to see Yudomi. X-Mark comes out now. They've got the damage out. Freezing field, but everybody's going to be standing away, so Yudomi just cancels it, tries to run himself out, but he's going to be slowed down even more than a Crystal Maiden really is. The damage onto Yudomi, is it going to be enough? Those Shadow Poisons taken up now as well. One more anything, and Kiri will be able to get the kill. Parker takes down Yor, though, and Parker, do you want to go for more? He gets the kill on Kiri. There's going to be toss out. PP taking a lot of physical damage coming through, and he just turns and burns. Yeah, Parker says, you've got no way to disjoint that right click. I know you're going to die. I can just walk away from this. So back to the tier 2.
Oh man, Infinity, they step up there because they're prepping for their Medusa to come in, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. And instead, they give away the entire team at the exact same time as the Medusa has the butterfly. So yeah, now she's going to stick around on top. The bottom tower is going to fall. And Roshan is at work and ready to get into a business meeting.
Yeah.
I guess your team respawns in time here, though, to try for that contest.
Yeah, they might do 10 seconds for both heroes. They're staggered by about half a second. But yeah, Kataro, he's protected this tier 2 tower up, and they are making a move over to this one. In fact, the Tiny's not here. Dharmago maybe thinking this is going to be comfortable. He has a TP. Is there a tier? There's a tier 2 and a haste rune on the Tiny, so he can get there fairly quick, but not as quick as the Infinity, TPing out to this outpost.
Of course, Infinity themselves have what we call in the business a shit Roshan lineup.
True, true.
That's the professional verbiage.
Yeah, that is true, but you let Waska do half the job and then you just take over. You get 5 kills and you say, thank you very much, we'll take it from here. So they're going to smoke up themselves instead, maybe look for a fight, and it doesn't really matter how bad your Roshan lineup taken is if there's nobody left alive to contest you.
Very true. Of course, if you take such a dominant position here, you can't really make them do half the work for you. But I think Infinity's read here is correct regardless. They have the butterfly on the Medusa. She is the biggest and baddest hero on the block right now. Yeah, like the TA has a lot more money, but she can't do the matchup.
We're going to see, look at the refraction charges now as well. Burn through from the Chakram with that Rod of Atos coming through. The damage onto Parker. Parker's even drive back by that tidal wave. And the Stone Gaze, it latches onto the Tiny once again. They take down Parker. Parker's gone for 60 seconds. Can they go for many more onto this one? Matthew tries to get himself away. You've got that damage coming through from Yor. The dive onto the Doom. The Doom is dead here. They do get the kill at least onto the Enchantress. Dharmago turns back around onto this one, but you're missing 2 heroes. The edge would have been nice in the Roshan pit because obviously with that Untouchable coming through, at least the one level in that would have been enough for you to be able to tank out. You got the heals there as well, but nonetheless, Infinity going to march themselves into this Roche pit. Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, this is bad news for Waska. They were 9k ahead. They had the TA at the top of the net worth chart, full item ahead of that Medusa. That's half an item right now, and minus an Aegis as well. And you are Templar Assassin. This is your Roshan. First one of the game's got, you know, he's wearing your little name tag. All you have to do is come and take it off of him.
Well, it looks like he's wearing the wrong name tag here. Gonna have to change it out. If they go into Yudomi, he's gonna be the... Dharmago's coming in as well. The was the toss. There it is. Avalanche toss comes through. Kiri will disappear. Do they want to go for more? Yudomi gets a kill onto Kataro's Courier at least, but it looks like they don't want to fight this one. Infinity already moving themselves out. Make sure they don't get picked off. Yes, okay, the Shadow Demon gets picked off, but in the grand scheme of things, not awful. And now the Medusa are going to go straight into... In fact, yeah, not going to go back for the Dragonlance here. Just going to go straight into the crit stick into the Daedalus. So they're hitting their stride here in Infinity. They want to take advantage of having this Aegis and maybe get some objectives, take some more fights themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. This Medusa, you are going to get picked off with Infinity still as long as you don't 5 mana. And this is a little bit of a fraud position in the game, like a fraud time to do that, because this is 23 minutes. The only people who are already 5-manning right now and are not going to stop anymore are Gaming Gladiators. Everybody else still has items to buy.
Yeah.
And you still do too, because you didn't draft like Gaming Gladiators, right? You are also not quite ready. So yeah, you're going to suffer kill losses every single time that you play with other heroes away from the Medusa, but you are also still going to have to do that because you're not ready to take high ground just yet. So you have a balancing act to do right now with your Infinity. And I mean, if you're Waska, all you can do is try to, angle for pickoffs, as Dharmago is not going to make it out.
Yeah, this disruption with the... Oh, okay, so it doesn't affect him like that. The Gorgon's Grasp, I suppose it has to proc before the thing's active. It's not like a Pit of Malice where if you're inside it when the disruption wears off, you get locked down there as well. So, okay, today we learned. Or at least I learned.
Yeah, seems like he has to get hit by the arrows specifically, and he did not get hit.
Nope. We look at the Medusa though. The Medusa, even with the courier being down, he's about 900 gold. In fact, not even about. He's 850 gold away now from being able to pick up this full Daedalus. This Medusa has the Aegis for nearly 3 minutes. You have the Tiny Dead for 24. Let's see. Objective-wise, what Infinity are going to be going for, because you do have the split push coming out from Parker as well as Matthew on the Nature's Prophet and the TA. They're going to try and do the best to keep this creep equilibrium pushed into the Infinity side of the map, but if they group up here, Infinity, they take a good fight, they might be able to just force down one lane and even a tier 3 tower too.
With the Medusa, it is entirely possible, and she's going to hit level 20 very soon as well. Which, with either the Stone Gaze duration could be very good for these bursty heroes that are going to be in melee range, or you can also go for the Mystic Snake Bounces and just see if Waska still want to play at we form this perfect half circle and you can't bounce on us.
Yeah, Doom comes out into the Kunkka once again. The Avatar's onto the Medusa now as well. The disruption though is going to keep the Kunkka alive just a little bit longer. And Kataro, can they get the damage? Sacred's popped that BKB, but it looks like Sacred not going to be able to get himself away from this one. The backlines now as well. The Timbersaw, he takes down PP, who buys back. It's going to be the Shadow Demon. Can they go for more? Stonegaze has been used. PP, excuse me, not PP. Kataro going to be able to get the courier onto Park, and now Jump comes in. But the Manta Style used. Kataro out of mana, but he does still have that Aegis. Going to be able to get the kill onto the Tiny. Can they go for more? 3 heroes dead on the side of Waska. They still have this Aegis. They have to wait for the creep wave to push up. This Ironwood Train, he's going to try and do his best to cut the wave. But Kendall, Kiri, they deal with this one. And now the creep wave will push in. Renovatos onto the Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden going to be slowed down again more than usual. But Udomi trying to get away from this one with the drum charges. Might just be enough to keep the Crystal Maiden alive. But surely they can't defend the tier 2 tower with this one. The trap isn't enough on the pop to deal with the creep wave. Well, the trap is going to be seen. And the gold goes the way of Kataro here. So yes, this tier 2 tower will be pressured out, not only with the creep wave, not only with the Medusa, but the skeleton army as well coming through from that Hill Troll Priest, Dark Troll Summoner. Hill Troll Priest is a little one with the heals. I always get those two mixed up.
Yeah, and this is where it becomes really hard for Waska. You can't really out-position your way through this forever. Of course, if you break down the Shadow Demon right now, that would be pretty nice. Kiri?
Did he get the kill? PP takes him down here, and Parker, he's got the BKB, he's going to be able to... No, the X! He's going to get dragged right back. Surely. How did he... Did the BKB last long enough? Sacred at least gets a kill to you.
I think it lasted just long enough.
Okay, well, that was edge of his seat action coming out there for Parker to be able to live through that.
Yeah, I have to say, every time that we see a Kunkka and a TA in the same game, I get reminded that this is still not removed, and I get a little mad again. I don't think Xmark should be persisting. I mean, I don't think... Do you know anybody who thinks that this is fair and a good way for things to interact?
Me when I'm playing the Kunkka?
Ah, okay. Well, Kunkka playing Rob, I think you are a jerk.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll take that trade. But net worth-wise, it is still in the favor of Waska. But it feels that the momentum now going to start going the way of Infinity. Yes, they've lost the Aegis. Roshan going to be at least 2.5 minutes away. You know, could be an even longer one, so we could be looking at 5 minutes on that respawn. But it feels like, yeah, Waska, they have to play the split game, because if they're not playing the split game, if they're coming into the 5v5 fights, they are going to be losing those fights. And their choice now is to put Matthew on one lane, Parker on the other, and just say, you have to try and catch one of us, or otherwise we'll take your objectives purely through death of 1,000 cuts.
Exactly. We split push you, and then when you split up to deal with us, we pick you off, because we still have the burst damage to play with here.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I guess Infinity don't have, is that global presence. You know, the Timbersaw is quick with the Timber Chain, but not quick enough. So if you're looking at this one, I guess they're just doing this, right? They use the Medusa Illusions to push out one lane, they try and push in another, and just try and keep that balance out, maybe trying to find a pick-up in between.
Yeah, perhaps, or get down, look at Parker sitting here on the bot lane.
Parker coming. He's got an AD rune now as well. The Rotivators come through. Do they have enough to get the kill? PP will fall here. Can they go? X-Mark not going to be there, so Parker not going to get boated up. And his BKB was on, activated. It could have been activated anyway now as well. Sacred jumps himself in. There's good for the tidal wave, and now he pops his own BKB. The Doom onto the Kunkka, but the damage coming through the disruption. That might just keep the Kunkka. No, I think he's still going to tick out to the Doom. He will tick out to the Doom. Okay, and with this split push coming through, with this aggression here for Waska, momentum goes right back in their favor. They found that creepy equilibrium in one lane enough to find a couple of pickoffs, and now even through the backdoor protection, did they get a full lane of racks through this? Because the creeps are going to be pushed up. The Enchantress doing her best with these again the Dark Troll Summoner to keep this wave pushed out, but through the backdoor, Waska will be able to get it.
Very good recognition of their strengths. Just we leverage the fact that we have the creep waves in our advantage. We turn up in front of your base. That means that any pick off that happens right now has dire consequences. And the Medusa is simply not in place at the correct time. And he's been switching through his items. He had the Cold Blooded a second ago. Now we're looking at the SNK. Or excuse me, the SNY. And
it's okay, no one builds
status
that.
resist versus Doom. Yeah.
Easy mistake to make because no one builds that anymore.
No, nobody does that anymore, does it? Anyway, the point is that Waska are now firmly of the opinion of we cannot fight this Medusa, but we never will. We never will unless we absolutely can't avoid it anymore. And that means that really the only places where they're going to get to leverage this Medusa is in fights for towers, in fights for Roshan, and in the fight for the Ancient.
Yeah, and it was a good play there from Waska. Like I say, playing the mind games, because Infinity know they have to split push this one out, so they say, okay.
Flank.
Oh, the jump comes through. They get the kill into Yorn now. Can they go for any more into this one? Say Kataro, he's got backup of the Kunkka and the Shadow Demon, but yeah, no, that kind of bluff of is the TA alone, isn't she alone, and then the Timbersaw rotates in. Well, it turns out she wasn't able to get that kill, and then a 1-by-1 onto the Kunkka, as well as I think it was the Enchantress that went down, and yeah, it just gets them a free rack, so they now relieve a lot of pressure. They get the Aegis on Dartmouth as well, and they can play the split push game because there are racks up. At least this bottom lane will always push in, so as long as, like you said, they keep Infinity split up, they might just be able to just kind of whittle them down here like this.
Well, Katara is going for the item that I thought he should be buying here, which is the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
If you jump into the middle of Waska, they will have to scatter. You have enough saves, you have enough firepower behind you that you don't have to worry about dying at that point, especially because you still got that butterfly to work with. Even though the MKB is now online on the TA, you have a lot of save behind you, and you're going to have to make sure that they can't just avoid you. You're going to have to make sure, perhaps you even jump behind them if they go on one of your supports again like that.
Yeah, Parker now, he's leading the line. They might be able to get the kill into Matthew, though. Matthew, no Renovatos comes out, and no saves for the Nature's Prophet. No BKB. I mean, he is the support, so I say support. He's got himself an Ags and a Spirit Vessel, so I don't know how much supporting he's really been doing through this game. He's looking pretty damn strong. He even got the shard there as well for the Nature's Prophet, but yeah, having a good time on to the Prophet.
Kendall wants an X pick off.
Do they get... Mago, I mean, he's X-marked. He was dragged back in, but he does have
Kiri
the Aegis now. And Kiri, look at how low he's going to get. The toss comes through. Damago, he's going to be able to get the kill now through that Ghost Step to the right. Let's come out onto the Kunkka. Kunkka pops that Blade Mill. Parker's got the BKB going. X-mark into the Torrent. Well, the BKB is going to be wearing off, so he does get dragged back. They get the kill onto Parker, but can the rest of his team do anything from this one? The buyback here from the Nature's Prophet. Yudomi's going to get really damn low. He gets taken down next. They've got the Doom out onto the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw will fall, but Sacred goes down shortly after this one. Damago, does he want to try and go here? He tries to back himself out, and again, Aegis and BKB, the Avalanche, it's going to stop. He's going to try and go for the TB. No! The Gorgon Scratch comes out. He has to pop that BKB. Now trying to run himself away. The Blink Dagger up in 2 seconds. Who's going to be quicker here? The 4-star forward, but the Blink out. The right clicks didn't connect in time, and Dartmouth will be able to get himself away from this.
Waska, they thought that they were going to fight an uphill battle, having to toss somebody out of the base, so they gave that Aegis to the Tiny, not to the TA, who is only the follow-up for that first action. But if you get caught outside of the base like that, then yeah, that TA better watch her positioning, because that Medusa will still shred her.
Yeah, and you're looking at this now. I mean, I'm surprised they give it to Tiny anyway, because Tiny's a big tanky boy. 3.5k health. You know, he's got himself over 30 armor here now as well. So I was a little bit surprised he did get it. It's coming out on his career as well. It's going to be the Yules. Do you like this here for the Tiny?
Yep, absolutely. Because this is Wind Waker territory, and what you do is you jump in, you toss out, and then you Wind Waker out. That's the way to do it. The way the cookie crumbles.
Okay, it's going to be the way I think a couple of heroes crumble as well when he gets that Avatos back into his team. So, 2 minutes still left on this Aegis. You've got the TA respawn in the next 5 seconds. Are you going back to apply this pressure? You know, are you picking like the top lane and saying, okay, we still have this Aegis, we could potentially try and force out another lane of racks?
I mean, I think they should be able to do it, but the problem is that if you want to do this nicely, then the creep waves are not quite where you want them to be yet, especially not that top one. Everybody is a little spread right now as well. And also, I think you should have read by this point that this Medusa is going to have level 25 the next time you see her, which is a problem because modifiers on that split shot, yeah, there's some crits coming your way.
Yeah, it's not nice to try and fight into with this coming through. It's it is a big ass to fight into this one. Katara's just going to say, you know what, if you're not going to come to us, we're going to come to you. Damago, he is going to be seen here, does get the toss off, but, well, you've got that push in coming through as well. Damago just decides he's not got any teammates, so he just decides to be a little bit safer, even with the Aegis. Backs himself away here, and the TA, once again, it's going to be a big creep army coming through. Kiri smoked out, and somebody's going to come back and actually deal with this one. Well, they're going to try and deal with Parker. Parker, does he get himself out of this one? Stonegaze now as well. He's got that BKB if he needs it, but the blink into the trees. Will he be awake? Kiri's looking for the Shadow Poison now as well. No BKB on the TP. Do they have the vision out? The disruption. Damn, dude, his arms were in the air. Kiri, he was so close to getting the catch, and Parker taking a risk.
Taking a big risk there, but yeah, like if the X-Mars comes out at the wrong time, then you are stuck on that side of the map, and you are definitely gonna die. So him going for the longer attempt, trying to break their ankles, was the only possible play.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it's going to be the full Ag's Blessing coming out for the Templar Assassin, buying out through the Ag Scepter into the Blessing, so not even going to interrupt his, interrupt the inventory here for the TA, just straight out, next spell up, got that Sonic protection.
Yep. We are fully invested into the split them up and deal with them one by one narrative right now. And you know what? The Medusa, she went for a BKB instead, so that Swift Blink gonna have to wait a couple of seconds first. And it feels, you know, for a lot of heroes, like, okay, well, you still have your arcane boots, you know, you're gonna... That... You're not feeling too bad about getting rid of that, right? But all of these arcane boots disappearing definitely hurt the Medusa in terms of the fact that she has nearly 200 burst heal on her when she's got the arcanes. That hurts getting rid of that.
Yeah, it's not the greatest, but
it's not the greatest,
at this point you are
heal?
rocking nearly 1900 mana, so it's not awful, I guess.
No, it's not. It is definitely the time to upgrade, but it's a bigger loss than for basically anybody else.
Yeah, true. I suppose, nope, Yo doesn't have mana boots, does the Shadow Demon has them, so you still have that 175 on the Shadow Demon. And all of the protection that comes out from the Shadow Demon there as well.
Yeah, if you look at this replay again, there's a couple of really funny moments where the Medusa gets low, and 3 mana boots plus her wand go off simultaneously.
Under attack dire are scanning.
Timber is still keeping his as well, so he's going to have those for the Medusa in the middle of the fights, and the Medusa is going to be hunted down here. Smoke coming out from the side of Waska, but not going to be catching anyone on any of the lanes. You can see that they don't have information, so Infinity, they want to play it safe. There will be a D-Ward coming through now
Domi's
as well.
bluffing, not anymore.
Domi takes a lot of damage here. He drops that Soul Crest onto him, but the damage coming through, damn dude, Kunkka. He's going to do a lot right back onto Kiri, but with the damage coming through from that boat, Sacred going to be purged up now, so Sacred, they're just Especially with the Stone Gaze, he gets the BKB off, turns himself away from this one. The Force Staff away for the Enchantress will be able to survive just a little bit longer. So they only just lose. While the jump comes in, they're going to lose the Doom now as well. Parker going to be forced onto that BKB. Do they have the reveal here? He's going to be able to get himself out with the Silent Trap while that is going on. This was all a smokescreen because look at Matthew pushing in with his Ironwood Train. You've got the TA now as well. They're going to be able to get another tier 3 tower for this one. It's going to be a costly distraction, but it is going to be an effective one.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, in the finest tradition of Admiral Bulldog, I love this play. This is very good. And especially Yadomi's positioning there, right? Because at the start of that fight, he is only pretending that the rest of the team is behind him. And they doubt long enough on Infinity for the rest of the team to actually catch up. Because he keeps on going. He keeps on moving. It's not like, oh shit, I found him, guys. Turns around. No, he always faces straight towards his enemies. And they're like, well, here comes the Tiny. Any second now. Okay, I guess he's alone. Wait, there's the Tiny. It's there's a lot of small decisions made there that increase the amount of time that Infinity stays engaged there, while Matthew decides if he's needed, if they could perhaps just route that fight if he joins, or alternatively, if they could get away with relatively few losses and do what he needs to do instead, which is get permanent damage in on the enemy base.
Yeah, and I like that Parker, he's got the silent production coming through, so he's going to be able to jump out to his traps. I like that the Enchantress went, none of this, we're having none of this nonsense, I'm going straight for a gem, and I'm going to be clearing, mind sweeping effectively here, to make sure that they have the ability to clear out wherever this tier can jump to join the Nature's Prophet. They're going to try and go for Roshan. Roshan has roared, but Katara's already got the Stone Gaze coming into this one. Yeah, the TPs are going to be here. Nature's Prophet, the lane is pushed in the top lane, so it's going to take him a while to feed that lane back to this exposed Rax here. And while this is going on, Infinity should be able to go into the Roche Pit. Do they get contested out? The ultimates are up for everyone in the Son of Waska. Do they want to try and fight this one? Where's that jump in? Shiva's God comes through, connects onto the Tiny. Damago loses so much health from this one. Pops his BKB, but now Katara's going to be able to get himself that Aegis. The Doom comes right back through. He's going to try and do what he can with his own BKB to get the kill onto Kiri. Kiri, he will be dead for 50 seconds now, and Sacred, he's going to get low himself. BKB has worn off. What's he going to be able to do here? Sacred, do they not have enough to get the kill? They might just do the toss, though, onto the Medusa. The Medusa from the low ground. The Doom right back onto this Timbersaw. Damago going to be chased down from this one. While this is going, you are losing at least the Rax in the top lane, maybe in tier 3 in the mid. They get the kill onto the Tiny. But look at this. The Ironwood Treant coming through. They are going to lose. Is this going to be full Megas? It is. Oh, dude.
Oh, and it only costs you 2 cores.
Yeah.
This is... I have a really big spiel that I do sometimes when teams don't recognize that they should have started split pushing earlier, and now they started split pushing too late. But if they ever screw it up even once, the enemy's just going to push through to their base and end it. Waska started split pushing at exactly the correct time. And this is why you cannot do anything versus Kotaro. If he ends up in your base for any reason, at any time, now that we're past 40 minutes, you're gonna lose. But you know what? He's not going to be able to anymore. Not without his Ancient Falling Curse.
No. Blade Mail comes out here. Kendall does actually see Parker. Parker, what's he going to do? He's going to go for the right click side, trying to ignore the Blade Mail coming through. So the silence out. The damage, is it enough? It is! Well, the boat wasn't there in time, and Parker, he's going to be able to get the kill. This is going to be the Kunka down on the sidelines for 66 seconds, but he does have that buyback available. And yeah, this is where it looks to get scary, because, this Nature's Prophet, he's getting close to the level 25 now as well. He's getting close to level 20. That's going to be a little bit closer, but the level 25, if the game goes that long with the triple damage and HP, the Ironwood Treants will be able to, you get 2-3 of them out, you will be able to backdoor onto the tier 4 towers, even to the Ancient itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and really now Waska has bought themselves with split pushing the time to gear up for the final boss fight.
Yeah.
Because Kotaro is going to be, like, if you want to take down the Ancient, at this point you are going to have to go through Kotaro in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to get the luxury of him being, away for a weekend. So,
No.
halberds, ways to get back in and out, so Force Staffs, Wind Wakers, those items are going to be the name of the game.
He's got himself the Refresher Shard from Roshan. He's got the Rapier queued up here as Dive comes through. Sacred pops the BKB. Are they going to try and cut him off? It doesn't look like it, but Sacred with the BKB down. It's going to be a big ask here. The Nature's Prophet, once again, you can see that nobody's coming back to defend the space. The Ironwood Treants, they are going to start to pop in, so the Kunka has to go for that TP back, leaving the team now. Do you want to try and make a move with the Waska with the split coming through? Looks like they're just going to back themselves away. The Medusa... Did he want to go? He did. He went for the Rapier, swaps out that Butterfly.
Is under attack.
Yeah. about time. The butterfly definitely not doing as much as you'd wanted to anymore versus the MKB anyway, so mostly a damage item, and what's more damage? Yeah, that rapier is.
Yeah, so he will have a way, I guess, to deal with the Ironwood treants as well if he's inside the base trying to push those out. It's a quick push for the Medusa. But yeah, 22k net worth lead coming out for Waska. What is the odds to win this game for them? According to Dota Plus, it's going to be 86% in favor of Waska. So even though, again, in a 5v5, they're on a bit of a timer. This split push coming through from the Nature's Prophet from the TA, keeping them right in the game. And Kunkka might just be on full-time base defense.
Yeah, at the very least you have a Kunkka, right? So you have that X marks, you have him able to stay relatively safe, and you do have Kotaro with a fresh AD rune picked up, melting through the Mega Creeps on the other side of the map. And the
Oh, jump comes in now. Yudomi's going to get really down low. Can they get the disarm out onto the Medusa? The Medusa has to wait this one out. Now Sacred jumps himself in. Doom onto the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw has that BKB going now. Katara, what can he do? Is he going to try and fight this one out with the crits coming through as well as that rapier onto Dartmago? Dartmago has to pop the BKB. There's going to be the toss out in there now as well. But Dartmago, Mule Scepter going to keep him alive a little bit longer. The Timbersaw will go down. Trading this one off for Dartmago. And now they chase down Matthew. He sprouts himself. Do they have the vision? They have the Gorgon's Grasp, but the BKB, it will be here. The Nature's Prophet is away. So, how's he get himself out?
Running.
Teleportation, and yeah, they're trying to buy time, but they're running back towards the Radiant side of the map here. The Mega Creeps in the top lane, the Nature's Prophet will TP in, and this is going to be, again, just slowly here, Matthew with this Ironwood Treant. Still not level 25 though, so that's going to be the base health and damage of the level 4 Ironwood Treant, but it will still be going on to this tier 4 tower, as Kendall has to rotate back, because otherwise they will lose the base.
Yeah, ding dong, anybody home? We're gonna bash your door in.
What is the
all of your crisps.
Okay, so the Medusa fully on that. Butterfly in the backpack, swaps out the BKB. Do you just swap the BKB into the backpack once you've used it? You know, put the butterfly back in, try and get the extra damage from that?
Yup. That is the way to go. And you could in that fight see sort of the catch-22 that Waska is I mean, both of them honestly right now. Because they're trying to work around the Medusa in these fights, but at this point with the Swift Blink, she is very hard to evade and her damage is undeniable. And on the other side, you know, yeah, you're putting the Medusa as far forward on the map as you can every single time, but you can't overextend her, because if she ever dies, you feed that rapier, you lose your base. You have to leverage her while keeping her safe, and there's really not a margin for error anymore at this point.
No, this is, are we calling it next fight wins? You know, we're going schoolyard rules here as Parker trying to take away this Tormentor. He's going to be able to get this one out, so Dartmago gets his shard. Oh, jump in, Kataro won't be able to see the TA. The TA is going to be able to get that Sonic projection away here. And yeah, Templar Assassin, 9k gold on the TA. What do you look to buy up here? Because you I don't know, if you want to keep the inventory you've got, you could probably go for a Moon Shard, I guess.
Yeah, Moon Shard.
Okay, yeah. Picks it up, consumes it. And yeah, you're looking at this here, 27k net worth, Roshan at least a minute 20 away, but if they try and take Infinity, they could lose even more of their base. All the buildings are down, all the effigies, I think, bar the one between the tier 4 towers, have all been taken as well, and that one's not looking too healthy itself.
Every single last one, and with that fight, which looked... I mean, it's not even really a loss for Infinity, right? But they have to start all the way over from scratch again, move that Medusa slowly, laboriously to the other side of the river, hope Waska botches it, and then march for their throne.
Yeah.
And you just gotta do that again and again, because every time you get a fight that is not ideal, Medusa returns home, Reap Waves reset, and Dormammu have come to bargain.
Yeah, it's gonna get even worse because this Nature's Prophet's gonna get an AC out now as well, so you're gonna have the extra auras coming through that just boost him up. And again, level 22 onto this Nature's Prophet, taking a while. I'm surprised there was no Hand of Midas to come out for the Prophet to boost himself up, get that net worth back, get the XP to come out for the Prophet. But for the minute, he's just looking straight AC here. And Roshan, see what the timing on this is gonna be. At least gonna be few seconds. Is it going to be quick? It's going to be about a minute. And with all these lanes pushing in, this might be the first Roshan that Waska can get in a long time.
It is, yeah. Parker knows as well. He doesn't really have to go anywhere. I'm just going to sit in that pit for 30 seconds if he wants to. He does not want to.
No. The trap, does that still get vision in the Roche pit? Oh, I think he actually dropped the trap and immediately popped it for some reason. Maybe a bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, a little weird. I think you would just throw it down outside and then teleport there.
Yeah,
But no, he wants to take Roche bot. Okay.
That's what they're gearing up for. And again, with the Mega Creep, with all the creepy equilibrium in your favor, that's what you can go for it. Maybe even try and push and take a fight after that here, as the Nature's Prophet does have the AC up. Now Roshan, 5 seconds away, who's sitting in the pit, who's babysitting this pit to scout it out. Doesn't look like anybody here just yet from the side of Waska. But Roshan, the big man, he's going to be back up and got to be so careful about being caught out here, because every little is going to help Waska. The Alpha Wolf is going to scout out, at least the Yodomi smoke comes through. He's actually going to scout out the smoke there as well, so they ping. They go on the retreat here on the side of Infinity. Does he just want to try and fight this one? They're going to be able to get the Doom out once again. The Kunkka, he's going to get real darn low from this one. Is it enough to get the kill into the Kunkka now as well? That tick, it should be enough to take him down. Does he have a buyback? He does. As how are they going to try and fight this one? Stonegate's coming through. Sacred though, he gets killed off the Doom. It looks like they want to try and fight 5v5. The Nature's Prophet with the TP away. He will be out there. The Medusa is on the hunt now.
All 10 buybacks currently up. Everybody in this game can come back.
Oh, Parker. Oh, it's going to be the Medusa jumping now as well. The Reckless coming through. Your BKB doesn't care about the... assuming the crits don't care about the BKBs here. Chase down Yodomi. Trying to get himself away. Slowed down by the Shivas. There's going to be the Wind Waker out onto Dharma. Go Dark. He gets low. He gets taken care of. 3 heroes dead. The Nature's Prophet and the TA, surprise, surprise, aren't there to see the end of this fight. And I thought it was going to be a free Roshan for the side of Waska, but once again into the pit they go. And Infinity, who do they send back to the base? The Kunkka is back alive here. Kendall did buy back, so it's going to be the Timbersaw this time that TPs himself back to base to defend.
And Waska mistakenly believing that surely at this point we're far enough ahead to win a straight up fight, right? 30k?
Yeah.
No, so instead, once again, come home.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
The house you built is crumbling.
Yeah, Parker didn't even care. The Timbersaw got sent back, and he's just like, cool, I'm going to right-click through you. I don't even need to care about you, Timbersaw. You do nothing to me. Refraction charges come out. I have a lot of health anyway, 3.5k health on the Templar Assassin. I'm going to right-click around you. I'm going to take this last tier 4... Oh, I'm going to take one of the tier 4 towers down. You're going to be left with one left. And, yeah, next time send the Kunkka. The Kunkka might be able to do something about me as they get the slowdown onto the Ench. Ench trying to get himself away from this one here. And Parker doesn't want to overextend. He doesn't know where the Medusa is. Doesn't want to give up his life here for... well, his team, as his team will be coming back alive. And, yeah, slowly this game goes, but slowly more in favor of the side of Waska. And one good fight will seal it for Infinity, but Waska aren't giving them that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
No. And so the unstoppable force meets, and I don't want to say it's an immovable object, because Waska have been melting out of the way like water. Uncatchable object.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, you are right, they flow like water, and even, after a long duration, they whittle away the rocks that are the Infinity buildings here, so it may take generations, it may take eons, but they are slowly, just making these rocks crumble.
Rob, for how long have we been casting this game?
52 minutes and 37 seconds. Or do you mean like in general? Because like I think I've got up to about 4 years now.
That's long enough to make me feel old, yeah. No, I mean it's same for me actually. We did start roughly at the same time, didn't we?
Yeah, I took a break. I mean, I did a little bit pre-COVID. I took a break. I got a real job, and then that real job crumbled. So I came back to casting.
Yeah. I wanted to say same, but honestly, none of my teams post-COVID have been a real job, so. And Seed Up knows. They agree. Mid lane.
Okay, a toss comes out. Katara, though, he's going to be It's going to be all set up. There is going to be the Stone Gates coming out now, though. Damago pops the PKB, trying to run himself away. And you can see every time the fights like this start to come on, the Nature's Prophet, the feed starts to go. Yo, he desperately tries to get himself into position here. Freezing Field comes through. Do they get the kill? There's going to be the cheese being eaten here by the Timbersaw. He pops his own BKB, and now Sacred. That BKB will be running out. The Medusa's BKB is running out now as well. The Medusa does have an Aegis. Second life is on the board. What can they do here? Parker's going to try and stand his ground. Maybe not the blink away. And the Nature's Prophet. We need a split screen onto this one because the Nature's Prophet is in the base. And once again, he's just saying, what are you going to do to me, Kunker? I've got a BKB. Sprout is out now. The Ironwood tree coming in. And the Ancient has been exposed. So, chase down. Do they get the kill? Matthew will finally fall, it feels like here. The Mega's pushing in. So the Ancient is taking damage. But yeah, who really do you leave in this base to defend it? Because the Nature's Prophet doesn't care, Parker doesn't care, and it takes so long to TP back that you're going to probably lose about half of your Ancient health.
Yep, so your only choice is the Medusa, but now she's going to be facing up first a full enemy team, and you have 3 heroes dead right now. 2 of them, 2 heroes dead, 3 heroes without a buyback.
Oh, good tosses now as well. They're just going to the Roshan banner coming through as well. What can they do onto this one? They might be able to get the disruption. Going to keep this Medusa going a little bit longer. The Kunka has brought back no life remaining. Kiri going to try and do what he can with the Ghost Scepter. Link Sphere breaks onto Parker. Can they go for more now? The Roshan banner is down for the Dire. The Doom out onto the Timbersaw now as well. The buyback onto the Nature's Prophet. They want to end this one right here, right now. 55 minutes into game number 1. Sacred, though, going to be pushed away. You're going to be doing a lot of damage onto the Doom. Stone Gates will be used once again, coming out from Kataro. They say not yet. We aren't done just yet. The chase down. Kataro, he gets a kill onto Yudomi. The Doom, though. BKB pop for Kataro. Back lines, what can they do? Don't forget the Nature's Prophet. Did he buy back for this one? I think he did. And he won't be able to win this one just yet. Buyback onto the Doom. Parker going to try and come through. Right clicks now. But it looks like it might be the Medusa out of gas. Disruption only going to do so much here as the Ancient Fortification once again comes through. The crits, the damage, but he is going to be taken down. They're going to be able to get the kill. They're going to be able to end this one with a great fight coming out on the side of Team Waska. The pressure onto the base, it was just way too much. And Infinity, again, death by 1,000 cuts coming through here. Waska take the advantage. We'll be going up 1 game.
Yeah, but the mistake ultimately was made by Infinity themselves. The problem here is that the Medusa cannot TP out of the base. The moment she used those BOTs to go and defend that Kunkka, see if he could be saved, 2 things happen. The Kunkka dies, which forces him to buy back later, and that Medusa is now stuck outside of the base and has to walk back while the split push comes in. And every single time previously, they were able to actually bring that Medusa straight on back in. And this time she had to walk, and that tore her team apart like no other decision in that game had ever done before.
Yeah, and that is going to be the way the cookie crumbles here, the way the Ancient crumbles as well. And Team Waska, I did say, 35-minute, but that was kind of going head-to-head. They found themselves that advantage, found themselves the early racks, and just found that split push pressure coming out. I wonder if we're going to see the Nature's Prophet and the T in this next game, because Infinity, they've got to be mad about that one. But first, we are going to take a break to see how the next one's going to go. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only 1 victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second game here between Waska and Infinity in the RAS Regional League for South America. That last game, I generally didn't see it going, well, I didn't see it going that long, and I didn't see it ending the way it did here with the game going that long. I thought, oh, Medusa's going to be a shoo-in to win this one, but the split push coming through, the TA and the Nature's Prophet play that one absolutely perfectly. So, Kips, as we get ready to get ourselves into this draft, do you think we're going to see that first phase Nature's Prophet ban this time from Infinity?
I would definitely take it out. Yeah, giving your opponent such an easy way to completely switch the playstyle of the game on after, Infinity got to their win condition. That was the Medusa was the be-all to end-all. They were supposed to start winning that game once she was online, and never getting to do that. Yeah, I think that warrants a ban.
Yeah. It was, I've seen some pretty rough games, and that one, I just felt bad for the Medusa by the end of it. It's like, why won't you fight me? Come at me, but it didn't matter. As much as they tried, as much as they signaled and tried to fight it out, I don't know, they chose peace. I can't really say peace, but, they chose the path of avoidance on the side of Waska, which is good advice, for life in general. If someone wants to beat you up, you just go somewhere else. You leave, and you win the game that way.
Yeah, unless you're the bigger guy.
True. But then you still put yourself at risk, as we saw there. Infinity were the bigger guy right up to that very last fight, and the avoidance, it did work for Waska. So the Omni Knight being banned out, the Tinker, the Clockwork all being taken away. Infinity, surely here, as the Ember Spirit gets removed here from Waska, surely this has got to be a Nature's Prophet ban for their final. Yeah, the Nature's Prophet and the Naga Siren. So they get rid of one of those pesky split pushes. Will they get rid of the other a little bit later on?
Are we talking about the Templar Assassin here, or other as yet unseen split pushers? Some Underlords maybe?
Yeah, I think the Underlord wants to be in the fight. I think the TA, like say with it being Parker's favourite hero as well, it wouldn't be too much of an ask to remove that one from the draft.
Yeah, that sounds like a good ban in general. Unless, of course, that I think that is the most surprising thing about the previous draft. No Mars. None Mars.
Did he...
No,
he didn't
no
get
bans.
banned out, did he? No, he didn't, did he? Because the Tiny was the second pick, and I guess Waska was just confident on that being the mid laner. They locked it in. So the Sun King comes out this time. How much do you like the Sun King? I've seen different... obviously the different builds coming out, the difference between the mid laner and the off laner there as well. You like to switch it up depending on who gets it, but in general, are you a big fan of this hero? I'm not sure what the win rate is for the hero, but are you overall liking the resurgence of the Sun King?
I enjoy the resurgence of the Sand King. I think it's been long overdue, and he's just he's a an old school mobile hero. He's not the Aura Spirit zooming around. He's not the Void Spirit with his steps. We've got ourselves a different kind of in out in with this hero to kind of play, and which makes him like he's a weird mid laner because he's not. Perhaps he doesn't have quite as much damage as you want. He's definitely more of a disabler, but he's also not really that good of an offlaner because the auras really hamper his scaling into the game. Like it doesn't feel good either way. So he walks an interesting kind of position, two and a half kind of line in there, and I enjoy that. I enjoy seeing the different interpretations of the hero.
Yeah, I think the most popular build people have settled on is the Blink Dagger out then into either the Bloodthorn or the Wind Waker comes out, or well, the Yule Scepter into the Wind Waker. You're for that survivability, and then you can go back. You either get yourself you help out your team with the pipe coming through, or you go full jumping. You get yourself in there. You get the Shivas to come out. So like I say, there is different ways to build it depending on how you want to play around your teammates with this hero. And I guess it depends on who else is building auras for you there anyway, because I have seen the 4s and the 5s building out the Greaves, but if you're not getting, or if you're getting kind of like pushed in, as the Shadow Demon will come out from Infinity once again, so good setup here with the Monkey King, but yeah, you might be kind of forced into that pipe here, especially with the Shadow Demon like that coming out. Maybe they go for a Queen of Pain on Infinity, so we'll see how they want to play, and yeah, maybe potentially the Sand King has to go into that pipe, could be forced right into it.
And there goes Parker's Templar Assassin. As was foretold. Yeah.
Anyone? No? Nobody? Nobody?
Nostradamus at work here.
So, Phoenix being banned out here as well, the Marcy being taken away. What are you looking at then? So you see the Monkey King, you see the Shadow Demon. They're going to go for the Enchantress, maybe take that one away from Infinity, because it was doing a lot of damage in the last game, but what else are Waska looking at here to maybe try and deal with this Monkey King in the lane? Because you don't know whether this is going to be the 4, the 2, the 1.
The Monkey's rough, right? Because a lot of the heroes that directly counter him later on in the game, the heroes that cut the trees, are actually very bad against him in the lane. We're talking about the Timber Sawyer especially, but of course also things like the Beastmaster. So
the Lena is still there.
She is.
Is that enough for Waska to pick her up here? So you get the Hurricane Pike out early on. You're going to have the Gleipnir locked down into the Monkey King as well. You might have to be careful if it is a mid-monkey and he goes first item Orchid. But apart from that, he played distance away from the Wukong, so they're going to go for the Snapfire instead.
Snapfire. Interesting, because I was thinking that if you want to Mars Lena here for either team, that is completely possible. And I think Mars is the kind of frontliner that you want from her, like physical separation, something that they're going to have to fight really hard to get through. You already have a Sand King on the side of Waska to control these fights as well. You already have a Save on the side of Infinity. I think both teams have been looking at that, and the Snapfire might be a Mars setup regardless, because of course that is a great dual lane. The Arena plus the ult is a great combination for the later team fights.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the other way around. If you want to go back for the start and go mid-Mars and then run the Sand King and the Snapfire, because I've seen the Sand King and the Snapfire. Sometimes it's hard to get the words out, but yeah, the Sand King, the Snapfire combo coming up in the off lane. You get that cookie into the Burrow Strike, or the Burrow Strike into the cookie. Good setup. You have the Scatter Blast for the slow inside the Sandstorm there as well. It's a lot of damage come through. It's a great off lane combination, and yeah, a lot of mobility, a lot of stuns. So maybe that's something Infinity have to be aware of. It's not gonna be the Sand King mid locked in.
No, it is not. I mean, versus these two, I already want to see something that builds a pipe. That seems like quite a given here for Infinity. This is not a question of like a mixed damage lineup, or they just got a lot of different utility or something like this. No, if you don't have a pipe in these team fights, no matter what happens, you're going to lose several heroes to the AoE damage.
Yeah, and who are those early pipe builders that can come out? We've seen, we've seen the Doom actually, building to a pipe himself. You could go for that if they want to try and maybe get the steal away from the side of Waska, because that is still up in the air where they want to go for that. How's the Tidehunter's not really been picked up too much?
No.
The Enigma's dropped off a little bit here too.
Yeah, so Mars, Underlord,
Yeah.
Centaur.
Do you like the Centaur? Do you think the Centaur's still good? in this current match? 'Cause it feels like the hero's a little bit weak.
He feels a little weak, but I still think that he's... Oh, how could I forget about this son of a gun?
Yeah, yeah. And good old flex on the sniper, the 4 or the 2 to come out. Infinity going to keep Waska guessing. And does the same job from either role. It's just a little bit of a slow, but it's like the Marcy to a point. And it will be that Centaur coming out. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, very good. And that definitely gives the option for the sniper to be an actual... And it's Insurers versus the Lina, right? Because you will, in fact, have a hero that outranges the Lina on the right clicks eventually. So you could run the sniper core and have an escape mechanism for him with the Centaur. Of course, it does mean versus the Centaur that Mars is now extra attractive, because there's no way of running out of that arena until the BKBs come out.
Yeah, and... Okay, they're going to go in for the morph. So I don't mind the gap close. You can get to the back lines. You can group it with the Sun King as well. If the Sun King blinks burrows into the 2 supports, you can follow up with the waveform, do a lot of damage there. Get yourself away from the Monkey King as well inside that Wukong's command. This is a really nice pickup here for Waska.
I think you can probably also do a pretty significant amount of damage. I mean, with the sniper spells, yeah, you turn into the sniper, you just drop off all of his shrapnel charges. That's going to be nice. Yeah, there's that Mars ban. Like you, Infinity.
Question is whether it's going to be... I mean, the Sniper 4 with the Centaur is going to be a really good lane. You get the Shrapnel slow up into the Stomp. The Centaur is going to be putting out a lot of damage anyway, so... Something that, if this is going to be the Sniper 4 as well, the Morphling needs to be aware of, because you do see more often than not that if they get low on health, they morph right down to agility to get those 1 charges back. Go right down to 1 health, and the Shrapnel and the Sniper will take full advantage of that if they go that way.
They do. It's a bit weird, right? Because that's when you would want there to be a Monkey King in that lane, so you can see him when he does it and snipe it. But right now, this is looking more and more like a core Monkey King, unless, of course, that Sniper still gets an upgrade. But I think versus Sand King Morph, this should not be a position to Sniper.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and are you looking, again, more burst damage, more backline dive to come out for Waska, like the Storm Spirit, Queen of Pain? Or are you looking mid lane-wise, maybe something that's going to be able to control a little bit, like the Primal Beast? But I suppose if the Primal Beast comes out, you stick the Monkey King in the mid lane here from Infinity.
Hard to say. Control would be nice.
Dire team pick.
Okay.
Yeah,
Different kind
hard-
of control,
hard
still got the
to-
dive as well. Yeah.
To disagree with that. An extra stun, dive, control. And it's not going to lose a lane versus anything that Infinity picks here, unless they really want to, dig deep, rummage through their pockets, pull out a very crumpled up Viper, straighten him out a bit.
Yeah, the Viper is getting more and more popular, in pro players. I'm seeing it from time to time being picked up now, but I don't know if it's caught on to South America just yet. So yeah, let's see what Infinity wants to go with that. And yeah, looking at it, is there anything else? You probably don't play the... Okay, they're going to go for the Sven, so it is going to be mid-Monkey or mid-Sniper. Probably the mid-Monkey King, right? Yeah, PP on the mid-Monkey King.
Yeah, now that you know that you're up versus the... I mean, either the Dark and Goat Tiny, or... Of course, Waska could pull a fast one here, put Granny on mid.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it has happened. No, Matthew is going to be onto the snap.
I would have looked like a god, Waska.
Well, again, if they make it all the way, you can complain to them face to face. Get them to give you their drafts before we even go live on the panel.
I wonder if any analysts have ever talked teams into doing that. I mean, for sure that there's a couple who've gone out fishing, and you also know that for sure teams go fishing at the casting analysts, because the casting analysts did all of the research. They just might have some juicy tidbits for you. There's shenanigans that go on in big tournaments around stuff like that. Yeah.
You just need to you need to take Blitz to the gym. Charm him with how heavy you can lift, and then you can say talk him into giving you the lineups for Liquid. I think that's how it's done. At least for one of the teams. If he's not on the panel talking about it anyway.
I was about to say, you don't have to take him to the gym, you just tune in, right? No, but he's been very tight-lipped about that ever since I think right from the start, honestly. Not even when he was fresh out of. Oh man, I can't believe Zephyr. There we go.
Yeah. Did he? No, because he paneled for a bit after Zephyr, right? Before he took over for Liquid. He was, he was at the panel for.
Yeah,
or,
and then
he
he
cast with Cat
paneled for a
while.
bit, and he cast for a
Yeah.
while. Then he disappeared for a while. Then he went to the gym. Then he got to Liquid. That's the timeline in my head, at least. Like first the gym, then Liquid.
Yeah, that was maybe the entrance exam he needed to be able to deadlift, you know, a few hundred kilos before they let him in. He needed to hit the thousands club before he was allowed into the side of Liquid. As we are going to get started here with the second game between these two teams, bringing it back to the Dota. So look at these two lineups. Kip's favorites between the two are Yuli and Waska to take it in 2, or Infinity. Do they have enough in this draft here to be able to pull it back?
I really do once again enjoy this Infinity lineup. It's very well crafted, very well rounded. They got a bunch of disables, they got a bunch of burst damage, they got physical, maybe a little light on the magic this time around, but that sniper is just so damn good. Like, for me, the only problem is that I've now seen Waska really outskill them both in fights, like which fights do we take, which fights do we not take, out positioning in those fights, and then out positioning on the map. It just seems like Waska have a little bit more quality to them overall. And especially when they have a lineup with several playmakers in it right now, especially with a Morphling who can eventually take out this entire game. I'm not going to root against Waska here, but I have to say, Infinity, first game, second game, their drafts look good. If this was a 50-50, I'd be going for them. I would.
Okay. Well, we'll see if the draft is going to be good enough to pull it back to a 1-1. And don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that was just on the screen, or head yourself over to the 1xBet website. Use the promo code 1XRLG. It will give you a 100% bonus on your first deposit. Available to all first-time deposits. Don't forget to check those terms and conditions as we get ourselves into this game. Yeah, if you've got an inkling on how you think this one's going to go, I think we're going to have the odds up on the screen in... Did we already have the odds up on the screen? Did I miss them? Was I too busy talking? Probably.
Oh, this bloody courier. I hate this thing.
It looks a little bit smug.
Yeah, it looks really quite smug. Like, it looks like it's pooped its diaper and it knows you're gonna change it.
Yeah. Oh, you know what it reminds me of? Did you ever watch the show? Was it just called Dinosaurs?
Perhaps. Oh, this one though. This one is a big cutie. Big time cutie patootie. I don't think I'm familiar. I mean, I'm seeing like the Land Before Time in my head right now, and I don't think that's what you're talking about.
It was, yeah. They were in like, it was actors in like rubber suits, like hang on, I'll send you the.
Is this one of those like it's the Power Rangers but not kind of shows?
No, it was a sitcom. It was
a sitcom with dinosaurs. Oh man, I am off.
So yeah, I'll put it into the Discord, and that's what the baby looks like. It just reminds me of that courier.
To tab out if we miss anything. Oh, I have seen this picture before because I do have an internet connection. Yes. Okay, now it all makes sense. He does look like that. But that guy also looks like he just pooped his diaper. And he knows you're going to change it.
Yeah, that was kind of the general attitude of the baby dinosaur in that show. That was...
proper.
That was the way it went, and it was a very a smug, lippy baby dinosaur, because the baby could speak.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it was...
it's funnier that way.
Yeah. As we are going to see rotation coming through from Infinity here. They are smoked up as 5. We have the walking tree as well. I'm not talking about the treant. As do they actually find the Morphling's going to back himself away? They have a really... Is that what's not in range of the tower there as well? So they won't see the Morphling, won't be able to see where it is. Of all the wards I've seen in front of that tier 1 tower, that's a little bit... I usually see like the cliff ward or the little island, I guess you call it here, near you're in the lane of the mid lane of the bottom. Excuse me, in the safe lane of the bottom lane. But
I feel like the island as a way to describe it. Yeah.
So I wonder if this how far is the vision on that, and that might be enough. If Parker comes back at least the first time. And maybe even a second time too, if you think the ward is behind the tier 1 tower here. If he does morph all the way down, has that 1 health left, you will wait for the sniper to get onto him and burst him down with that shrapnel straight away.
Yeah, because on that first level, I wonder actually on the second level, you are not going to be able to outshift the DPS. No way in hell.
No, it does it all literally over a second, so I think the damage is going to be, literally, if he goes down to literally 1 health, the burst onto that one, even the level 1 shrapnel, it's 120 damage. You don't shift that fast, I do believe, so it could be a rough time, for Parker if he gets caught out like that.
Let's see if they're going to get the opportunity, but yeah, that is surely what that ward is for.
Yeah, and Parker, he needs to be hyper aware of his health pool at this point, because otherwise Kiri, like I say, will take full advantage of this one. Meanwhile, on the top lane, how is it playing out? Sacred and Matthew already taking a lot of damage on the Sand King Snapfire combo. It's... Oh, Yudomi back on the bottom lane here. Do they have enough damage? Nope. He's got those overwhelming, overprotective wisps coming out here for Yudomi. So I would be surprised if he died the entire game. As Kiri taking a little bit of harass, and Blood Grenade comes out as well. Sniper will be able to waddle himself away, though.
Yeah, and this is a sniper who has not gone for the shrapnel on level 1, instead going for the headshot, so really focusing on the trade wars with Yudomi here at first, before actually attempting any kill opportunities. But that did give an opportunity to Waska to significantly shove him back, because they know they can't, or he can't win the trade.
Yeah, and if you want to carry on going here, I mean, again, the level 2s are starting to come out, so Parker needs to be a little bit more careful as well. Yudomi not going to be in too much trouble because he has those overprotective wisps. Meanwhile, back on the top lane, we didn't really talk about it, but the last pick Sven coming out from Infinity. Are you a fan of this up against the Sand King?
Yeah, it's going to do very well in the lane here. And you should be able to get yourself a significant farm advantage in this game. And it's almost like the shoe is on the other foot in this game, where if this one goes ultra late, I definitely give it to the Morphling over the Sven. But you gotta be ultra, and you gotta be kiting that man.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit harder because I imagine Sven's going to be going towards, the Blink Dagger, the Harpoon's going to come out. He's going to have the War Cry move speed as well as the BKB, so he's not going to be stunned up at all. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder here to control that Sven, but it's not impossible.
No, especially not if you think about how free Kotaro must feel after that Medusa game. Like, being on something that moves. Oh,
yeah.
What a day.
Yeah,
what a glorious day.
Even the Ag Scepter to come out there as well, you're going to be able to chase down with your stun. You follow that stun up pretty much straight away here as Kotaro will take a little bit of harass. How is the mid lane looking between the two? Monkey King is going to be... I didn't expect anything too different here because you again, are the longest range melee hero in the game. You can put the aggression onto Dartmago, but Dartmago, did he go bottle again? He did, so he's going to be able to keep himself healthy in this lane. And yeah, maybe once those toss under towers start to come out here, Dartmago might be able to burst down PP in this lane.
It's possible, but I think Monkey King is one of the worst heroes to toss under the tower in the game, unfortunately, because he's not going to die to that tower until he gets his Jingu Masteries up, and after that, he's not under the tower with you, you're on the tower with him.
Top lane, is this first blood? They're going to try and chase down Matthew. One more right click, yours going to be just far enough away. Matthew, can he get in range? A cookie? Anything? Whereas that Scatterblast doesn't have the mana for it, is on cooldown now anyway, so it looks like the Shadow Demon will barely be able to live through that one. 75 health left, of course, got a little bit of regen. I think it was right down to 50 health. One more right click from the Snapfire would have done it to get that kill, and it's going to come on the other lane as Kiri gets the kill onto Yudomi. So just baiting us away, making us look somewhere else. A Scatterblast now from Matthew. We'll be able to get the kill onto Yor.
Yep, and Yor definitely, I don't want to say he intended to die there, but he did not intend to live, that's for sure. Entire mana pool down as a Shadow Demon in that situation. You would much rather go back to base than sit there and be useless.
Yeah, you're kind of happy with it, right? As soon as that first blood comes out, so you know you're not giving away all of that gold here. It's Kotaro, he's going to be burst struck up. There is going to be the Stormhammer return onto this one, though. Sacred, he has enough mana for the Sandstorm. The Sandstorm, is it going to be enough? No! And it's going to be Yor that gets a kill into this one. In fact, Matthew, one more right click. Kotaro, it's going to be the double kill coming through for the Shadow Demon. So this lane struggling just a little bit here for Waska to start off.
A very nice start for a Shadow Demon, and he's going to be helping his Sven get all of these extra little camps in the meantime, stacking them up already. Kotaro is going to have one hell of a start to this game.
Well, at least Matthew going to be able to refill the bottle here for the Tiny. No, the Tiny doesn't come back in time. He's still got 2 charges on the Tiny here, right? Anyway, but the TP, I think, actually doesn't want to try and make something happen. The toss right back into Matthew underneath the tower. The Avalanche comes out now as well. The Cookie for an extra stun. The Scatter Blast here. PP, he's got that Jingu going. One more anything, though, from the Tiny. In fact, look at all the health he's getting back. PP might be able to turn this one. There's going to be the charges coming through once again. Blood Grenade won't connect. There's going to be the bottle, though. The Avatar, so just the toss. As Dark McGo, it was touch and go there a little bit for the Tiny, but will eventually be able to get the kill onto the Monkey King.
Yeah, I needed both of his supports to come and help him with that, because as I said, this Monkey King is going to turn it on you.
As Sacred... Is that 5? It is. There's going to be the Burst Strike here away with the Scatter Blast into the Cookie now. Might be able to get the damage out, though. Shadow Poison, though, doing a number onto Sacred's health. Sacred wants to carry on coming into this one. No Shadow Poison, though. you got to be careful of those. Yor is so damn low. The Monkey King, he TP's in. He wants some revenge up against Matthew. There's going to be the Burst Strike coming through here. Sacred, though, that Balance Strike, it does connect. Sandstorm will be out. PP, Yodomi's even going to be rotated up here as well. With the heals, it might just be enough to get his team back to a decent amount of health.
PP, yeah, a little annoyed here. That was a rotation for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take him long to get back into the mid lane, especially with a Simeon Stride, where he has no cooldown on the tree dance.
Ridiculous.
It is pretty mental. I mean, I wonder if they lower that to, like, maybe... I don't know. I say lower, I mean, like, you know, raise it up a little bit to like 95%. You need to be like max health or something to get that off, because 90% is a really good number to have, because obviously as soon as you take a little bit of damage, it is going to be gone. But just the way you travel around the map, or even just take off the 450 tree dance cast range from the talent, you know, that would even it out just a little bit.
Yeah, that could do it as well. The thing is, though, that it feels like a shame to nerf it too hard, because it's supposed to be a monkey swinging through the trees. And when they're so thematic like that, I have a hard time actually hating on it.
I mean, he can still swing, just reduce the swing ability here. You know, the range on that swing by a little bit. As it looks like Sacred, there's going to be the Stampede coming through now as well. Sacred taking a lot of damage here, but Kitaro gets low himself. The Sniper rotates him. Matthew with a TP away. Kitaro so damn close to going down himself.
Sacred rocking that Dust Devil, which, you know, now that you finally don't get punished for taking Dust Devil when you want to build, say, your Aghanims anymore, I was expecting to see it more often.
How much you like in this specific match? You know, would you prefer him, especially with the right clicks coming out from the Sven, to go for the Sand Shroud? Are you happy with this Dust Devil here for the Sand King?
I think the Dust Devil, I'm not sure honestly, because I haven't seen it enough to be able to really judge it again, so I'd have to do it like abstractly.
Dire's middle tower is under
You're going to see it plenty this game, at least it looks like. You're...
True.
Gotta be careful here. He is invis. Walks himself underneath the ward, though. The Sentry Ward out. No vision onto it. The Pinecone Raider might get it. There's going to be the Cookie in now as well. Can he save this Monkey King? Was that toss up into the air as well? No, the Disruption. TP in from Kendall. He's looking for this Stomp. The toss comes in, but the Mischief is going to keep the Monkey King alive from that one. And now the Stomp here out onto the Tiny. The Tiny. Can he walk himself away? Scatter Blast the Monkey King. He's so damn low. That's Scatter Blast. What level is that? It was a level 3. He got him down to about 10 health. They didn't know he was on the tree, though, and he won't be able to follow up that damage, and the Monkey King will be able to get himself back to base.
Yeah, the damage that you do with that Scatter Blast, especially at the long range, absolutely mental.
The Cookie wasn't in the right direction, though. Damago, he got a little bit of a bounce, but yeah, the Scatter Blast coming through. Got to scare away both the Enchantress as well as the Tiny. While this is going on, I mean, Kendall TP'd himself away, so this is going to be a free line for Parker. PP rotates down now. Do they have the control? They don't. The Balance Strike will miss. That waveform came out early, and the Morphlin was away.
I'm going to finish off the Vladimir's offering pretty soon.
Oh, God's Strength has just been used here for Kitaro. This isn't going to be good if it gets taken down. Here's a good toss coming in from the Tiny now as well. The tree toss at least, and now the full toss. That was the transformation used. The God Strength came out, and that's big, because that's your farming tool as a Sven when you go into the jungle early on. You don't use it to fight, you use it to farm out the stacks, and it means he's not going to have that now. Matthew will be taken down for Kiri, but that is not a return in terms of losing the Sven.
Oh, absolutely not. That Sven was just about ahead of the Morphling, and he would have probably stayed there if he got to farm with that God Strength, but now that he doesn't, I think that Parker's going to overtake him.
Domago in a little bit of danger now. The balance trick, it will connect. He gets the avalanche off, though. The Monkey King with a spring in. PP will get the kill. The assassinate for naught. Zidomi, does he have enough heals to get himself away from this one? No, the burst damage from the side of Infinity was enough to get the kill. Only has the 2 points here into the Nature's Attendants. Usually, it's when you've got the Nature's Attendants out, you maybe get that Lock It out. You've got the Greaves there as well. That's when you see the Enchantresses become unkillable, because the heal is just too overwhelming for the team to overwhelm, I guess, is what I was trying to say. Yeah.
Overcome?
True. Yes. That's what I was looking for.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So, man, this Monkey King with 2 slowing supports behind him is an absolute menace. If he ever gets on top of a target, he's gonna stay there.
Yeah. Triple Wraithband's coming out as well for PP, so he's going to have a lot of early arm to come through. He's going to have a lot of that attack speed, the bonus damage as well. For the Monkey King, going to go back in towards the Maelstrom now as well. But again, while this is going on, Parker, he is just finding free farm, and I don't know, dude. Yeah, you can't just let them off and free farm like this. You need to apply some pressure.
The problem is, of course, with who, because it's really only the Monkey King that can cross the distance currently. Kendall went for the Blade Mail, and yeah, versus all of the AoE damage is going to come his way pretty soon. That is a pretty decent choice. But that's a reactive item, and the Morphling is not going to be the one running headfirst into that. He can't really do anything on this bot lane right now.
No, he cannot. Here is how's he looking? He's going to go towards the Blink after the Blade Mail here for the Centaur, so there's not going to be that pipe early on. It will be that Blink dagger, in fact. Candle, the Scatter Blast, the Avalanche, the Toss coming out with the Mortar Kisses now as well, the Stampede. Oh, the Disruption! This could have been a mistake, as Candle, you turn around, Damago, you get one swipe off into him, he does get the kill, and you're maybe getting some wires crossed here now as well. It might cost Yor his life. He's going to try and do his best, but the Master Assassin not going to be able to get away from that one.
Yeah, that was painful. Then again, I'm pretty sure that he dies either way there. So maybe that's just the one disruption that you gotta get out of your system as a Shadow Demon. I think, was it in the cast with you that was like, well, the Morphling will always get one Morphling death, right? You're allowed to once just accidentally morph Agi and fall into a puddle and die. That's okay. That doesn't make you anything less of a Morphling player. It's when you have 2. And I think the same goes for the disruption on the Shadow Demon. Like, you get one shoddy Archon tier disruption per game.
Yeah, where have I heard that rule before? Everybody gets one. You know, some TV show or something that's very popular.
Mayhaps. I wouldn't know it because I don't watch TV, as you've already found out.
Oh, it's a Family Guy reference. One of the characters gets saved because, you know, it's a nonsense show.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of experience with Family Guy, actually, but only, and I'm going to say this by force.
Okay, not by choice.
No, not by choice. Specifically, my roommate, and I shall not name, but a roommate I had to share with for 2 months a bedroom with while I was doing Pro Dota, needed noise in the background to sleep with, and he was also a very loud snorer. And he would go to bed earlier than I did. So when I came back to the hotel room, he would be there with his eye mask on and his earbuds in, snoring like a chainsaw with Family Guy on, loudly. And then it was my turn to try and sleep. So that's my experience with Family Guy. Great associations. Love that show.
Yeah, nothing but positive memories though. Nothing
2 months, Rob. They're like, oh, I want to work in esports. I'm like, do you? Do you want to work in esports?
This is the hell. Do you not record it as a warning for the new generations when they want to get involved?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's one of my cautionary tales. I mean, you do learn to sleep through everything.
Everything, yeah. Especially when you've got to turn your sleeping pattern around, and it's like it's you're the middle of summer, so it gets bright at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and you finish your class at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and you're like, okay, now I have to sleep, and there's roadworks going on, and the birds are chirping, and the dogs barking. It's like,
I get such guilty feelings when the birds chirp. It's like, oh no, I failed at being an adult again, haven't I? This Tiny, by the way, talking about the video game, has a Blink Dagger and a Haste Rune and has found none opportunities to use it yet.
No, not quite yet. They will be able to take down this tier 1 tower though. I mean, 15 minutes in, you look at this one. The Morphlin, even though the Sven has a farming tool, the Morphlin is top of the net worth. Going straight towards, is that a Lincoln Sphere that he wants to make here on the Morph? I think it is, right?
Yep.
After the Falcon's Blade? Yeah, okay.
Didn't even end up finishing the full Vlad. So normally that is what used to happen. Went into the Falcon Blade instead.
Yeah.
Vlads, you go Lincolns. You're ready to fight, but it's a different kind of Morphling than the one that goes Manta style into Kanda. Definitely way more aimed towards the right clicks, which is, I think, the correct build here if you're anticipating a pipe to be coming out, which is correct.
Yeah, I suppose the Manta doesn't stop you from being disrupted. You know, it doesn't really help with if the balance strike comes as well. So... Oh, okay, Wukong's man's going to come through here. Yudomi does get himself away from this one. There's a lot of damage coming through. He has the heals, though. Morty Kiss is going to be dropped as well. Yudomi's going to live. The assassinate, not enough. And it might just cost the sniper his life. It's going to cost the sniper. It's going to cost Yor his life here as well. So Kieran, you're not going to get the best out of that. You're talking about opportunity to use that blink. There it is, Dark Mago, served up on a platter.
Beautiful, yeah. Both of the two supports holding hands there on the enemy high ground. A little awkward positioning for that fight.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, and they are both burstable here by that Tiny. He does a hell of a lot of damage. There's an AD rune in the river now as well. Darmago's going to be loving that. Okay.
Oh, yes. I mean, his only problem is that these supports are going to take a while to TP back in.
Yeah, Candle, Scatterblast comes out. The Blade Mill is worn off now as well. Sacred, does he want to try and chase? The Monkey King is about. The Cookie comes through as well. Burst Strike, it will connect. Does he want to try and force out? There's no Stampede to force out here. Yudomi, he rotates in. Was that enchant to get the slowdown? Kendall, he's going to be really down slow. The AD rune was that toss as well on to the Sniper. The Sniper, one more right click. Yudomi gets the kill. The kill wasn't quite there for the Tiny, but it's still got his teammates to be able to help him finish it off. And yeah, it will be. It looks like the Phylacteries come out once again. Stormhammer going to turn right back around to Kataro. Kataro, can he get himself away? The Warcry will be used. Parker's already got that one out. He's going to be able to back himself away.
And now the Morphling is farming with Cleave. That is very reassuring, I'm sure.
That's exactly what Infinity wanted. You know, I'm sure that's exactly what Infinity wanted. Infinity actually going to lose the Ancient stack in the triangle here as Sacred does move in with that Sandstorm going. We have to steal that one away from the side of Infinity, and net worth-wise, it is starting to look quite nice. Again, the Morph at the top. Sven's doing okay, but the Sand King is right behind him.
Yep, and that's a Sand King who opted, by the way, to build a Crimson Guard first. So, Sacred, understanding his job here, looks at, okay, what's their damage type? Mostly physical-based for this lineup. The magical damage, over time, slower. We can get our spells out before we die. But the burst is in the physical side of things here, and that is what he's going to be mitigating with the Crimson Guard. So, good itemization from him there. Let's see about the use.
Yudomi, he was the worm on the hook there. The triple avalanche comes through. Sacred going to be able to get involved. It looks like Cube's going to be getting the lowest now as well. Stampede will come through. Can he still get the kill? The right click not quite enough here from the Sniper. Now Sacred, he's going to be caught out inside that Wukong's command, but there will be the Morty Kisses raining down now as well. PP, what's he going to be able to do? There's going to be the toss out with the avalanche to get the kill onto PP. Kendall slowed down. Stampede has already been used once again, but Kataro, he's looking for that Stormhammer here onto the Tiny. He's going to have bodyguards though. Matthew, he pulls that Stormhammer aggression now away. And will the Ava toss once again. Just a toss back now. The Cookie, it connects. The Centaur, he blinks himself into that one, trying to protect his carry, but it doesn't matter. He blinks into the damage. It looks like they're going to be able to get more out of this one. Well, Kataro trying to do what he can. The Warcry going to be used once again, but the toss comes through. They get the kill onto the Sven after the Morphling goes down, and Dark Mago just using these bottle charges so effectively. They're going to be able to get absolutely everybody from this.
He got a regen rune, dude. That's not just he used his bottle charges very well. He got a regen rune and nobody managed to cancel it.
You don't cancel it anymore. It carries on going, don't it? It just,
yeah,
it just
is.
goes.
Wow, that's my oldness. Olding.
I need to double check every time because I'm like, did he get hit? Is it I need to because I don't want to be the one to open my mouth.
No, because I saw him get hit and I'm like, oh man, that's it. And then he still had it. I'm like, huh? I guess that must. While I was saying it, I was looking for a Pabis. That's how old I am. Can't teach old dogs new tricks. And these tricks renew every half year or so.
Yeah. Do you think we get a patch before TI as well? As Yor might be caught out. There isn't the cookies inside the disruptor. The cookie had already come through. Matthew, the toss in. Can he get the kill? Katara might be able to get the Stormhammer out. And Tiny might have just done Yor a little bit of a favor, though.
Yeah, that seemed convenient. Oh, but sorry, a patch before what now?
TI? I mean, TI starts up in 6 days? 7 days?
Oh, really? No, I mean,
Who would have known? Wukong's committed for the kill onto Yodomi.
I gotta say that they could have done a little bit better of a job hyping it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's just a suggestion, you know?
Radiant structures are fortified.
As the Monkey King, PP on those trees, got the Glipnir out now as well. He's going to see Parker, but everybody else is going to see the Monkey King as well. And do they have enough to... They don't have a way to eat his tree. So Monkey King will be able to get himself away. Even without the Seaman Stride, he will be out alive there. Oh, Burrow Strike. Disruption, though, was that toss. It looks like it might be yours. You're going to be left alone as that sacrificial lamb. No, Kendall rotates in. The Multi-Keys are going to rain down now as well. The Wukong command has already been used. So the chase is on. Blade Mail out as well. With the Burrow Strike, it connects onto the Sven. Kendall is going to be the next target. Where's that waveform forward? It's going to be the God Strength coming out. He's inside the Sandstorm, though. The damage is going to overlap. It is enough. And Parker gets 2. Can he make it 3? The Monkey King already on his way out.
Oh man, is Sven getting delivered that BKB halfway through the fight when he's already on half health? That sucks. That sucks, because you want to make the move as fast as possible. You made contact with the enemy real fast there as well, and you've already given the go-ahead to your team to make that move, because you will have BKB during the fight. He wasn't wrong about anything, and yet the total picture comes out less than ideal.
Yeah, and I think the Wolfen still had the Monkey King form there as well, so he was able to move around a little bit quicker, able to get himself involved in that fight, and even be able to get the setup stone with getting on top of that Sven. So it was just a really good move there, really good timing. Like I say, from Infinity, they thought they had that timing in their favor, but it was just a little bit better for the side of Waska. In fact, Waska to be able to come in now and steal away a Tormentor as well. Did you want to try and fight this one? Who's going to be able to get it? In fact, that Tormentor damage is going to go through. The Centaur will go down. Shadow Poisons, they go right back to the job. The Monkey King's going to try and snipe it, or is he? It's going to be Matthew that gets the kill and the shard here from that Tormentor.
Waska now firmly in control of this game. Morphling delivering the Manta style immediately after that one fight. It's going to cost him this, well, a lot of damage on this bottom tower, but I guess Waska themselves have other appointments with creep waves elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, Glipnir lockdown though. The Tiny's got that avalanche coming through. No BKB here for the Monkey King, so he's going to be stunned up for a little bit. Dharmago going to be able to turn it around. The toss away though. Assassinate from the sniper. Oh, disruption. It's going to stop the TP. Where are his teammates? That's going to be the cookie. Is enough to keep him alive. It might just be. As another avalanche is going to try and slow the roll. But it looks like Dharmago is going to be chased down by PP. PP though, not at that 90% health he needs for the Simian Stride, so he is going to have the cooldowns coming through on the tree dances. And the Monkey King might just try and leave here. Oh, that damage coming through from the toss onto Yor. Yor lost about half of his health, yeah, from that one toss in, thanks to the phylactery.
It is. Like, hey, you put some raindrops on that next courier, my dude.
Yeah. You remember when this Tiny, they first got the facets and the innates coming out, and Tiny was just the pick in every single game because he would blow through about 2k health with his combo? Good times.
Yeah, it was good times for all the time lovers. I mean, I think he's still not quite balanced because, well, this amount of burst damage plus the fact that you scale, like the way you burst creep waves with it, you don't have to show on the map for it anymore at all. You can just do it out of the fog. That is a problem because that's information, and Tiny at the very least used to have to give information if he wanted to one-shot a creep wave, and now he doesn't anymore. And a ganking hero that clears creep waves without information, whew.
Yeah, I think we
Normally
might
have to do either or.
Oh, there's another AD run here as well. This is going to be... Damn, dude. Damn, go. Just give it a rest. It feels like every time I look at him, he's got himself an AD rune.
Yeah,
Okay.
His runes have been real kind to him this game.
Parker to go back for the Manta style now. It's going to be straight into that Satanic. It looks like he's got the Aegis on deck, but he can swap out the wand for the Satanic when it finishes about 1200 gold away. So there are a couple of creep waves at tower here as well. He's going to be able to get, will be able to get that Satanic up fairly quickly. And you look at the net worth difference. I mean, the Sven's supposed to be one that gets the flash farm out with a 4, because he didn't even go for the Warcry. He went straight 1-point Stormhammer, 2-point Stormhammer, excuse me, and then the Great Cleave to come through, and he's still 3,000 gold behind this Morphlin. The Morphlin just wants to go straight high ground here for the side of Waska.
Radiant's courier
He is, and I wonder how much of his struggling on the net worth side of things is due to the butterfly effect of that death with the God Strength on. I would
Yeah.
not be surprised if that actually accounts for a lot here in the long run.
Oh,
Yor, he's a
the
gunner.
toss comes in. He's dead. He has to get the self-disruption, but it leaves him vulnerable to the waveform at Parker now. Killing spree will be on. He has to buy straight back, but again, the Aegis is out for the Morphin. He's going to be able to fly. No, he lost his courier, so he's not going to be able to fly in that Satanic here onto Parker. In fact, I think he just lost his courier there as well, so it's going to be a long one on cooldown. Can back himself away if he wants to, but he doesn't want to back himself away. That's not what's going to be on the track here. As PP comes in, there's going to be the Wukong's command coming through. Sacred is caught out in it. Do they have enough to get the kill? No, he's going to be able to get the blink. Oh, not the blink, excuse me. The Burrow Strike out here. Sacred, he might be the sacrificial lamb as well as the Tiny, but that's still a tier 3 tower down and at least one of the racks in the bottom lane too. Oh, and there it is. The Satanic is up now. Yudomi, is he going to the bait here for the Morphin? The buyback comes through from both of these heroes. They've got the Outpost 2 TP2 now as well. The Morphin, he's got that Satanic. He's got the Aegis. Doesn't want to pop that Satanic just yet. Chase down onto PP. PP getting himself away from this one. The Tree Dance is on cooldown now. Adaptive Strike, the Strength Adaptive Strike as well, so it's a bit of a longer one. The Stolen Stormhammer comes out, they get the kill, PP's gone. The Centaur's gone as well. I think with this Aegis still being up, Waska, they just move through, they take this bottom lane, they might even just go straight to your force.
Yeah, they could. Now that the God Strength is definitely over, there's half a minute left until he's got that back up. You're going to, at the very least, lose these other racks right now.
Yeah, and let's see what they do with this one. They take a tier 3. Do they just want to go straight melee racks? They do. There is a fortification available once again for Infinity. And Infinity, though, they are going to lose 2. They can't lose 3. There's still a tier 2 tower in the top lane near where the Sven is. Of course, that's where the tier 2 tower hangs out all the time. It doesn't like to change that one up. But yeah, this is going to be, I mean, you move yourself over. You've used 2 buybacks here for the side of Waska, but you've still got the Aegis. How far do you want to go with this?
Oof. Honestly, I'm thinking not very far. Like, you'll take an opportunity if you get it, but otherwise, 2 of the buybacks having been spent means that you're going to simply have to cool it for 7 minutes. So, otherwise known as until the next stages.
Kataro trying to get himself away. It's just, it looks like Parker putting the fear of God into him, not actually trying to take down that Sven. Yeah, just trying to let him know you are, vulnerable. I have the Aegis. What are you really going to do about it? And the Multi-Star Illusions. Oh. This might actually be a really good fight. If they can take it, like I said, 2 buybacks been
They know
used.
where he is. They need anybody else. Look at that Sand King.
Yep. Do they get the jump now as well? It looks like they might just be on full retreat on Waska. No. Okay, jump comes in. Dartmago. God Strength comes out once again, though. Dartmago. Harpoon comes back. Look at all this damage coming out onto the big tanky boy that is the Tiny here. This is going to be the dieback on the Tiny. He's gone for 80 seconds. While this is going on, both the mid lane and the bottom lane will be pushing in. Epicenter, where does he want to go with this Epicenter, though? The Shiva's Guard comes out as well. Onto the Sven. The Sven's got no protection onto this one. Kataro's going to get really down low. The Epicenter, they clean up again. He's still the Aegis. PP's going to get low. PP, does he go down? He does. No buyback on the Monkey King. Kendall's going to be the next victim. So they get the kill onto the Snapfire. They get the kill onto the Tiny, but they're going to lose so much more for this one. And in fact, the Shadow Demon not going to be able to get himself away either. The right click comes out. I think this might be Megas. I think they might just try and end the game here now as well on the side of Waska.
You can, and that opportunity that Infinity creates for themselves, they overreach themselves. The Monkey King stepping over towards the side there and chasing down a secondary kill on that Snapfire instead of sticking close to his Sven. That's costing him right now, big time.
Yeah, it's looking real rough here for the side of Infinity, and this is a do or die situation. There's no lower bracket, there is no second chances, there is no more Dota. If you do go down here, Infinity, I mean, they're going to be in a comfortable position in terms of points anyway, because they were top of the board before this event started. PB just says K coming out from Sacred there as well. Maybe a little bit of a joke between the two teams as yeah, they're looking at this one. Still no respawn on the Shadow Demon here as well. Sven doesn't want to buy back. 20 seconds on the sidelines. And that Tiny is back up now. Sacred taking a lot of damage. They are going tier 4s. Aegis will be reclaimed, but it looks like they want to try and end this one right here, right now. Shrapnel trying to do what he can. Did he want to try and carry on fighting into this one now? As Morphin here has a free slot. What's he got coming in on this courier? It's gonna be a Kanda. Not even the phylactery. Just straight up Kanda here for the Morphin. Because why not?
Yeah, but if you got it, flaunt it.
Yeah.
And he is, with this Satanic, he is basically immortal. They don't have enough disabled to keep him from hitting.
No,
It's
no,
impossible.
they are. They're smoked up. Blink Strike, Burst Strike comes in for the Blink Dagger now as well, and it's going to jump in once again. Stampede going to be used, but it looks like your Disruption going to try and keep himself alive. The Wukong Command does come through, but look at this one already. PP has lost all of his health. He goes down. Parker gets the kill on Theo Matthew. He takes down PP. Katara trying to run himself with that BKB, though. Not going to last long enough. They get the kill. Parker is cleaning up on the triple. Somebody buy back so we can get the Rampage here. He's going to be going in for the Fountain Dive here. Parker, but Kiri's playing keeper with the toss comes right back in. The Ancient will pop anyway, and it was only a triple kill, so there was no Rampage available. But that is going to be it. Infinity going down into Waska. Going to be able to move on to the grand finals.
Mm-hmm. And I think all of the things that we talked about previously to this game are still valid. I think Waska's drafts looked a little weaker than Infinity's in this series, but not that much weaker that they were going to be able to, that Infinity was going to be able to take it from them, because the quality difference is simply that big. And especially in this game here, like, I think if the Sven gets a game, you get to do some more in the mid game. But once again, I don't see them come out over the top of that Morphling in the end.
No, the Morphling just got free farm in his lane. He made a couple of stacking himself up, made a good couple of rotations. The Sven got picked off way too much. Like you say, that God Strength pick off, that was a big game changer for the side of Infinity, where he couldn't really build themselves back up into the game. And Waska going to be able to take it in too. So that is going to be it for the first series. And yeah, Waska moved through into the finals, the grand finals here, which will be happening tomorrow. But we still have one more series to come. It's going to be at Katsuki versus South Team. Kips, quickly before we jump into a break, have you got a preference here between these two? Have you got one team you're looking out to beat out the other?
I think Akatsuki is really good and got some great upcoming talent here, but I've enjoyed South Team's play style a lot. So I'm probably cheekily hoping for a South Team win here, but I'm expecting Akatsuki to take it.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go. At Katsuki did beat South Team in the groups 2-0, so South Team may be looking for a little bit of revenge here. It is going to be a little bit of a longer break, probably about half an hour, 35 minutes before we are back for that second series. So we are going to take a break, and we'll see you for that series after this.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. We're heading over to the second semi-final round here in the playoffs and looking for an opponent for our finalist, Team Waska, who managed to get a pretty quick 2-0 versus Infinity. Unfortunate for Infinity, of course, and their whole run towards the LAN event. But Waska really, not just making a name for themselves. You know what names are playing on that team, of course, if you've been watching at all. But I did take a look at the play-in stage a little bit as well, because we will be covering one of those teams that made their way here. And it is quite remarkable for South Team to 2-1 Fusion. South Team that went 5-5, and Fusion that was 9-1 from the group stage. So, Bowie, what happened yesterday? Please bring me in on that one before we start talking about this matchup.
I mean, it's unbelievable what happened. Fusion trashed South Team game 1. Like, it was not even close. They were 30k gold ahead, minute 25, and it was such a stomp. And like, South Team had all the best heroes that I was like, okay, there's just no way. Like, they got the best possible draft, they got trashed. There's no way. And then game 2 starts the same way. Fusion just playing really well, trashing all of the lanes, pushing their advantage, getting a lane of barracks, getting Roshan. And then just something clicked on the shaker of South Team. And like, fight after fight, he would get the perfect echoes, perfect fissures. And they just grinded themselves out of that game. And I think that game just broke Fusion. Like, it just completely destroyed them.
Yeah,
game
I think
3 was kind of walking the park for them.
Yeah, it does sound like it, like mentally just broken out of that, because it's like we were supposed to win this game and we didn't, and now we're tied, and the opponents are feeling super good about themselves, that they just had everything, the success go their way, and then dropping the series, Fusion out. And our matchup here is Akatsuki versus South Team. One of these two teams is going to be marching into the grand finals, and I believe it was still Akatsuki that was in the run for the LAN. If they, I think they needed to win this one straight up, so second place was not good enough. Am I correct on this one?
You mean South Team?
I think Akatsuki.
So Akatsuki has 68 points. So if they get second place, which means winning this series, they are pretty much qualified, because Infinity dropped, and so their opponents are literally going to be Waska, which have 49. So Waska needs to win first place, because Biscos has 100 and Waska has 49.9.
9. Yeah.
So there is a scenario where both Biscos and Infinity don't go through, which is the scenario where Waska gets first place and Akatsuki gets second. But there's a scenario where South Team can actually go through, which is them beating Waska. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but after yesterday's upset, I don't know.
But now that I'm looking at the points here, I do feel like if Waska wins the tournament, Akatsuki will drop because they are then 3 points short of Infinity. Plus, Infinity scored points for their placement already, right?
But are you looking at Wikipedia or our
I'm looking at our list.
Because it has that minus 25, right? And that confused me because
I think that is already deducted from what they had. Because I saw another list before that where we had like straight numbers, and I think those minus numbers were applied after. So
can production confirm? Is that minus 25 actually deducted in the points in the list that we have?
Yeah, well, we'll get an answer on that in a bit because we do have a series and a draft, of course, starting as well. So might as well just talk about our rosters quickly and then head over to the draft. South team, you already said that they didn't really have it in themselves to beat that series yesterday with the whole rocky start all the way to halfway of game 2 until things started to shape up and they clicked and they kicked Fusion out of the tournament. So Akatsuki, the winner from Group A. Not the most stellar scoreline. I think it was 7-3 instead of like the 8-2s and 9-1s and that 1-10-0 that we've also had in the group stage. I think we're in for a pretty tight one. Of course, Akatsuki's maybe coming in as a favorite between these two.
Oh, for sure. I definitely feel like they're the favorites. They've been very consistent through the tournament, which is why they have so many points.
Yeah. But I do want to throw a curveball here, and I think you were just about to talk about South Team. Them riding the high from yesterday and the momentum, do you think that levels up this playing field? Because we might say Akatsuki's the favorite, but with the current streak, I don't think they are.
Well, I definitely think it helps level the playing field. I feel like these teams are... I think Akatsuki is just more stable in terms of draft, in terms of playstyle. But as you said, South Team coming in here with this high, and they will yoink this Lina in the first phase, which is just broken. That is one of the best heroes off the patch, and they got it for free. No Omni with it, but still, very good hero.
They do bring up the Kunkka reply for this one. So Lina, who does build into a natural BKB, you'll have the X Mark, you'll have the Torrent, you'll have the boats to still apply on the Lina if they get to kite just long enough for that BKB duration to drop. So always got to keep in mind 6-second BKB, 4-second X Mark duration. That if your BKB has already worn more than 2 seconds, Kunkka can just throw his X and throw Lina wherever she's standing. So that is something that, pretty, I wouldn't say counters, but it makes Lina's game a tad bit harder because you don't really have a tool to save yourself versus Kunkka.
Yeah, looking at the heroes available here, I think Shadow Demon looks good on both sides. Good to save against that X of the Kunkka. In fact, there was an OD game just to address Kunkka in one of the series. And I think that hero is good against Kunkka, so maybe South Team considering this, moving, I think 18 pick on OD. Seems good, because the Shadow Demon will be yoinked, so no save for you.
Yeah, and a purge for the Fiery Souls. So
not purgeable.
Oh, it's not purgeable, right?
Yeah, that one doesn't. But still, just slowing her down, pretty annoying. Very fast hero.
I was wondering about the Fiery Soul that somebody mentioned. Enchantress is pretty good, but I guess even if you can't dispel the Fiery Souls, you still take away that movement speed buff the Fiery Soul applies. So
yes, that is true.
So it does feel like a dispel, even if it isn't. But Lina will still be able to right-click normally. That's something that she will still have.
She has a BKB. She can stand her ground. What do you do now here? You could Oracle. Very good against Kunkka, but just not a popular hero whatsoever. Not a good lane with the Lina as well.
I think if you want physical damage reduction, the Sven is an idea to bring in. Do you really want to pick a Sven right now? Probably not.
Yeah, it's all right. Right after the shard, you don't get your work right dispelled. It helps the Lina.
I was thinking about the Tusk there for a second. Like, if not Sven, maybe Tusk. But yeah, okay, they're just going to bring out the Tusk.
Yeah, that's your X save. It's a melee support. So that's pretty much the lane already set up. Like, mid Lina right now seems pretty bad. This year's all about farming, and I think mid is quite the active role at the moment. So I'm fine with this.
It does make things pretty interesting, right? Like you said, X save. It also allows, it's not just a save, but it allows Lina to play aggressively in a way too. Where if you do get caught by the X and the Torrent, Tusk is there, Snowball, bring him in, move Lina into the fight. You buy time to get Lina's low cooldowns back in. So with that Snowball duration, maybe you have another LSA when you come out of the Snowball. Instant surprise factor from one stun to another stun. I do like this, like the way it works versus Kunkka and SD.
Very good with tag team too, because it gives them Roche, Weaver with the minor as well. So they already have a good Roche lineup. Very quick at doing that.
What
And I go
about
for
drinking
Crystal
buddies?
Maiden.
Do you think drinking buddies would be good here? I actually feel like it could be useful with the repositioning value.
Both are good. I think I really like drinking buddies, but I have not seen a lot of Tusk picking it up, especially in South America. I think the problem of tag team is that later on it's not great because Tusk can't, like he becomes a save partner, right? So he doesn't get to benefit from tag team besides maybe Roshing. But people still go for it, so I'm not sure what that's about.
They do bring up the Weaver, pretty squishy hero, but Crystal Maiden is fantastic versus the Weaver. It's like your Frostbite is way too powerful. You can't right-click, you can't Shukuchi. Even if you get caught during Shukuchi into a Frostbite, then the Weaver is just completely vulnerable. I really like the CM pick.
Yeah, it's very good. They're gonna go for Sand King, so you have some flex there between the Conqueror and the Sun King. I want a pipe hero, probably. Just all magical damage coming from Akatsuki. So, what can build a pipe and feel good? No Primal.
For South team?
No. Yes.
Underlord is the one that comes to mind right away. But not that hero. Why
Two strength heroes, right? Two strength heroes on side of Akatsuki. And two heroes that don't have stuns, don't supports. Only disables, but no stuns. So you can just burst them down really quickly. I do like it. And I've seen a lot of Timbers building pipe recently. You just go like Kaya pipe or Blink pipe, depending on the game.
Okay.
And it will mirror, at least whoever on Akatsuki goes mid, the Sand King or the Kunkka, it will have a hard time against the Timber. So it's kind of a free lane.
Yeah, the lane does seem pretty good for the Timber. I guess there are a lot of perks in terms of timing, in terms of itemization. You still get what you need for the team, but you also have playmaking capability on this hero. Like you said, two strength heroes, a lot of damage this Timber can apply. I was maybe hoping for an Underlord, given the reason that they need to protect the Lina. But Timber protects Lina in a different way, because it forces Akatsuki to also address the Timber, not just let's run that Lina down and then we kill everybody else. Timber forces the fight to spread a bit, and you need a CM to focus on Weaver and Timber. You need SD to worry about the Lina, maybe the Timber. So they can't always be at the same place if South team gets to split the fight. So I think in that given reason, I do like the Timber.
Yep. I like it as well.
But
I'm surprised about the Centaur ban.
Yeah, I'm looking at, are
like
they banning
against...
mid? I was suspecting mid Timber here.
Yeah, it's for sure mid Timber, because you just want it to be against either Sand King or the Kunkka. One's going to be off lane, one has to be mid, right? There's no way Sand King or Kunkka is carry. So they have this free lane already for the Timber, and now you want an off laner for you.
Yeah. I like the Faces Void ban, because that is specifically targeted versus this Timber. It also hurts the Lina quite a lot, so I think that Void ban makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think you could still do Underlord, but do you... What do you start lacking then if you go for an Underlord? I feel like their creep wave clearing and their split push game is down to just, Timber playing aggressive, Weaver cutting waves. Has to be support Weaver then. Carry Weaver then? Sorry, not carry. They bring the Enchantress, so...
Weaver offlane, I think.
Weaver offlane, yeah. Yeah, core Weaver.
Huh. South America special here. You don't get to see it that much, but Blessed Kid, he played offlane NP. He definitely plays a lot of semi-carries in the offlane. Curious to see how his build's gonna look like, because I feel like they need defensive items. I don't think this Timber's gonna be building it, so it's gonna be... Unless this is mid Lina, right? Mid Lina, Weaver, carry, Timber offlane. That's the other option.
That is what you could, but yeah, I mean, Dude,
I don't like it.
Gleipnir is so good, man. It's all you need for all your stats.
Yep.
Your farm, your catch, your basically everything comes out of the Gleipnir. You can make 2 of them, 1 Lina, 1 Weaver. They could make a couple of those.
What do you pick here as Akatsuki? You can go Sniper. It's very good against the Lina, outranges her, but it's bad against the Timber and the Weaver. They have a lot of gap close. But the Sniper struggles a little.
And like you said, they lack stuns. Can you play a mid Kunkka and go Void carry here?
Void's banned.
No, not the Void. I mean the Void Spirit. That's
Yeah, I mean that was kind of like a fever dream in like 2 days of the Fisher tournament, and then I didn't see anyone else playing it, so it got me really confused. I think it was PSG and C9 that were playing it a lot, and no one else touched the hero.
Yeah.
They go Troll.
SA has picked it twice now, which is why I was thinking like, can they pull it off? We had Dodd played it in the the Lava series? Yeah, the Lava versus Fusion series in the last group stage day. They played Void carry, didn't win that game. And then we had, was it Universitario the night before, also against Fusion, and that also lost. Oh yeah, that was the one where Siren was trying to carry his entire team. That was pretty much what it was about. Yeah.
I would have liked the Void Spirit more, to be honest. I think this throw feels a bit weird here. You have Tusk save and shards and just a lot of burst damage in general.
Also,
but
oh, actually, never mind. You're right. I was thinking Arcano picked the Kunkka, so I was like, is that a mid troll? But then I was like, oh yeah, it's the Sand King.
Yeah, it's gonna be
moments of confusion there. Looking at the, I was like, where are the nicknames of these guys? Because I remember Shido and Osito as like Neko and Tailong. It's like boys have been changing their names. But yeah,
and Masha is also instead of Monty for some reason. That really confused me yesterday. I was like, who the hell is Masha? But just a different nickname.
Yeah.
I do not like the troll. I still feel like Akatsuki should be the better team, but I prefer the draft of our boys in South team.
All right. It's not even a game where Troll hits a timing and he's unstoppable, because there is the Lina, which will always be strong, except for the laning stage. But one thing I do like about the Troll is the laning stage specifically. Lina is weak, and Troll can rotate to that lane, find a kill, push down a tower if they want to, down the bottom lane. Troll is perfect for that. And they also have, the X Mark. The X Mark, which I think is going to be super valuable. And Masha is going to walk into a gank squad, pops down the ward, they place the ward, and Demon is just in range for the disruption. Literally max range as he catches Masha's Tusk. And he doesn't want to level up anything, so that is going to be a Tusk goner. First blood.
All right, Arcano getting first blood, very good. I was going to complain about his facet this game. There was not a single high-tide Kunkka that I was pleased with. I didn't see a single high-tide Kunkka win, whereas the other one, I think it really suits offlane Kunkka, right? It's just about the aura, it's just about saving and protecting people. But I mean, sure, it starts with first blood, so this is going to be great for him.
Interestingly enough, in our tournament, Kunkka with High Tide has a higher win rate.
Really? Where do you see these stats?
From Spectral. From 6 games, 66% on High Tide, so 4-2. While the Grog Blossom from 9 games, more popular, 55. But both positive. Both are positive win rates.
All right. See, I guess maybe there was more mid Kunkka in South America. Yeah, we don't know which ones are off lane, but very interesting to know. As Arjo actually getting zoned out.
Starting a 2v1, yeah, keeping the Troll at bay in the top lane, while bottom. They do send the Crystal Maiden back to the top lane. Unable to find an opening here, and now Demon throwing in the bubble, but a bit too late. Meanwhile, in mid, Sand King almost dead to the Timber Saw. Tailong, this is not going to be a fun lane to play.
That's a rough one. Just want to be hitting the creeps, but once you got a couple levels, you know, it's just gonna be about shoving away, farming jungle camp, so you can avoid the Timber.
Yeah, I remember when you said like Timber into 2 strength heroes. I guess, you know, Sand King is universal, but I think I'd still treat him as a strength hero to some extent because of his high HP gain.
Yeah, I guess it's also about like he right clicks to get CS in the mid lane, right? And as universal, he actually struggles more than strength in that regard. Like he's gonna struggle to get CS despite his stinger.
Yeah, and also, meanwhile, we were talking about that top lane. The Weaver did go down, so Bastion, as soon as he goes back into the lane, instantly credits a kill on the Weaver. Level 1 Shukuchi, if you're under a sentry, that is just a dead Weaver right away. 600 HP, 15-second cooldown. Cannot afford to play aggressively with Shukuchi. Or even use it at all in the first place. Like level 1 Weaver is just... You can fight if you have one target. So usually that's outside of the lane, and that's when you have a support Weaver. Because this is a core Weaver, more likely there's going to be another hero backing up.
Very curious to see what Blestkid's gonna build this game, because they are very squishy besides this Timbersaw. So when you're playing to Kunkka and Sand King, there's just some fear involved in the fights. And they're already a little bit behind, so if you also behind in Network, you're gonna need defensive items.
What they can do here. Neko is also lined up the Gleipnir. I think Weaver's going to line up a Gleipnir too. Lina, if this laning stage goes well for Akatsuki, I think it has to be Maelstrom into BKB and forget about the Gleipnir for now. I think you do need to build that defensive item after you finish Maelstrom. But if there's a chance this Lina and South team pulls ahead, then you maybe can ignore that BKB timing and focus on the catch instead.
Yeah, they have a lot of greedy heroes here. I am a bit scared because of that. Just it's mostly going to be the Timber that will feel safe going for the early plays. But know, maybe Blestkid, like the Weaver can get rotations going, but it's mostly about showing up when things are already going your way rather than creating them by yourself. Right? You don't really have any stuns, don't really have that much burst damage early on. It's kind of a weird hero. A very opportunistic hero. You need to rely on your team doing stuff. Oh, some damage on Demon here.
Yeah, maybe even... Well, not fully enough for a kill. The Siege shot, nice burst there with the enchant slow. It did actually get that early point in LSA. I've seen some of these Linas just skip the Light Strike array. Max out Fire Soul, maybe have
Masha?
Stats and Dragon Slave. So yeah, Masha at the top lane has to turn around for Bastion, but doesn't feel too good doing that. As he goes down, Blestkid able to snipe Neko's Courier. Not really a relief. And Weaver's going for Vessel, so that will allow them to play early and get this Weaver active. While at the bottom lane, Demon, oh, he's a one hit away from dying. Arcano bringing him in with the X-Mark, and Demon and his illusions help him for the kill. And here comes Masha. He's respawned, teleports straight to the Kunkka. The Admiral's Rum is ticking on him, but it's not enough to keep him alive with the shard block. And so Arcano will go down, but he will take the Lina with him.
Yeah, lots of kills for Katsuki. I mean, good rotation from Jimikov, but it's still... They are struggling in every lane, but this Timbersaw mid, so Shoal, a lot of weight on his shoulders here. He's actually pretty low against Tylon.
Yeah, Tylon does get to use that Stinger pretty freely, and keeping that Timbersaw pressured. Never know when he's going to drop that Burrow Strike, and if he does have creeps around. This is where the Sand King thrives. When creeps are low, that Caustic Finale. That really hurts a hero like Timbersaw.
He's being zoned out of experience range here. This is pretty bad, but he will...
The top lane, there's a big fight as well. Enchantress goes down, Snowball into Bastion with the bug on him, and with the tack team and the minus armor. Bastion will drop. Neko, Demon trying to chase Masha. 3 points of poison, 4 stacks of poison. Weaver trying to catch the Shadow Demon, keep Demon away. And with Masha sidestepping out of the pit, Neko's got no idea where he went. Those are some ankles broken right there. Masha with the basketball moves.
Oh, Show in the mid lane, trying to pressure Tai Lung, forces a TP. Run's gonna be top.
Yeah, and Weaver's
So
not
Tai
done
Lung will be
hunting the
a
SD. He's still trying to stick around. Demon spent all of his mana trying to keep that Weaver connected and prevent Blessed Kid from going for the dive.
Ooh.
Now the snowball
There you
into
go.
the tower. Does he have the damage with attack team? One more hit, and he's got it. Can he get out alive? Shadow Poison is on him, and another tower hit. Yeah, looks like he's gonna live.
What a Chad. That's everything mid lane. That's a dead
That's a lot
Timber,
of
Tai
fighting.
Lung.
That's a lot of fighting. And now with Blessed Kid into the mid lane, Tai Lung does take down Shale, but does he live? One more right click, and it connects.
Try
Twice.
to dodge the projectile there.
Yeah, very, very
Get it
close
right.
attempt, but that is so hard to disjoint because the projectile speed on the bugs are so slow that it you kind of actually do end up getting hit by it first. But no, the bug is still on him too.
Yeah, the only way to reliable dodge it is if you're facing the bug,
Yeah,
but then
exactly.
you're not running away
No.
and you probably get hit again.
Yeah, doesn't really save you from trouble. First 7 minutes of play done, we have had a real big activation of team fighting and a lot of individual plays here and there. We had a
Bolt
triple
bottom.
core lead as well, a moment there for Katsuki, and it might just continue with Arcano and Bastion taking down Arceus. And South team are they're in a bit of peril here. You know, Timber might have looked like he had a great start to the lane. Senking has more farm, has more net worth, and you have the Kunkka beating the Lina. And Troll, with all the backup that he's getting, the Weaver, he's keeping up, but this Troll's going to have a great laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, the Weaver is trying to alleviate the pressure because right now it feels like the
Yeah.
Timber can't.
And now you
And-
gotta look at bottom because Arceus just TP'd in. Troll walking to not actually the portal. There's an ops ward there showing Neko's position too, so he's just gonna stack the easy camp. I was thinking he could portal move to the bot lane as Lina just TP'd in and kill Arceus right away. That'll be his third death and his TP on cooldown.
Yeah, that's the stuff. There will be a TP on the Timber in 7 seconds.
Neko's
so
coming
he
through.
is-
He's coming through the portal. They're gonna bring the numbers. Everyone is here. It's a 5v2.
Arceus, good position so far. Doesn't get
spotted.
scouted.
Laguna
Laguna
is
Blade on
there.
Arcano.
But the Admiral's Rum is on him. Shield will chase down Arcano. They got Tai Lung on top of Arceus. Oh, the epicenter didn't go through. You heard the sound go through and all, but it didn't pop. Now Neko has his ult, but he doesn't get the chance to use it. And a South team, they are turning this one around perfectly. Akatsuki, they brought the numbers.
Shell.
Tai Lung will take down Shell, and Blessed Kid will follow through. Now Bastion, the support Crystal Maiden, takes down Masha. And Blessed Kid, neither one wants to go inside that AoE. Gets the Frostbite onto the Weaver. Urn is ticking, and CM doesn't get the backup from Demon. Arcano's trying to help him, but Weaver's not going in for the kill, which Arcano thought he would do with the Torrent placed right next to his teammate. So it's a 4-for-3 trade in the end, favoring South team.
Yeah, this is pretty good. Sure, the Lina dies again, but that's kind of like killing a Sven in a way, right? This here can always recover just from so fast.
Yeah.
You activate Shoal, he got a lot of kills. This Weaver is actually super farmed, and at
He
the
is
end
now,
of the
yeah.
day, it feels like Blessed Kid is going to be the hero creating space. He already has a vessel, so he's primed up to be a nuisance for Akatsuki.
Definitely is. Even if you lose the Lina there, you killed every core from Akatsuki, making that totally worth it for South team. With that, the Maelstrom is now lined up for the Weaver. Gonna start to look towards the Gleipnir. And as you talked about that pipe, which could have been decent for South team, I do feel like Timbersaw just needs his own tankiness, so I do like this Eternal Shroud above the pipe. Now, they also get the Tusk ulti onto Tai Lung. Masha is right there. Shale coming through, but doesn't get the
Shard
Chakrams
of the
to
Mind.
connect. Bastion will zone him out.
Okay, Lung already has a Blink Dagger. Gets a region for himself. Has been doing a really good job of controlling the runes. And Jimikov gets chased, but they just won the tower. So Akatsuki is going to remain bottom.
Arcano, Blade Mail listed up here for the Kunkka. Hits 5k net worth, and Enchantress.
Jimikov.
No untouchable.
There's that
Arcano
lead.
will ignore him for now. Goes for the quick high tide. The Tidebringer. He's surrounded by enemies and tries to TP out, but that's not going to work out, Arcano. South team love
They defend
bringing in
tower.
the reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, these dives, they take a little... The damage on Akatsuki, if you don't have Epi, it's kind of slow, right? It kind of goes over time. You build up the Shadow Demon. So it buys time for South Team to respond, especially when the Enchantress is the one that gets engaged. Very tanky hero. Actually, same level as Argus right now.
Also, we did see a solo kill from the Crystal Maiden as well versus the Tusk in the mid lane. Masha really having a rocky start to this game with the Tusk. With all this fighting that's been going on, you love the tempo as a Tusk or a tiny support or any hero that is looking for a Blink Dagger early on. But with the amount of deaths that Masha hasn't really been pushing that Blink to a great timer. He has 1,000 golds towards it, which sounds like it's good, but you want to start looking at that Blink at 13, 14 minutes, and he's probably not going to get it. It's going to take a bit
On the
longer.
other hand, though, this Enchantress is having such a good game that she's already on her way to a pipe. Has drums, and pipe is going to be her second item. So Jimmy Koff is the one that benefited, right? This Lina dies so much that he actually got a lot of CS in your lane.
Somebody, takes their place. Pipe on your support, very good to have if you can finish it on time. While Masha, well, dead once again. Killed by Tai Lung this time. Masha really having a rocky start. Now 5 deaths already, TPing back into the to the mid lane. Preemptive. Jimmy Koff is around. Tai Lung and Bastion. They move through the river, so they know they're going to the triangle. Which also means Weaver should also be careful here.
Maybe looking for stacks or something. No, just normal camps.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Last kid should be okay.
Meanwhile, Bastion in the river, getting blown up by Masha and Shale. Actually popped her ulti too, so Freezing Field is on cooldown for 100 seconds.
No more.
Sand King with that shield rune, able to blink through a vessel charge of the Weaver. And Shale, he's got a couple trees around him. That Whirling Death level 4. Tons of damage.
Alright, so they group as 4 here. This could be a tower for South Team. They're going to equalize. This game actually way more even than I anticipated.
Yeah, these last few minutes have really brought South Team back in.
Look at Alina, second in net worth. So finally, benefiting from all of the farm. Gets a Maelstrom and has the Gleipnir queued up.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And Tuska's now getting closer to that Blink. It feels so weird. Brown boots, Blink, with 5 deaths, 14 minutes in.
Yeah,
but once he gets it, it doesn't matter anymore.
Exactly. Like the saving against X is so important that you don't care about anything else. You just want to rush the Blink.
This could
give
be
the lane to him.
Yeah, I mean,
show.
This could be a game where Tusk dies 15 times, but they win.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like one of those matches. 4 heroes down in mid, and also Arcano nearby. Goes for the bounty rune, pushes the bottom. They spot the Weaver putting down potentially deep wards. But as they see his inventory, probably somebody clicked and sees, well, Weaver doesn't have a ward on him, so no need for some deep warding action. But they have taken control of his top half. Next to the tier 2 tower, one of my favorite ward spots right here. I'm not sure if you can get the camera out there, but next to the Dire tier 2 tower, there we go. A little circle there. There's one hell of a good ward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pretty good spot. Will be probably ignored. So nicely done there by South Team, as Argus has a Gleipnir. So
and Bastion.
He's online, finds Bastion.
Good quick reaction there. Frostbite TP out, not going to stick around. That does mean they have room to make a play down in mid and maybe pressure the mid tower, because CM went all the way back to base.
Not a lot of mana on Blast Kid, but they do have the numbers here. This should be their tower.
It's a 4v2. They're bringing in the Kunkka. Crystal Maiden still walking towards the lane. 400 HP on the tower. Tai Lung will initiate. Go straight for the Enchantress, but Tai Lung getting blown up on the spot. The boat only connects on the Enchantress. Timbersaw bullying in the back line, and now has the Illusion Rune. Gets rid of that Frostbite right away, but the CM ulti Bastion! Beautiful placement. Great damage coming through. The Frostbite catches the Lina. Only stuns the Kunkka. And as that being said, the snowball is there. Arceus does finish off Bastion. Neko with the slow. 3 seconds for another SA, but they get the X mark out, and that is the end of Arceus. Blessed Kid, though, can he retaliate with a kill on Neko? He's got stick charges, but with the Vessel on him, it doesn't even heal him. Snowball onto Arcano, and he has that bug on him. Blessed Kid right-clicking for millions of right-click damage there to take down the Kunkka, finish off the team wipe, 3 for 5 trade. And man, they are really enjoying these fights. South team, it looked great with the Bastion turn on the CM ulti, but in the end, it's just the Weaver bugs on everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Masha saving the Lina and forcing Tro to walk through their side of the map to South team side. It just baited so many heroes. Both the Kunkka and the Tro eventually dying there because Weaver loves long fights, right? You get the bugs, you get the vessel, and eventually just wears everyone down.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. Masha already looking much better with this Tusk, and they're going to roche out of this.
Hell yeah. South team
Are we
really...
gonna get South team in the finals?
I mean,
what's going on?
They are really vibing from that yesterday's series victory. Surely this has got to be a continuation of that. Well, let's not jump the gun yet, Bowie, but definitely this is a spark of positivity coming out because, you know, it is the group winner versus a team that came through the play-ins. They already beat an almost impossible opponent yesterday. I wouldn't say impossible because they made it possible, but definitely close to a very difficult challenge. Really spicing things up here.
Jimmy Koff already pretty close to that pipe, so those team fights are going to be even harder. They just destroyed the Sand King that fight, and he's going Shiva, so not very tanky. Jimmy Koff could be dead.
Yeah, he's found the opponents.
Oh, should he?
And it's funny, Enchant doesn't even have Untouchable yet.
You're right. What the hell?
And it's taking this long.
Okay.
All right.
Finally, they got it.
Tidebringer is a good thing though because you don't have to hit the hero to do damage. But
Very
as it
true.
took a while, they were attempting to catch the Sand King off guard, but they do have wards already placed down. The Dire will remain in control of that top area. But yeah, the Weaver Gleipnir's getting closer. We have the pipe, as you mentioned, just the Ring of Tarask short for the Enchantress, and with the Gleipnir ready on the Lina, the BKB is now in the works. And actually, Tusk is opting for a Yules.
Yeah, it's another save, right? You can save yourself from the X, and then potentially get a Wind Waker later on to have that second save on your allies.
Maybe Wind Waker Rush?
Maybe. I am not opposed to it. I guess you are against Shadow Demon though, so Demonic Purge is annoying. Maybe you just go use Scepter into Axe, because I feel like there's a lot of value on Axe as well against Troll, just kicking him out of the fight.
Yeah, I do think, like, even if they do have the Demonic Purge, that's what the Lina BKB is for, and then you have the Wind Waker to use for later.
True. True.
Can't, I mean, SD would need an Axe, and he has a different plan. Demon. He's got a Blink, Glimmer, Force Staff, the more traditional route. Kunkka, not quite finished with the Axe, but very close to having that. CM Guardian Greaves. I do like we're seeing all these supports building the big items here. Masha is on the chase already. Alone for the quick stun. Shale, nice big burst there. Tusk goes down. Also got the Blessed Kid Weaver at the backline. Demon does go down. He did not get his ulti off. Tai Long going straight for the Weaver. Weaver, will you go down? The time lapse goes off, but no. No savior for him. Lina was not in this fight, and Edge didn't get there in time either. So it's a bit of a costly loss there for South team.
Yeah, they expected us to be able to save himself and buy time, but I'm not sure if Akatsuki knew or not, but R just had his TP on cooldown. Even after the fight was over, it was still 5 seconds. So if they knew, this is a great fight for them to take, despite not having a lot of vision on Radiant's big jungle. Now it's a tier 2.
Yeah, and they just finished 2 items from that fight. Axe is on the Kunkka now. Blink is on the SD.
Huge wins. So the the SK has a Shivas, so that's going to be some damage that I think they're lacking.
And that amplifies the Crystal Maiden nicely. And the Kunkka maybe even too, because I cannot even see it on my screen, but I'm gonna look from the Dota client side because I cannot actually see this damage source of Ghost Ship anymore because of the wall of text. It is magical, so that also gets amplified by Shivas.
Yeah, any spell damage gets amplified now, so even like Bristleback skews and everything gets amplified. It's huge. She was so broken when it was an offlane item, right? When everyone was rushing Veil. But even these days, it's still really good. Just way more expensive with the recipe. So, I mean, you still have Aegis on South Team, so I would love to see them doing something here. At least get a tier 1,
ready.
ideally. Steal the Tormentor. We'll see if they can do that.
No, they can't do it anymore. They just finished it. So Demon has picked up the shard, but they can or could have gotten the Wisdom rune. That is also now taken by Bastion. So the maximum you're getting is a T1 and a tier 2.
Yeah, I can maybe force more. You do have a BKB on Argus. We'll see.
Smoke to
How,
triangle.
okay. There we go.
Radiant are
No
scanned.
Vision. There's a scan.
Dire's bottom tower
You know.
Catches somebody, and Neko's in the front. Enchantress quickly catching him there. Neko does get the BKB charge off, and Lina might just have to do the same thing as well, but does want to live off of that Aegis. 10 seconds remaining. Neko wants to burst through with that ulti pop, so they will take down the first life. Arcano is going to be right on top of Argius. Argius does want to go for the chase, but they don't know which target to focus on. Sanking is the one that they want, but they're going under the tier 2 tower for it. While in the outpost, Neko and Arcano fighting versus Argius. They managed to kite the full 9-second duration. Kunkka sending in the fleet. That will zone out the Lina. That will zone out the Weaver. They're not able to do that. Masha and Bastion coming back from the tier 2 tower. Arceus is down though. Neko and Arcano. No time lapse remaining. Arcano is the last one standing here. And here comes CM to help him out. Snowball coming through. And straight to the Kunkka. Throw them into the air. And now finish off Tusk. But this blessed Kid Weaver has to be isolated for a while because he hits hard with that amplified damage. He could kill both of them here. He's trying to take down Bastion, but the Frostbite's too strong.
Okay, a little bit too greedy there. They have the Shadow Demon Shard, so those heals gonna keep Bastion alive. It looked terrible for Akatsuki because Tro uses BKB and OT to kill a Lina that has Aegis. So just looking at that, I expected South Team to absolutely destroy that fight. But they really, South Team just dove and let the Lina alone against 2 heroes.
Yeah.
So they didn't have Lina's damage to kill anyone on Akatsuki, and the Lina couldn't really deal with the other 2. I think if they just kept their formation, you could have killed both Kunkka and Tro and win that fight.
Yeah, where's the general when you need one?
Yeah. Exactly, it's on the enemy side. It's the Admiral Kunkka from Arcano.
Definitely the one. Yeah, I was looking at, like, the fight was spreading. You got 3 guys diving a tier 2 tower, and your Lina's Aegis just popped, and it's like, wait, guys? We had a saying in Finland, in the Finnish army, why we were able to, you know, hold back the Soviets so well in the Second World War, because we say, you never leave a friend behind. So you never leave a man behind, basically, what was a saying. So even in the worst dire situations, you go to pick them up and you carry them through the battlefield back home. So yeah, you don't ditch your Lina like that.
Yeah, Masha probably needs to hear that because he bought that Blink Dagger to save people, and I saw him very close to a tier 3 tower during that fight. It was playing. He even planted that ward in between tier 2 and tier 3 in the mid lane. So definitely had a lot of fun. I mean, not terrible, right? This is a 2k goal lead. It just feels like maybe South Team could have capitalized more on the Aegis.
Yeah, game is a bit back and forth with all these small mistakes, small calls that go wrong and go right from time to time. It's like it is... I think it's pretty hard for both teams as well to anticipate what is happening because there's a situation that arises that are like, oh, we're given an opportunity to do this. Sure, we'll take advantage of it, but then you also have to adapt to it properly. And you make a mistake, then... you either address it early enough, or you go through with the call, and even a worse situation can actually turn really good. Jimmy Koff and Demon having a bit of a scuffle. Neko is coming in as well. Does have the pipe. And Neko, just one route. Just one route. Alright, Demon's got the bubble.
A lot of time being wasted here. And Masha is going for that eggs we talked about, so already has gold for one of the components if he wants to buy it. Blast Kid's gonna finish a BKB, so he is very farmed.
Out of curiosity, let's talk about Enchantress's Nature's Attendant, and most importantly, the Overprotective Wisps. Since Ench dies, the buff still stays. Do the Wisps stay on her corpse, meaning that if somebody goes on top of Ench's body, they get healed? Does it
Yeah,
work
it's
that way?
like Lishtrax.
So it's a lingering heal.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually
But
quite
he
interesting.
lasts. How much he lasts for?
4 seconds.
Does it keep healing forever? Okay, no. Yeah, okay. That would be real.
One wisp
It was just
appears
there.
for 4 seconds to heal her, and a maximum of 4 wisps can exist at the same time. It's just the initial buff, the initial heal, that is 13 seconds for 16. But the facet creates a wisp at a maximum of 4-second duration. So if you have 4 wisps healing for 16 per second, that means 64 heal for 4 seconds. If Ench were to die, like, getting those 250 damage takes, like, almost instantly in segments. So that's a pretty high HPS for somebody standing on Ench's body.
Roche spawning in 5 seconds. Looks like South Team is aware. Akatsuki doesn't Roche that fast, even though everyone's there. So I think South Team will be able to posture for this.
Demon has seen Roche spawn.
Good Dire scan.
And they do move out. Yeah, they're looking to face off against South Team, but where do they go? They're in the open on the side now. Demon, quick glimmer. Did they see the cast though? Demon blinks in. Beautiful catch. Tylon gets the 2-man stun. Arceus and Shale down to half. Jimikov coming in with the pipe, but it's not enough. And this is just brilliance. This is just brilliance. Your support with a blink going in first with the glimmer. And then perfectly followed up by Tylon. There is no chance South Team can make anything good come out of this one. Arcano might just get the the 4th kill for them if they could just spot Masha, but the rest of them, they walk into the pit. Roche is theirs. Oh, the Tidebringer catches him as well from the hard camp, or the easy camp. That was a good catch.
Yeah, very good. That's for Roche. I think the biggest problem there is that the formation of South Team again was weird. Tusk was completely away from the Lina, and she just gets 100-0, barely got to pop the KB, and was already too low. I want to see Masha focusing a bit more on protecting the Lina. Like, that's all of your DPS. Or most of it, at least.
Yeah, big portion of it.
I guess the thing is, both the Timber and the Weaver are mobile enough so that they can get out of the troll, whereas the Lina isn't, right? So she definitely relies on DX, on the Snowball more than everyone else.
I would maybe like to see something like a boost of bearing on this Enchantress. Upgrade those drums, but then again, at the same time, it's like somebody building Greaves, hopefully, because I think all these small little bits here, there's a lot of physical damage. It would give you the armor and would also give you that extra heal, because we did see how deadly that combo is when they get all those spells off, especially when Timber and Lina, 2 priority targets, are standing next to each other. Is how quickly they will drop. They don't get any backup. So if Jimikov was nearby for the attendance, maybe that could help a bit, but he was only able to apply the pipe buff. That 400 damage, that breaks pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely not enough, as Katsuki grouping up here for this take. They have the axe, and that's the thing. When you have Kunkka, it's so easy to refresh yourself before going high ground. You're always topped up. You've got to make a move here, South Team.
Neko on the siege. South Team trying to keep that bottom lane pushed in, but they might just have to come back. They'll finish off the tier 2 tower. Arceus still sticking around. He does have a TP available. Tusk has got his on 5-second cooldown, so he can't get back even if the Lina does. And only now does the Tusk get to channel that teleport. The melee Rax is almost down. Stun misses on Neko, but they caught the Weaver in the back line, and Blessed Kid will have to pop his BKB. Shale, he's trying to go for the straight-up teleport back home. X-Mark was still on cooldown for a bit, and Arcana wasn't able to catch him there.
Okay, they kill the banner. They protect the barracks for now. Not too bad.
So the Aegis on the troll. Heavy burst coming in. Tidal Wave bringing in Jimikov, Frostbitten, Shale. Quick burst, high and low. Misses the stun. Arceus was able to dodge it, and now Sanking's in peril. He doesn't have a second life. He just wanted to stun Arceus, but the Force Staff was planned at the same time as he Pro-Striked. And now they're outside of their base. They're on the hunt. Neko wants to take the front line, has his ulti ready. Arcano hoping to catch somebody, but nobody around. Bastion has to fight Shale. The bubble comes out. They target the CM. The gem is down on the ground. Shale in the middle as Neko goes to focus with his ulti. Pops the Enchantress, takes him down. Shale might be dropping as well. Sand King bought back for this fight with the epicenter, and he knows how crucial this fight is, as now they also force Timber's buyback, but the fight's already over as he presses that buyback. Tai Long misses the stun on the Timber. Shale is able to get out.
So Blast is cutting the wave top. There is a tier 2 mid, so you cannot get the mid tower. This is not awful for South team. You're gonna lose one lane of barracks, but that's probably all you lose.
Yeah, and they address it as well. They need to really rapidly push this one down, and they might just lose the troll for it. Yes, they do. But they might just lose heroes for it as well. The creep wave slowly coming back in. Tai Long will take down Shale. 100 seconds without your Timber. The lane falls. The gem drops down on the ground. So even if the troll dies, the damage is done.
Yeah, diebacks on South team. Bleskid is scaling, but that's the problem. Like, the fact that South team couldn't really get that Aegis is very scary. When Troll gets to hold the Aegis and you have the Skunk and you have the protection of Sand King, it's very hard to defend against Akatsuki. South team's high ground is pretty mediocre. It's only this Lina that's really scary. And Argius, he has some farm, right? But a Lina in a good game would be like 7,000 more farm than he is. He struggled a lot this game.
He certainly has, and maybe now the South team magic is starting to wear off. At least here in this game 1.
Maybe it's just starting. Maybe they just needed to have their backs against the wall, Panda.
Maybe.
Oh, they're going for a Tormentor play here, so
they are going to get info about that spells. As soon as that Tormentor pops, now they know. They instantly turn to the right. Setting up a trap, but Akatsuki not willing to go into the triangle for this. Somebody has to defend the mid wave, though. Tusk is here, but nobody else is.
Yeah, I think right now your job is to get farm. Like, Masha needs to finish his eggs. It's very close. If you can get these eggs for the next fight, for the next Roche fight, it could really change. Because this Tusk, it feels like he wants to be playing aggressive, but he can't, right? Because with his current skill set, his only easy goal is to save someone that gets engaged by the Kanka. Once you get the eggs, it actually gives you that aggression he's craving for.
Any big items coming up that might change it for South team? You think about Tusk Axe maybe? Is that is a potential game changer, because Tai Long hasn't been like 100% on point with the burrow strikes. It may be a bit of misfortune for him too.
That's the biggest one. I think Daedalus on Argus is important too. Getting some crit so that the BKB means more. Show's going for Shiva, so I don't think it really changes that much. And this is going to be a Tormentor. Who doesn't have a charge? Oh, Jimmykoff's fine.
Still missing 3. Lina, Timber, Weaver. With Inch picking up the second shard for the team. I'm so dumb. I should have talked about like why is Tusk building Yules. It's because of the troll ult.
Yeah, that as well. That's pretty good.
I feel pretty silly here. I should have been talking about that. Like, it's a why am I surprised he's building a Yule's second island? There's a bloody troll in the game. If there was an Ursa or troll, I'd think about the same thing. They catch a hero in the lane. It's Jimmykoff. Ench does have pipe, pops it for herself. Sproink to dodge the first boat. The second one connects. Arcano stuck in a root. And look at Tai Long thinking about the epicenter, but he has limited information on their positions right now. He sees a lot of heroes, but they're moving back and forth.
Yeah, this is really tough. There's 2 dire wards. It's very hard for South team to fight into this. They will chill. But eggs on the Tusk. He has gold still. Didn't buy it. But with Roche spawning in 50, I think you buy it, man. So important.
See what they can the catch here. Argus gets stunned up the snowball into the BKB from Tai Lung. Does get caught with the Laguna, but also the troll gets thrown into the air for some time, but he also gets to pop his BKB. Ults right away, and Argus is going to get torn to shreds. It's also going to be the Enchantress being chased in down in the lane. Neko with all that extra attack speed given by his ult. Will be easy to break down an Enchantress in half, and also Blessed Kid will time-lapse. He wants this Sand King kill. If something, he wants that one. He'll get it, but he will also die for it. So 4 for 2.
Terrible fight. I don't think South Team really is thinking about how they want to take this fight. Like, they're losing every single fight the same way. The Lina just gets away from everyone else, and that's because they're not fighting with everyone around the Lina. Like, they just dive because there's so much mobility on the Timber and the Weaver and even the Tusk to some degree, and every time Arjus just gets picked off. Like, I don't even think it's his fault. Like, they decided to chase, and chasing is not the way South Team wants to take this fight. You want to be ahead and you want to have the Lina in front. Now, good kick.
Get done with that one. Neko does drop low, but he's got his ulti ready. Tusk is already in the air with the Yules. Shale is not taking any damage, so Neko looks like he's done for. They're not saving. They're not interested in saving the troll. It's a pretty important
up, by the way, with a troll dead for 90. This could be South Team's Aegis.
All right, Argus, get those fiery souls up. If only there was a target to hit. Like, Weaver, leave me this lane. Blessed Kid, don't kill these creeps, please.
Nope. All right, there we go.
There we go. Get those stacks up. Run, 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 Lina.
Just Laguna Blade that creep, Lina. Just get those supercharged stacks.
Hell yeah, that's the way to do it.
Alright, so... Oh man, do you buy back the troll? It's a hard decision. I think you don't. So this game could potentially... 180 back to South Team.
Talking about Laguna Blade, I do want to take a touch from the past for a moment here. How bad was the shard on Lina when you could cast Laguna Blade onto the ground?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever see it being used well?
Lina was not even played, right? It was so bad you wouldn't even consider the hero. I barely got to see the shard being used.
I thought as much. Yeah, she's a whole different machine right now.
Yeah. This shard, I mean, I even actually like this shard more on the magical Lina, but right now it's all about the right click. Still good though. It's a decent one.
All right, Arcano, X-Mark in, does get silenced up, so he won't be able to bring himself in. Masha, however, right on top of him, kicks him in. Arcano down. The South Team fighting spirit is back, baby. Kunkka, Shadow Demon gone. They both don't have buyback.
Oh,
they can't afford those buybacks, so they're gone for a very long time. That's at least a tier 2, maybe even a tier 3, with the creep wave closing in. And the Aegis in the arms of the Lina.
This is 2 lanes of barracks, bro, I think. Unless they take the most absolute beautiful fight. I don't know how... If you try to fight this, you might as well lose the game.
And Timber has the axe buff. So he's got that reactive armor shield, that barrier. He can soak up a lot from this troll. I don't think Neko even deals damage to Shale anymore.
There's an amplified damage on the Sand King, but even then I don't think it's enough.
Gatsuki scored a lane of Rax quite some time ago.
Oh, 10 epicenter pulls his talent on Tai Lung. He just learned it, has this amplified. Do you even attempt something? It should be a lot of damage.
He can't see an opening. He can't see a way in.
Yeah, it's too hard. Only R just showing. Second glyph still available, so South Team, be careful here. Yeah, there you go.
Argy's back.
You equalize.
You get sizable amount of damage onto the tier 3, and they get to retreat safely, get the waves out back in control, especially this top lane. So all in all, South Team Magic. Well, you were right. You're absolutely right, Bowie. It's still there.
Oh yeah, it's the C9 Magic. The weaker you seem to be, the stronger you're gonna be in the next fight. And yeah, they did deliver. Maybe, I mean, it was the Tusk Hags, right? At the end of the day, they kicked the Troll in the tier 4s. And not only they didn't get barracks, but he died with no buy. So South Team just got Roche, and out of that, they got this barracks.
Now they get to smoke up down mid. Top's pushed in. Mid is passively pushing in. Someone's going to have to address that lane soon. They've got the ward inside their base. They will see if Akatsuki is grouping up for defense. Tylung shown now under the ward. Bastion, Neko. They see everyone. Masha.
Everyone.
Masha. One good kickback. You can catch Bastion.
Eyes on Demon.
Oh, he got the Linkets. He had a Linkets. He didn't get to click his inventory. You see that he has a Linkets there, so that kick gets completely cancelled. Tai Lung loading up the epicenter, sees this opportunity, has arisen, and goes straight in. Arceus, Aegis gone right away. Shale spreading. Blessed Kid on the other side. Masha coming with the Vibe of the Tusk as well. The ball's going to be flying in. They're going to be connecting onto the Lina. Another boat coming in as well with the BKB on Lina, but it's not going to be enough. Neko has overwhelming right-click damage, and Arceus will go down. Shale gets frostbitten, does get the chain off, but at the same time, Enchantress is getting controlled, and Timber being left alone. Akatsuki get the clean up, but South team positives, they do have buybacks here. Timber, Lina, even if the Enchantress dies, she also has a buyback. Which she will.
That Lincoln's on the CM has been there for a while, so that's definitely on Masha, right? He has 2,000 gold in the CM. That's on him. I guess maybe he tried to use Scepter first, but didn't click right. They all have buyback, so you still gotta be careful here, Akatsuki.
There's always the risk when you're on top of your target that you want to kill, that you accidentally Yules yourself when you blink in. If your cursor's not in the right spot. Can happen. I've seen it happen. It's very unfortunate.
I think what happened is you only proc the Lincolns once the snowball actually clipped the target, right? And maybe you can kick through the snowball, and maybe that's what happened. He kicked before the snowball procced.
Yeah. Because the punch went through, but the kick didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
So he just didn't get the pop off. That means South team will lose Elena Rex, but they're not out of this yet.
Last hit, pushing on the top side.
Shard block doesn't connect onto Neko. Last Kid is TPing back in now. He saw him teleport. They know they're mounting for a defense here. South team, deep wards, but they're killed by the creeps. The freezing aura is slowing down the progress, though. Neko, Lincoln's popped with the Gleipnir. Weaver's on the side. Blessed Kid looking for an angle in. He has a chance to Gleipnir the whole team if he just wants to. He's all the way in the back. He's right behind. The pincer move is complete. What do they do with it? Shale jumping in with the Shivas. Just get down deep of a fly, but they're stuck right next to each other. Arceus does get the BKB off, but Tusk trying to save him. Dies to the boats. Arceus inside the tree line. Arceus will go down. Has to buy back for this one. They need to hold. And Akatsuki, they want to get out. They also want to kill, but they need to start thinking about a retreat.
Oh,
but
no,
Lina, no, they're not retreating. To hell with that. Lina LSA dodged by Neko. Neko ults up. Jimmy Koff targeted. Arceus is left all by himself, but Shale, Blessed Kid, coming in from the back. Tai Lung. The quick Yules into the air, but no save for the Sand King. They've lost all of their heroes. So the buybacks, they come in clutch. And it's just Arceus who buys back in anyway. So reality is they killed 2 heroes and lost everyone.
That was such a close fight because Jimmy Koff was so cold with his Force Staff. He had it for so long, and I'm like, Arceus is gonna die back. He instantly TPs in on top of the troll, and he starts dying, but really clutch Force Staff from Jimmy Koff, buys time for Arceus Force Staff to show up, and then they kite everyone, and it's time to force the buybacks here. No BKB, no OT on the troll, so those buybacks don't even mean that much. 27 seconds for Epi. This might be second glyph force. Actually, no. I think you give away this one, and you hold your glyph.
There you go. They can do.
You force more.
It's a bit of a judgment call. They would like to get Megas. They know they have 2 lanes of Rax already down inside their own base.
You gotta buy back. You have BKB on the troll now. You have Epi in 3 seconds. You gotta do something.
And Lina doesn't. Arceus is 1 death away from this game ending. Oh, he bubbled him. They're going in for the TPs, the buybacks. Arceus' timing for the bubble was the absolute worst for Demon to show up. Lina is down. And that just might be it. That just might be it. Perfect read, perfect play. That disruption is game-winning.
Oh, Demon, so clutch. And that's such a long duration timeless relic. He actually missed the torrent on Arcano because it's a timeless relic disruption. And even still, they managed to get that kill. As they're going through BKB now, just destroyed Argus. Lesky though, split pushing top.
I think this game just might be over. I don't know. Blessed Kid
gonna
doesn't
force
have a
him back.
rapier on him, so he's going to try and do some damage here as much as he can. Demon is on his way, but there's 4 versus 2 in South Team's base, and they need to hold for a minute. I don't think they can. It's not going to be enough for the Weaver to get these mega creeps. Neko is already sieging through. 10 seconds have gone. The tier 4 is almost low. That's going to take another 15 seconds, and they've got another tier 4 tower out of the way. Timbersaw knows he has a buyback. He'll try and hold them back as much as possible. Masha looking for an angle in. Here comes the Weaver. Help him out. As much damage as possible. 40 seconds on the Enchantress. 40 seconds on the Lina. Blessed coming up with a buyback.
Time.
Timber wants to die so that he could return a second time again. Tai Lung, they will get rid of Tusk. Tusk is gone for 70. Timber is out of the way. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. You gotta try and hold. Arcano is out of the way. Echo still hitting. Meanwhile, Tai Lung going for the stun onto the Weaver. Shale coming in for the backup. They might just kill the Sanking right away. Tai Lung has to back out. Still silenced up, has the Yules, and they take Blessed Kid, and they get Shale. And there we have it. They don't even wait for the Lina to get back up, because what good will she do with all that damage when all your crowd control is already gone? Akatsuki, game 1 win.
They win. It was a bit shaky, right? Couple of mistakes from Akatsuki. South team showing a lot of problems. This Blessed Kid Weaver looked insane. He was very farmed. He created space from minute 0. Like, they were getting destroyed in the bottom lane. Mid was kinda even ganked show a couple of times. To me, the reason South team couldn't actually get that extra 1% and take this one was the way Masha and the Lina played together. I don't think there was much synergy. I'm not sure they were in sync with what exactly needed to happen. But still, I think South team played better than I expected, so I'm going to game 2 expecting a close game.
Yeah, breaking expectations is not there. But I do agree the Tusk and the Lina combo didn't really work out. Also a rough game from Masha, those early game depths, but Demon won them this game. One disruption into the buybacks. Lina's out of position, no save coming in, and that was basically it. So Akatsuki, game 1 in the bag, but it's a best of 3. Anything can happen. But of course, one thing that will certainly happen is an ad break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
So with the magic of a South team, has it finally run out? Because game one ends up going in the favor of Akatsuki in the end. But I don't think you can really nail it down to one team being unbeatable or just being unstoppable. Because this was really anybody's game to take. We had a bunch of mistakes here and there, a couple really good plays. But those really good plays, the majority of them came from one side.
Yeah, exactly. It was back and forth, but South team always slightly behind. And I think considering that they had the better draft, it does show that Akatsuki did show up as the favorites that we expected. But, maybe South team can find a better draft, a different one at least. I don't know. I think the Tusk idea was nice. Maybe it was just not the hero for South team, right? It's one of those heroes that you're like, okay, this is good, but we don't necessarily play it as well. Because when he played the Shaker yesterday, dude, Masha was beautiful.
Yeah, and I think also with the Tusk pick, I mean, when we were looking at the draft, when it got picked, it looked like a pretty solid answer. That was the other hero I was thinking about. Like, if it's not Sven, then maybe they look for the Tusk. But they just weren't on the same page with how they wanted to play the Tusk, how it traditionally gets played out. Felt like Masha was not in position when he needed to. Maybe he was already engaged, or his gameplay style worked more towards the initiating style. There were even like a moment where there was a Lincoln's up on CM. A bloody Lincoln's on a CM. That sounds so absurd, but when he did have that, there was a chance for him to jump and didn't get the buttons pressed in the right order. Ended up getting stuck himself instead of getting a CM kill. Because if they did kill the Crystal Maiden there, it would have been a 5v4. A lane of Rax would have fallen, and maybe they could have even looked to potentially start looking at ending the game in that sense. So a lot of things could have gone differently in a parallel universe. But Bowie, if you did say maybe they need to adjust their draft a bit here, Game 2 draft is live and first phase bans are flowing in. They banned out the Lina, so something different is definitely coming out from the carry side for Argus.
Yeah, first pick for Akatsuki, so we don't want to give that one away. They took away the Ember first phase, which is a bit unusual for the way things have been going. But yeah, overall, pretty standard stuff here. Marcy gets taken out. Akatsuki can get the Shadow Demon if they want to. They can get the Naga. They can get the Sniper. A lot of broken stuff available.
Yeah, also the Furion, which I think might get targeted here. So you ban one of those, but it just listed, and pick one of those for yourself. It would be very interesting if an SD finally ends up getting banned, because no matter what you first phase pick, the first phase answer usually is a Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to go wrong with the Shadow Demon. The NP is still a bit scary because I think there's still Mirana, there's Doom, there's a lot of counters for the NP. So they do take it away. So maybe you pick the SD, maybe you pick the Tinker, actually. They did go through here.
Tinker is through. Does Akatsuki have any played Tinkers? Let me take a quick look at their page. So
I mean, it's always banned. I would maybe if
they haven't
even if they
gotten
do
it.
play,
They haven't gotten it
Yeah.
a single time.
5 seconds remaining.
everyone plays Tinker considering how pubs are right now. But actually getting to play is the hard part. But actually, maybe through.
Strong hero and strong performance as well. That last game from Demon.
Yeah, he played really well. Clutch disruptions, a lot of cleanses as well.
Mm.
Do
And also
you go
just
Tinker?
without any abilities cast,
Seconds
his
remaining.
biggest play was next to that Roche pit when he just glimmered himself and blinked in, gave the vision, Sand King instant follow-up on that. That was wildly good.
Radiant team ban.
Big ol' Naga. Okay.
Okay, so into the second phase without the Lina damage dealing, Naga goes through. You have only one ban on South team. Do you ban a Naga counter?
I
Is
don't
there?
think there's a lot of Naga counters for like because it's a support. It's like what even counters Naga support, right? It's like sure you can kill the illusions, but at the end of the day, it's more about the song than anything. The healing, the luge is annoying the lane. I don't know. Here's pretty solid. They take away the Weaver, so just respecting Blesskid here.
Okay. Yeah, Blessed Kid, I think he played a fantastic Weaver game. Maybe just take all the strong guns away from your opponent. And now that I talk about this and looking at the heroes that Akatsuki have played, I'm actually really happy that there is one particular cheese they could use at the final stage of the draft because he has played it in this tour like he did in the previous. It is the Osito Dazzle that you can't neglect. He has pretty much won every single laning stage he has gotten his Dazzle through. Previous patch, this patch, doesn't seem to matter.
Okay, that's nice to know. Very good with Naga as well. Just getting the shadow heal on the shadow wave on everyone.
Radiant team
Wait, Kunkka. There you go, Mirana. Good combo. I like it.
Yep, this buffs up the Naga Siren support or core. Gives up the extra damage. And of course, with the right clickers you're looking for in your team. Can be heroes that have right click but don't itemize into it because the Solar Flare will bring them up to speed. I've liked the Kunkkas, I've liked the Dooms, the Wind Rangers. Those have actually been pretty cool with the Solar Flare because Doom is already super tanky. He gets an extra buff to his right click damage, which he normally, because of his attack speed, lacks. Kunkka gets a buff for his Tidebringer. Wind Ranger as a support gains damage, but Akatsuki, I think this is a smart idea. Snatch that Wind Ranger away. It would have maybe locked in the off lane. If you do play that 4 Wind Ranger, maybe even a carry. But it does look like with Naga Mirana, this might just be our safe lane duo for South Team.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, very possible. Just works in lots of different ways. So far, they could even potentially play carry Naga if they like to, but I've seen from Arju's mostly carry heroes. He even played like Drow, I think, in the beginning of the tournament. So probably gonna be his hero, the Mirana. Akatsuki. What do you want here? Maybe Sniper. I think that's one that I've seen a lot against Naga. The shrapnel killing the illusions. We'll spend.
So there's your armor versus the Solar Flare.
Yep. Very good. You can Tiny. I think that's a hero that benefits a lot from Solar Flare as well. You can...
Minus armor wise, you might even think about Alchemist. That could help versus the Warcry.
Yeah, that is one possibility here.
Lesh is also in the pool. Another strong hero. DK.
Against Shadow Demon is hard though. You just rely on running.
SD also good versus the DK, which is also in the pool, but I don't think DK is necessarily what South Team's looking for.
Yeah, I think you want cores that have mobility spells. So Void, like both Voids, Storm, Leap, anything that the Demonic Disruption doesn't mess with. Weaver is really good. That's why they banned it.
Yeah, probably not the Primal Beast though.
Yeah, Primal gets dispelled, so that sucks for him.
Queen of Pain with the instant blink is also
Quap.
good to consider about. Yeah,
I like Quap. Yeah, Quap's good.
And Quap you could even pick in this phase.
Yeah, exactly. It's very few heroes would hurt her. Actually benefits from the right clicks as well, depending on the talents that you pick up. Actually, I really like it. Doesn't care about the war cry.
They don't really have the right clickers against the Phoenix either. So if they do want to release the flex on the Naga and put it as a core, they could think about the Phoenix. If they want to play a 4 Phoenix, they can do that because this Mirana hasn't been picked by the team before. That's another mobility hero. Shale's Invoker. Or is it because there's a DK as well? They still go for the DK versus the SD, which might feel like a bait, might feel like a bit of a trap. But laning stage-wise, this is a very solid 8-minute lineup here for South Team.
Yeah, the Tornado is very good against the Wind Ranger as well, and the Warcry before Shard, so I think this is why they picked it up. And yeah, I mean, the DK pretty much gives away that he's going to be carry. Like, this is going to be Mirana Naga support unless Blesskid plays offlane Mirana, which I think is possible. But they actually have 24, so I'm assuming Blesskid gets his hero last, and this is going to be Mirana Naga support.
Yeah, does Masha play 4 Invoker? It could also be
oh my god,
I
hope he doesn't.
If you just want the Dispel, if you just want the Dispel, maybe.
Oh my god, no! Stop giving him ideas, Panda.
Alright, Akatsuki. Let's see. You need someone with reliable damage now. If Wind or
I like
Sven...
Timber, but the Dragon Tail into Arrow, like they have a lot of burst, but Timber is good against the Naga, good against the DK.
Shido has played the carry Sven before, so I think we can pretty much think about the Sven now, kind of locked in as a core. Wind, Shadow Demon supports Mars. We're missing a mid, very likely. That Dazzle, does it feel good anymore?
For Akatsuki, you mean?
For Osito, yes. His Dazzle I talked about early on.
Yeah,
The spells.
I like it. You destroy the Naga. Grave seems decent here.
You also
not bad against
Sven's
Invoker.
life.
I think it's gonna be carry Wind Ranger though. I think this is a sportsman.
Yeah, it could be. Shido's played is his second most played hero in this tournament. Could do it.
Oh, they take away Void Spirit. Okay, that's a hero.
It's also a hero that they haven't played.
Huh. Akatsuki, they need more damage, I think, right? You have if Sven SD are your supports, just don't have a lot of damage.
Shadow Fiend mid with Wind safe.
I think Invoker does well because you just drain his mana. I wouldn't hate a Leshrac for Akatsuki, actually. Just blink on top of people, heal the illusions, get some tempo. We have a Shadow Demon save.
Yeah, and also if you do pick the Lesh as a 4, you can put Wind mid Sven carry.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, could be an idea to look at. It's also another route.
Take away the Void. So they think this DK is offlane, huh? We're talking about the unusual Blesskid heroes. Maybe like no one plays Dragonite offlane anymore, but he plays with Weaver offlane, so anything is possible. Interesting that he been carries here, but they're all very good against Mars, which makes sense.
Osito also does play Husker, but don't think Husker's maybe not that awesome. I think the Dazzle, if something, this could be the game to do it. TA.
Okay, so...
Shido TA.
Yeah, could be either carry or Wind Ranger offlane. I think you play this TA offlane, safe lane if DK is offlane, because he's melee. He's going to get trash by the TA. But...
Yeah, that's probably what they suspect, that the DK goes offlane. That's why they picked the TA.
And they bend the carries, so they feel like that's gonna be their choice.
South team, they've got room to mingle these lanes around, though. A lot of flex.
Is Lifestealer so bad you wouldn't pick it here? Because it's like, you can dodge the Shadow Demon OT with Infest, you don't care about Arena, you can go Radiance, Halberd. They're not gonna pick it, but just.
Do they last pick a Jakiro into a TA? Marana carry.
Oh.
Off lane Brewmaster. So that means we do get our Argius DK. Shale with the Invoker, Blessed Kid with the Brewmaster. Mid TA for Tai Long, Neck over the carry Wind.
Okay, so South team, they're so certain this Wind Ranger is carry that they go Brew for the Dispel, they go Brew for the Ignore, they don't care about Disfend. I don't know, man. I think Akatsuki's draft is better. Like, this Wind Ranger Whirlwind actually kills the Brewlings very well in the mid-late game.
Also,
TA should have a good time as well.
Yeah, and you also get late game scaling with the Whirlwind on the Wind Ranger. But did you notice Masha swapped Facet?
Oh.
And now he swapped it again. He had that Moonlight Shadow for quite some time there. I was thinking, like, maybe that can change things here and there, but no. I'm going to swap it. But
yeah, it's so good. You're going to Alacrity Zarge's Dragon Knight, and he's going to get so much damage. But I
love Akatsuki's timings this game. I think they're really easy to play, too.
Strong lanes, clear timings. This DK actually does struggle against Mars until he has a BKB. I like Akatsuki a bit more. They played well game 1, so I'm just gonna join the train, the hype train.
The hype train for One Direction, but what about South Team, you know? Stretching it to a game 3 in the most hopeless of situations. Did you feel like the draft was also wide open, that Fusion is just gonna blow game 2 easily through like they almost did? And South Team ended up winning it. Do you think miracles happen twice in 2 nights in a row?
Do you think South Team's draft has the ultra late game, and that game 2 that they win against Fusion was a 70-minute game? So maybe if this goes like super late, and then this Naga actually gets like a Radiance and just 6-slotted, as well as this Marana that's also a right clicker depending on what they buy. With that said, though, I feel like Akatsuki, they definitely have the clear timings, minute 20, 30. Like, that's when they're stronger.
All right. Well, let's see what comes out. Let's see what comes out of this tournament in the end, because I am looking at the looking at the point situation as well. South Team has 15 points. If they win this tournament, if they win this series, they win the grand finals, they go up to 115 points ahead of Beast Coast, would mean Waska would be at 99.9 points. They won't be able to get past them. Infinity locks in a spot. And Akatsuki, if they drop here, they're also at 93.2. So there is a shot for South Team to also qualify for the main event. But it is, again, you know, any of these 4 teams that wins the tournament will lock in that spot for the LAN. It's just what order are we getting those teams in there? So this is still something for South Team to play for. Not just the $50,000 tournament and the $25K for the winner of this tournament, but winning this series would actually put you facing a second objective, which is getting to the LAN.
And this will be huge. Neither of these players have ever played a LAN, and then you're playing an international LAN in Europe. This could, you know, catapult the career of a player. So it is really super hype. South Team, you gotta take this game. You gotta take game 3 if that is in your mind, or else it will be Akatsuki fighting for that place.
All right, well, it all starts with a laning stage, and Mars has already dropped pretty low here in the top lane. Arceus, Jimmy Koff, they've been successful with the Deluge so far, and maybe even continue doing so. Another Deluge pop there onto Arcano, but forces out the bubble from Demon, has the Disruption and the Shadow Servant, which is going to give extra illusions of heroes that die near him. So when you think about that, that was kind of thought as if this Naga ends up being a core, you have the idea for it. But of course, when Jimmy Koff locked it in, that doesn't really matter. But at the same time, there are some good heroes to turn into. Blood Grenade thrown in as well. Arcano might die. Yes, he will. First blood will be spilt in the top lane. Jimmy Koff with the Blood Grenade. The last tick goes for him. Now battling against 3 stacks of poison. Arky is trying to get to stun range. There's the web. And the stun to follow right after it. A couple more right clicks, and SD's out of mana, and he is going down. Jimmy Koff picks up another kill.
You know what grinds my gears? the fact that Deluge is actually such an impactful spell, but the name it's like the least hype name of a spell I've ever seen. So I'm like, oh, the Deluge, but like, it doesn't sound hype, but like it is actually one of the best spells, like probably one of the best level 1 spells in the game, actually.
Yeah, Deluge kind of sounds like, you know, luxury, when Riptide sounds like it's something that's out there to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not really a hype name, but regardless, just wanted to put it out there. It's been a pain to cast that name, but it's probably going to be nerfed. Do you think there's going to be a patch before TI?
I think there's going to be two things that might change, and one, not just the Deluge, but I think Wind Ranger's in it's supposed to lower minimum 240 movement speed. Deluge drops you below that, so I think with the a rising interest of this Naga Siren, I think we might see a nerf patch. There's been a lot of discussion lately about you know, the patch, the TI, everything that's been revolved around it. I don't think I want to say anything.
I think there should be a patch. If there is going to be one, you know, it's questionable because it is getting pretty close. I think last year, though, I remember a patch that was maybe a week before TI.
Yeah, it was like 4 days before the group stage we had a patch.
Yeah, that did surprise me. So maybe it will happen again.
Who knows? It's possible. And what kind of a patch would it be? You know, the nerf patch. Yeah, is it going to target multiple heroes, or is it like these 2-3 heroes? You know, like there's always the, oh, Tinker looks good in that room, so let's just put him in the trash can. OD, either broken or busted. It's like gets a little buff. I think
it's like 9 heroes probably, right? Omni, Lina, Naga, Sniper. Oh, wait a second here.
So most of these first phases probably gonna hit the nerf hammer. It could
definitely be like 9 or 10 maybe. But you don't need to giga nerf them, right? Allow them to be viable, just tune them a little bit.
And if you still want to have some of that TI magic, I know maybe this year people aren't really that much looking forward to it. You buff Shaker, you buff Earth Spirit. Those 2 heroes, it's TI time, you know?
You are right. Shaker, I mean, Shaker is, at least in the mid lane, right, has been a little bit popular. I do like where he is. But maybe Enigma. Does Enigma need to be buffed? I think he's in a good place too.
Has been killed.
Enigma?
Yeah.
He's been buffed for a while. He's been buffed for many patches in a row now. I feel like I'm a bit afraid for my boy.
Yeah,
he has the highest win rate of any offlaner for a couple months now.
Yeah, but he doesn't get picked that much, right? I think you need, in competitive, you need a very specific draft.
I think so too. Maybe.
Make him work.
He is an interesting one for sure. Almost got a kill in the bottom lane again for South Team. Bastion had to pop the Lotus to get himself just enough heal to survive the right clicks off of this Mirana. And the power shot Stormhammer combo does hurt Blessed Kid quite a lot, but he will continue to farm. However, it's his 15 to the 28 on Neko.
Yeah, I think if he didn't hit the melee creeps in the lane there with the power shot, that was a kill. But,
there is one thing that I hope gets buffed. I'm not sure if I've already mentioned this to you, but the Invoker in it needs an extra 5 or maybe 10%. I'm looking at this matchup here as well, like 28-13 to the 16 of Shale. TA is destroying the mid lane, bottom lane. Bit of a chase here with the Stormhammer versus Masha. But the Stormhammer is going to be on cooldown for a couple more seconds. The mono regen kicking in. Bastion, though, in trouble now. Demon showing up as well. There's the bubble save, but it will only delay so much for Bastion. They need to break through that shield. The Starstorm didn't connect. It hit Demon. But Jimmy Koff will go for the dive. The Deluge is the one that picks him up.
Doing so much as Jimmy Koff should be fine. Way too fast with the boots. Yes. The Naga magic right there.
Yeah, a lot faster. You know, another thing I want to see nerfed is the Sven Stormhammer cast range. Can't beat that on level 1.
Okay.
I feel like if you look at the circle on the Sven Stormhammer, it's ridiculously big. I feel like you should take a bit of that AoE off.
He's being nerfed. Let my boy alone. Shodo.
Oh, they're going for the sentry dive under the tower with all these slows. With Demon there, with the traps placed down. And he dies coming out from that disruption. The Shadow Poison was enough to kill him.
Good rotation. Another clutch. I mean, Demon has been delivering on the Shadow Demon. Lots of clutch plays.
Actually,
no.
Can Tai Lung meld if he's being reeled in? Doesn't that break meld right away because he's moving?
I think it's a movement, but it's not you moving, right? I think it's just like if a Primal Beast boinks you as you're melded, it shouldn't break the invisibility because you didn't issue a move command.
Right. Yeah, so actually...
Like if Pudge hooks you with meld, it doesn't break, I think, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, Reelin has a long cast range. You pull in the TA closer just to get hit by a meld strike.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about the Invoker. Rotated straight
it's high
to
armor,
bottom.
She doesn't care. Those scales are sturdy.
Yeah, the sentry showing this deep enough, so won't be able to get a play happen here.
So everyone besides the Dragon Knight is struggling a lot, right? 20 CS on show, Blast Kid. I think he was expected to struggle, but Invoker maybe not as much.
Yeah. But this is still good for South Team, Even if the Invoker and the Brew are in a bit of a slump right now, the DK is off with a very good beginning. And that's what you're really playing for. Even if your Invoker gets shut down and your Brew does, I do feel like this DK is strong enough to maybe solo carry this game at some point. Neko gets the Warcry. TP's coming in. Jimmy Koff coming in from the side. Gets the web and the Reelan, but nobody's there anymore under the tower. So Jimmy Koff is like, well, to hell with this. I'm out of here. I'm going to just leave my blessed kid Brewmaster to die. Neko power shot from a half a yard away. That is a really powerful shot to take to the face.
Yeah, good rotation from Argus, but he didn't had Dragon Form, so couldn't really go for the stun, but now he can.
Yeah, bringing in all that damage. Only onto Demon a couple times. Doesn't have his armlet, which is really the game maker here. But Demon actually, Demon on the Shadow Demon gets to make pretty strong illusions.
Oh, arrow! Rioin actually disables the arrow to hit, but I guess Bastion should be dead anyways.
Yeah, this is 4 versus 1. No way a support should be able to get out of that. But it's a lot of moves to the bottom lane. Can they finally get that tower out of the way?
I guess they can poke, but with the Invoker out, I think they will send more reinforcements here. Already ending this Dragon Form.
Yeah, they did use all their teleports to bottom, though. And Wind is already here. So no Mars. SD's here. Will not get your Mars in this. And 30 seconds still on the arena. They are going to fight for it, though. Argus' Dragon Form is out, as you mentioned. Jimmy Koff will pretty much die here. Neko able to finish him off. First usage of the Whirlwind. With the Javelin, that does pack a punch. Okay. And takes first place in net worth, too. Just went past the DK with that kill.
Very nicely done.
So now I'm not feeling that great for South Team anymore. I think if DK was going to be, like, uber big this game, it would have revolved on him getting, like, maybe a kill or two. But now he's living on 3 assists. They didn't get the bottom tower out of the way. Didn't finish his armlet because of all those kills. So I think his pace just got slowed down quite a lot.
Yeah, but I think that's the price of having Blast Kid in your team, right? He's going for that Radiance. All Brewmasters I've seen this patch, he went for Auras. So I guess they're like, okay, Blast Kid also needs a little bit of dough. And they will... at least they'll just try to force that tower. Doesn't get it, but... keeps on farming, and this Brew, he does need some love. As Show will rotate. He finds someone.
Yeah, last time they saw him with a sentry, but I don't think they see him this time around.
Yeah. He's going for the long wrap around here.
There's a good read, though. Mirana is sitting in mid, protecting the tower. Where's the Invoker? He has to be here, right? Neko.
Oh, they will find
there we
Neko.
go. They finally get info. The Ghost Walk will reveal him. The dust is thrown into the air. Shale is still trying to get to Neko, and the Tornado catches him. Blessed Kid, Jimmy Koff, they're all showing up. They finally got what they were looking for.
There we go.
There was a...
will fall because of it, unless this Brew does something, which he will.
Gets there out in time. There's the bubble.
Disruption.
Wash's arrow was able to hurt Demon a bit, but Disruption allows him to walk away once again.
They did get bottom. They did get the Wind Ranger kill, so South team not
And
too
Thailand's
scared
not
about
done
this
yet. They're trying to keep on pushing, force out maybe the Primal Split from Blessed Kid, but they want to get that tower out of the way, which they will. Arrow dodged by all three heroes. Masha will miss that one.
Now Arju's back to farming here. Already has the Armlet going for a BKB. The Brew 2k gold away from his Radiance. It's going to be a decent timing. I mean, South team are actually looking pretty good. I expected that early laning stage to be a curse to them, but I think the Invoker got some good rotations. The Brewmaster is recovering. And as long as you have the Solar Flare for the DK, he's still going to be relevant.
There's always relevancy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And also some pretty good scaling involved as well. Cinderby Fear, especially late game, really underestimated 25 talent.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at it, there's only one option you can pick up on Brew at 25.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's...
Dire's top
I
tower
guess
is under attack.
maybe against the Wind Ranger, you would like the other one. I think it depends on...
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I mean, I don't play Brew, so I can't really
Yeah.
say, but I guess the evasion looks pretty good on your pandas. Get it.
Yeah, they don't say Brewmaster is one of the hardest heroes to play in the game, after all. It's sometimes very straightforward, but sometimes Brewmaster can be one of the most trickiest heroes to play.
Yeah, it's... Like, I've seen... Like, in games where you're countered, usually the way is actually, instead of making your Brewling stronger, you just go for right-click damage, you get like a BKB, and you become a different type of core. So maybe getting the fear and the line the attack speed would be better, so that you're just clapping people. But I've seen like the siege of Brew with the eggs is so strong, right? Maybe actually getting the passive so it's harder to deal with the Earth Panda is good too.
Mm-hmm. A lot of clutch things will have to happen for South Team in this particular game to keep the series alive. Right now, Brew and Invoker are going to have to play slightly behind. But I think if you do hit the timing on the Radiance I mean, it's not going to be that far away for Blessed Kid. I do think the impact is actually going to be pretty huge this game. No matter what the meta says about making Mechanism on Brewmaster or even Vessel, I think I've always been a Radiance enjoyer when there's physical damage on the board. And there's a plenty. There's a TA, there's a Wind Ranger.
Yeah, even just breaking refraction, always going to be good for the Brewer. We'll see how well... I mean, Blessed Kid, he has been delivering these greedy outlanders, right? No matter what you say, game one was, even though they lost, felt like it was him carrying South Team quite hard. And game two,
he was the best
that
player.
clutch one, yeah, he also played really well. So let the man cook. Let him cook.
That is the way to look at it. We do have a Vessel recipe for the Invoker coming up, and of course the Witchblade to follow up. So you'll pack a punch, Marauder with the Greaves, nothing new there. And DK, you know, when you have Radiance, you have Greaves, Vessel, and then you also have an AC coming up pretty early for the DK. Of course, after that BKB, South Team might have a really strong timing versus this Templar Assassin that is already off to a great start. So I do think that South Team, they can tie up these fights. You talked about the super late game being better for them. If they don't give this game away to Akatsuki in the next 10 minutes, we're in for a really competitive, long match.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's all going to be about the either Deso or Shard Tai Lung will buy, and that's when the timing Akatsuki wants to play.
Yeah. So everything that happens between 18 and 28 minutes will decide if Akatsuki is going to run over this game or if they hit a brick wall, which is going to be very difficult to penetrate. Jimmy Koff spotted in the river. The chase is on. They also spot the Invoker, but he will make his way out. They got the blink on Jimmy Koff, but they missed the spear, so the song comes out. Jimmy doesn't even teleport away. The Shadow Poison sees him running out. The TA trap does show the Brewmaster Courier. That's his Radiance, by the way, that he's about to buy. Good reaction there from Blessed Kid.
Yeah, gotta be so careful. At least he didn't buy it, but I guess he can buy it himself.
He could just buy it from the next shop, yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about the secret shop, have you done any secret shop shopping? Because I actually did today.
Oh, I looked at it. I still have not decided, but I've seen some pretty cool stuff. What did you get?
I mean, first of all, I wasn't a huge fan of most of the artwork. It's just not for me because I like serious fantasy. You know, like not the. I actually told a friend, too cute Ubu style animations and graphics. It's not for me. But I did find a Mirana mug because Mirana is my second most played hero, and I got the TI-13 mousepad.
Oh.
And I got a Pudge sticker because, you know, it's Pudge. Even though it's the kid Pudge, but...
I was actually looking on the actual... What's the name? It's not hoodie. Oh, wait a second here. There's a fight going on.
Bastion.
Oh, good disruption.
Catches an arrow, but the disruption is there as well, so he will still stay stunned as he comes out, but for less duration. Big arena from the Mars, catching 4, but where's the damage to follow up on it? The wind only just showed up and gets caught with the Reelan, pushed him out from the Sunstrike shields. Like, why'd you have to do that, man? But still, Kai Lung shows up for the extra damage as well. Neko is down, and South team, they chew from one hero to the next, And Akatsuki just couldn't get anything done with that 4-man arena.
Oh.
They're all dead. South team has a ticket onward from this team fight. Very important to win this one. But Akatsuki, you did the right things at the wrong time.
And you can't really blame them, right? They have amplified damage on TA, Blink on Mars. You have a lot of timings, but the fact that the arrow landed on the Sven, you're forced to use Disruption to save him. You still get the split. It just meant that this fight is really hard. Also, the DK being the one tanking the brunt of the damage, and he has a lot of armor, has a BKB. Not really the perfect target prioritization from Akatsuki.
But where were the damage dealers when all that happened? I did not see a wind. I did not see a TA.
Yeah, the TA was hitting Argus, so definitely not ideal. He gets to dispel the meld, and I think Neko was a bit late. Or maybe his whirlwind was on cooldown. I'm not entirely sure.
It could be, because what I saw was after the arena ended, all 4 heroes were let go from the clutches of the Mars, and then I just see a Reelan and a web. But at least they're able to catch off a lone Mirana in the river. Naga has finished the Solar Crest. And also, there's a Vitality booster lined up on the Mirana. So did she swap from the Guardian Greaves to something else? So she went for a Rod of Atos. The recipe and the staff is on her courier.
Okay. What's the name of the clothes that the players wear?
The clothes? The attire?
Yeah, like the actual vest, like the team clothes. Like there's a name for the jacket. It's a jacket. The jersey, yeah. I wanted to buy a jersey, but then I talked to some people and they're like, oh no, the quality from TI, whatever, was better. I'm not sure. And then I'm considering if I want to get it or not. Because I do like the design, but I'm not sure how
I think you gotta talk to. I think you gotta talk to some of the teams. You know, maybe get some of those team jerseys instead.
I'll talk to them. Because
I might be getting my hands on 2 jerseys this year, and I'd be very happy if I did.
Yeah,
I actually don't have any Dota jerseys at home. I only have other like CS2. I maybe have 1 or 2 teams from Finland, so not exactly very notable.
Yeah, I don't have a cool. I have like one OG one, but it's a bit old and it's not the coolest design. And I mean, we're talking about jerseys here, but South team, they got the Aegis. They were supposed to be behind right now, and they're the ones actually taking the lead.
Yeah, from the Mirana death in the river, it's South team making a quick move to the Roche pit, able to take over.
Oh, worth noting here, production did confirm, so Infinity, they are behind Beast Coast in points.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that's
interesting
huge
to know. Because I thought it was like, this is their total with the -25.
Yeah, so it's about okay forfeiting a game. Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, this actually changes things, right? Because if Waska now gets second place, they would be ahead of them behind Beast Coast.
Radiant's middle tower.
Very close margins too.
Yeah. It only makes it more interesting.
Oh, I do like to hear that, you know, because we are competing, and I think that really puts the competition in an interesting place. So 100 points is the team to beat. 97 at second place. Interesting. Let's see what happens out of this one, though. Arceus, he takes away the Watcher. His dragon form has already been popped. Demon shows the smoke, pops the blink in from the Mars. Beautiful arena. Catching two. The bubble comes out at the same time. Arceus is there. They've got Neko, but does have the wind run active, and the whirlwind is spinning. They will take down Jimmy Koff, and now Arceus in trouble. That DK is going to lose his dragon form with that Aegis. Shale in the low ground doesn't get a whole lot done, but at the same time, Blessed Kid with that split, able to take down Demon. Demon coming up with the buyback, coming in for the rescue. Shale being chased around. Mars with a spear pushes the Invoker closer to Demon. Demon with another bubble. They will lose Arcano with Arceus' BKB. Shale, though, will be taken down by Demon. Now Demon with that buyback has to be careful. Brewmaster being forced away by Tai Long. Missing a lot of hits, though, on this Brewmaster. Very tanky. All that extra armor, all that status resistance. And now with that 30% evasion when he goes into the Storm Brawler form. So TA isn't actually doing or actually landing these hits. There's the Gleipnir, though, from Neko. Catching two. Arrow misses. There's the bubble in between. Arceus is kited away from the fight. Masha takes a bit of hits, but Neko being chased by Blessed Kid. And Blessed Kid might just be able to kill the wind, but actually turns away. Needs to back up, regroup, go for Bastion instead. The song comes out from Jimmy Koff. They finish the Sven. They're stacked up right next to each other's. Arrow stun. Long duration too. A bubble comes out just in time from Demon. He will give his life away and allow this TA to live a bit longer. Tai Lung is able to get out.
Another clutch save from Demon, but
Demon is so good on this SD.
Yeah, but still, that's a dieback on him. That's a 5k goal lead. Initially, felt like South Team kind of wasted their Aegis there because, very early drop on the Aegis song was not popped in that fight. But Akatsuki chased for way too long, and now they're the ones that get punished hard. An AC gonna be done on this DK in about 300 gold. So if the evasion was already not a problem here for Tai Lung, the extra armor will be.
All right, so it is fully confirmed that Infinity is at 96.6 points instead of the 120 something that we thought before. So that point deduction currently in effect. Changes things a lot because now any one of these still 3 remaining teams
I think there is
through.
There's one caveat, right? I think this doesn't include the fact that they finish 4th, so they should actually have 25 more, right? I guess basically what got deducted is what they get back. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah.
So they actually are 120. Whatever they had, it is what they have. Is that it?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
that would be correct. But still, it makes the situation really interesting still.
Yeah.
With Waska, Akatsuki, South Team.
Everyone on the run.
Yeah,
Anyone.
South Team can get past East Coast with a tournament victory. Waska can only with the tournament victory.
Needs first place, right?
They also need first place. Akatsuki is the team with the luxury. So Akatsuki, if they go in the grand finals, Waska wins, Akatsuki comes in second. Those are our very likely 2 invites. Or is it in that case? Infinity still has more points. No, every team actually has to win. There's no way out of this one.
Yeah, right, because both Infinity and Beast Coast are not going to be in the finals.
Yeah. So really, it is just Beast Coast on the line versus 3 teams that could go past them. And I think that also means that Beast Coast is actually
it means
fully out. Beast Coast is actually out.
Can go through. Yeah.
All right. spicy
No,
situation.
wait. No. A South team versus Waska, where Waska gets second place. This goes through.
Radiant's middle tower is
No.
under
You're right. Yeah. There's no way.
There's no way, because then it would be Infinity and South team that
Radiant's
qualify.
has been killed.
So Beast Coast is 100% out, no matter what the result's going to be. Whoever goes in, or anybody who wins. So South team, they know what's up. They know what's up.
Is under attack.
8K lead to tie the series up, stretch it into a game 3.
They are delivering. TA was having such a good game. Still very far, but 0-2. Not really getting any kills. That Radiance. The Solar
And this
Crest.
Mirana's net worth too, man.
Yeah.
Compared to the last game, you know, day and night performance. Probably that's why you picked the Mirana.
The Greaves
Just
already giving you so many ways to deal with the TA as well. You have the Dispelled Silence. You have all of that extra armor.
And you have the Rod into Arrow. You can make plays on your own because you don't have the SD. You have the Naga Song, which helps you, but you can also just make plays on your own with this Rod. And it also gives that extra tankiness, which Mirana support really is lacking.
The Aegis is now down. Katsuki, what's even your timing, right? Because you went BKB on Arcano, but it feels like they're actually lacking damage rather than...
Yeah, they actually have like somewhere between 4 to 9 minutes on this current pace. Still have pretty good scaling with this Wind Ranger, but the TA not feeling too happy right now. Shale.
Oof. What a hero, huh?
Fraction blink out from Vessel. Ice Path.
Tornado.
Ice Wall even. Tornado is like, what? How do you do it? You're a TA. That's how you do it.
She only has like 3 refractions. Like, that's crazy. Well, anyway.
Another nerf for the next patch, Bowie.
I guess so.
There's the Rod into the Arrow, but it doesn't catch Demon.
Good cleanse from him.
Still being chased by Arceus, but can't catch him. Positive side for Shadow Demon is actually the fact that he has died in between, so he doesn't have the dieback death penalty now. He'll be back up in 46 seconds if he dies.
There is a BKB on the TA now, and South team feels like they are ready to pressure incredibly hard. They can even steal the Stormwind if they want to, but Akatsuki wants to fight. They even glyphed the tier 2.
They are coming out from defensive positions. They have the Tormentor still up as well, which they are looking to protect. Blessed Kid took the Wisdom Rune away from them. Almost level 3 ult. Big Primal Split upgrade coming up in just a couple hundred experience. 301 to be exact. Arcana on the chase. The smoke's gonna pop. He's gonna make for the instant play. The range creep shows him though. Bloody range creep. The one thing. Mirana Arrow also probably showed the Shadow Poison flying in with the Lingering Vision, so they know where they are.
Good wards from South team though. They have really good vision around this area. They want to fight for Roshan, which is up. South team with the advantage, having the buybacks, having the Tormentor, the outpost.
Shale cut the wave. He has the movement speed to do so, so he just went in, destroyed the creep wave. It's on the tier 3. Arrow does connect. There's the Sunstrike on top of Tai Lung, but he's smoked up. They don't know if it will connect or not. Power shot from the side. Neko is wrapping around. Demon coming in from the side. Sven charging in from the middle. Naga illusion in between, not popping. SD knows that he's not popping as well. The ward's set down. The arena's there as well. Arceus, the spear misses though, and the song from Jimmy Cough.
It's a disaster.
Shadow Demon is gonna disappear. Wind Ranger dropping. Neko is low, gets the whirlwind off, but that damage is not sufficient. Only takes down Jimmy Cough. Arcano spears away DK and spears away another as well, but Shale will hunt him down. Neko goes down. 3 versus 2. Bastion to fall, and TA is the only one who makes it out. South team will claim Roshan.
This Mars pick into Naga was so hard to make work for Akatsuki. Like, as long as you get Song after the arena, like, what do you even do? You have to commit 3 BKBs for the arena to even make sense, and you gotta kill someone, but you're not killing anyone with this AC, with the Greaves, with all of the Radiance evasion as well. So the win condition for Akatsuki is really hard. And they also forced that fight. There was a lot of vision from Akatsuki. They dropped their own ward, but it didn't matter. South Team was incredibly well positioned.
Yeah, this game is now turning into South Team's advantage all the way through. The win chance for Akatsuki has to be really small now. It's time up. In terms of
11%.
timings, in terms of itemization, time's up.
Barely got to play. Yeah, I mean, I think this Arcano Mars really... I don't even think it's his fault. I think the Naga is just a win condition that, you know, that's what happens when you give this hero away. You need...
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. But I agree with you, but Arcano did miss his spear on the Naga.
Yeah, but he missed... Like, the arena was off, right? Even if you hit the spear... Like, you have no vision. Like, first of all, you're forcing the fight with no vision. But I think even if you do, you have Marana Greaves, you have Radiance, and it was only the Mars close to the Naga. So, like, are you solo killing the support Naga with this underfarmed Mars? I don't think you are.
Maybe. I mean, if we had a replay of that fight, I was pretty sure Akatsuki did place a ward right next to the Lotus Pool where South Team does. And we do have a replay. So you look at SD going, he wards down. They see Jimmy Koff, but he just walked out of the arena. Yeah, so Mars went 2 back.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought it was closer.
It's a really tough fight. It's a really tough fight. Neko just gets destroyed. That's without MKB, so he lives a little bit, gets 1 kill, but... Also, just gets farmed by Shul.
Tai Long tried his best. He blew up Masha, but again, the double spear, or the 2-man spear, basically with the shard, they had nobody to follow up damage on it. And even if they did, that DK was too tanky to deal with. Tai Long was occupied. He was trying to reset, wait for his blink so he'd be able to jump back in.
Argus is way too hard to kill now. He has 45 armor with this AC. That's not counting the evasion, not counting the Greaves, not counting the Solar Crest on top of it all. This game is looking tough here. They're going to have to make some big mistakes for Akatsuki to even stand a chance.
Big game being built up here for South Team. I just hope they don't crumble under pressure, because we have seen some teams in the lead also start to give that away. But not a lot of times here in SA. I do feel like the most of the time there has been a lead. I haven't really let go of that, except for yesterday. But outside
but it was
of
not
that,
South
every game...
Team. It was the enemy team.
Yeah, every game that I've cast so far in this SA tour, I haven't seen a lead being given away.
Arcano gets found as BKB, but OTP needs to die.
Yeah, drew in a lot of attention. It does allow the wind and also the TA to push out the waves down from mid and from bottom, but that also means South Team might just be charging straight in from the top lane. They did use their DK form, but it's going to be up in 50 seconds again. So just chilling for a bit. Still have 4 minutes on the Aegis. They're not in a rush
damage
right now.
As well. I guess you probably give this to
look at
Argus.
that. Marana's got a Crimson Guard ready.
Sheesh.
Crimson Greaves Marana. Insanely
good luck.
tanky.
Good luck. I guess the Shadow Demon can dispel one of them. You can dispel one of those Greaves, but one of the Crimson Guards, but that's about it.
Talking about the Purge, Demon. Gotta be quick on his reactions. He doesn't get the blink off. He gets hit by the rod. He does have the cleanse for himself, though, which allows him to dodge the rod of Atos. And here comes the spear from Arcano. Push the Marana closer. One more leap to go, Masha. That's the last one. And into the arena. They'll finish the Marana off. Jimmy Koff. No, they won't. No, they won't. Jimmy Koff interrupts them. And now they're outside of their base. Both the SD
combo.
and the Sven. Sven with a beautiful 3-man stun, but it's not going to be enough. And now they're going to be jumping Bastion as well. And they are hammering that Sven down to the ground.
Solar Flare, amplified damage. Alacrity DK, 700 damage. Those wings go fast.
Yeah, that's Flappy Bird. That's Flappy Bird for you.
Holy crap, look at that.
Honestly, that's not a dragon.
That's a parrot. I hate this.
A parrot? I was about to say it's a hippogriff, but yeah, it does look like a parrot.
It's a big parrot. It's a parrot that probably has ADHD. A good arrow on Neko.
They've been landing these arrows for a while now. They're just keeping them busy, preventing them from saving these buildings. Sven is back up. SD is back up. And the glyph will push them away. Demon did buy back once again. Look at his itemization on this SD. He wants a Shadow Blade Axe. Like, I know that Shadow Blade can be huge for Demon, but are you getting that?
Shadow Blade is interesting, huh? What's the plan? I guess he just wants to be... He wants to be in a safe position, right? He feels like if he's not smoked, they're always going to jump him. And he needs that layer of protection.
Oh, another arena bubble comes out. It is on Argus. That's not what Arcana wanted. He wanted something else. His BKB's worn out. Pokes the Mirana away. Tornado connecting onto the Mars. He's got a blink, but he won't be able to get that out. And now he's just going to get pummeled down. He's gone. SD. Dieback is imminent. With Jimmy Koff and Masha just finishing him off. And there goes Tai Lung. Neko, not a whole lot to do here. 20 seconds for another focus fire with that, but his BKB Daedalus, I don't think it's going to be enough. They are too tanky.
I have never seen a Mars be discountered. I think it's almost unplayable against Naga. Like, she is way too tanky. You need, like, some sort of damage, right? Some Jakiro, some Invoker or something, but they didn't have it. So, South team taking this one once again, proving to be the Kingslayers of South America, just always taking it to highest level, even against, let's say, stronger opponents.
Stronger opponents, but they were truly the stronger team in this game too. Like, they nullified the timings from Akatsuki. The fact that this DK got off to such a good start, I felt like there's a lot of positives to it. I did mention that out loud. Then they didn't get the kills on the DK. I was feeling a bit worried for him, but I think I was worrying for absolutely nothing, because this draft really worked well for South team. But what went so badly wrong for Akatsuki? They looked so good in the last game. It felt like that was the same team from game one from the opposing side, where they just didn't get too much impact off of the Shadow Demon. I think this was one of the games where I felt like SD had actually the least impact from a support role. There was just not a lot to do.
Yeah, he got some decent saves. I think the cleanse was good. To me, the biggest problem besides... I think they forced this Wind Ranger too early. They wanted to pick the Shadow Demon to set up this Wind Ranger, but I didn't really feel the impact of her as well. But honestly, Song is just too powerful. Like, the support Naga is way too powerful. They got first blood in the lane as well with the Luge. You just gotta take that one out, I think. Yeah. Even against the Lina, it felt easier to beat Lina than it felt easier to beat this Naga. Yeah, probably get back to the drawing board, and, you know, game 3 should be a banger.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger. We'll see what happens in game 3 in a bit.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet Betting Company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Now, one more game, ladies and gents. It is the one to decide which one of these two teams is still going to have their run, not only in just this tournament, but also for the LAN. So we did do some double-checking during the break in terms of points, and we were absolutely correct. Only the winner of this tournament, with the 3 remaining teams, will qualify for the LAN, knocking out Beast Coast. So Infinity at the moment is guaranteed through, but it's either going to be Waska, Akatsuki, or South Team that will join them for the LAN event as an invitee from the South American region. Hurts a bit for both Beast Coast, but then again, they haven't been playing the couple last tournaments, so kind of expected.
It's kind of impressive.
Well.
They were still on the run until now, right? Considering they only played one RES.
Yeah. So I think if the only one we didn't discuss was if Infinity won Waska. What would happen then? Because that would shake things up really badly for a lot of these teams. But Infinity with a top 4 finish guaranteed through, and now we're just looking for our last invitee. And with this series being tied, we're going to have to say goodbye, not only in this tournament, but for the remainder of this relog circuit year. Bye-bye. It's either Akatsuki or South Team. So one more draft, Bowie. What do we need to hit here? What are the hard-hitting heroes that have had the impact? Because we saw a great SD. We saw a weak SD. We saw a pretty damn strong Naga. An unstoppable DK. What's ban-worthy here?
I think Naga 100%, unless Akatsuki has first pick, which they don't. So maybe they're holding on to their final ban there, but you gotta address the Naga, in my opinion. Besides that, South Team probably wants the Lina to go through. I think they had a decent shot. Maybe if they had a different position 5, I think things could have been better for them. So I don't think you ban Lina. South Team try to force ban on Akatsuki, and I think they gotta ban both. I think they need to ban both the Lina and the Naga, unless they have some really interesting. Here. Also, Tinker got ignored game 2, right? I think it was never banned.
Yeah, not picked, not banned. The Tinker did slide through. They did go for the final phase Sand King ban, which for a lot of teams has been a heavy first phase priority.
Oh.
There goes the Naga, there goes the Omni Knight, Tinker through.
They let Lina through as long as Omni is banned. That's cool.
Yeah. And Furion did deserve that first literal first ban, apparently. So changed the treatment on the hero.
Okay.
That does mean that we are potentially looking at an SD Lina game.
I think you ban SD pick Lina, or you ban Lina pick SD. Either one. I would be surprised to see neither of them being addressed, but at least one will be, ideally two, because yeah. There you go.
There we have it. And what are the most comfortable heroes against this SD so far? I mean, without the Naga, you have to shift things up a bit.
Mobility, right?
Oh,
Just need
let's
stuff
give everybody the buff.
yeah, they banned it game 2, which was very smart on Akatsuki. But, you know, I gotta say, I saw a couple of Centaur games. I was casting Spirit, and they were playing a lot of Centaur, trying to address Shadow Demon. And I know it's good in that sense, but I feel like the hero is not super good. I feel like there's tons of stronger offlaners, so it is a price that you have to pay, right, with the Centaur.
There's always a trade-off. Also, apparently today as well, Infinity did pick the Centaur, but it was a bit of a different draft they went up against on Team Waska. See, SK, Enchantress, Snapfire, until they start to consider the Centaur pickup.
So
that one doesn't really fit in well with me. Like, why did Infinity pick the Centaur there? But
okay, so Gyro being taken away. So not super popular right now, but comfort. Yeah, the Marana is just so strong. You just gotta address it.
Dire team pick.
TA ban.
Radiant team pick.
Interesting.
Enchantress.
Okay.
Well, this Ench will protect at least when the Centaur is out there. Not necessarily the not the Bloodseeker Lycan type meta that we play from time to time. Just not in this particular time of the year. Been ignoring those two almost completely. Lycan was really strong in 7.36 at the start, and they did nerf the hero a bit, so that did hurt him enough to not be picked anymore. But the Enchantress at least is addressing, you know, the primal beasts. Most importantly, very good pick against that hero. That could potentially allow something that has slid through the first phase, the Pangolier, which is something also pretty handy to have. But they go for the DK with the Shadow Demon. And are we looking at another Brewmaster game potentially? Probably not Brew right now. I think you need a flex for 2-4. That would be the smart idea if you are South team.
Google Mars into center, not too popular, but still a counter to him. But yeah, speaking of position 5s here that they could take, I think the problem of picking the 5 is that this DK is flexing mid and safe lane, and if you pick a melee here, I guess Jakiro kind of works both ways. He is a range hero, but can be a 5 for range heroes too.
Yeah.
Just quite tanky, so it's not like a Crystal Maiden that needs a melee carry to tank for her, let's say.
Yeah. I think the Jakiro is a good idea here in terms of the laning stage. It's not going to sort you versus the Enchantress, but I do feel like it is going to protect in the exit of the laning stage, more importantly. Not really versus Sent and Edge in the lane, but after what happens. So this Jakiro, I think it pacifies things a bit here. They're going the Techies route here. So I know Techies with... Okay, don't laugh at me, but the core Techies, which I think from an offlane position, most importantly, of course you have Centaur, you're not parking this as 3. The attack range build with the disarm shard, with the Taser shard that is, actually pretty damn strong to play Techies from the offlane position. So you could have like Hood Techies, or even Centaur Techies, where the Centaur is a 4 and the Techies is a 3, which is a good thing you could do. We're not going to see it in the pro meta, but I'm throwing it out there because we've been theory crafting this for a while now, and we see that it has a lot of value putting Techies into a 3 position if you have a stunning 4.
Yeah, I've seen Techies with the ranged thing when you're against Phoenix. I think that's very good. Just, I mean, Techies used to have so much attack range, right? I think it was 690 before they nerfed it to 500. And he was already good against Phoenix before that. Now you probably pick your mid laner here. Can you? This is a tough pick for Katsuki. Feels bad to pick either carry or mid.
Timber time. Monkey into the Shadow Demon. I don't know about this. I think you're wasting a lot of potential with this Monkey pick when the Shadow Demon's already out there. And the Jakiro. These
This
are
spell is really annoying.
the dispel. These are 4 staff builders. You have the bubble as well, which you can just throw the Monkey King into. You shouldn't be able to get your ulti off, and even if you do, you're not killing the target you'd want to. I don't know about this MK.
Yeah, and I don't like
Very
Monkey King.
bold.
Like, the concept is that you want to start the fight with Wukongs, but having Stampede means that, like, sometimes you're chasing and you cannot fight there anymore. I just don't like what the hero is supposed to do. And DK can lane against Monkey King. It's not that hard of a matchup.
Radiant team ban.
They go Quap? Yeah,
they go
I love
Quap,
what South
okay.
Team does here. It's actually looking pretty good for them so far.
Yeah, this is a very skill-based lineup for Akatsuki. I think South Team
Yeah.
has a much easier approach into this game. I mean, Akatsuki, if they pull the right moves, I do see them going ahead. But again, it feels like the same thing in the previous game. That if the game stretches far enough, I say plus 20 minutes. If you haven't achieved enough on the map, your team fights are getting really
10
hard.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, so now Akatsuki needs to ban offlaners here. This DK is definitely going to be Argus hero, because Quap's definitely going to be mid, so... Do you take the Weaver away? That was something he played. Not necessarily that good this game. It's just comfort for him, and he seems to be very good at it. The Brew that he played last game as well. Maybe you force him into something else entirely with the Weaver ban.
Yeah, I'm looking at his offlane pool. This is a very interesting one. There's a couple you don't see every day. There's the occasional Tidehunter from the less wilder part.
He used to be a carry, so his hero pool is crazy.
So the Tidehunter, there's the Razor, which is also, I think, even less frequently seen, and a Legion Commander that he's also played in this tournament.
Ooh, okay.
And that was South Team versus Akatsuki, Game 2. They lost that game. I need to look at this draft. So they 24th picked an LC against a Beastmaster. That was a Faceless Void and a Primal Beast that he played against. All right, yeah, the Faceless Void is out there, so then I could really see that LC coming out. But I don't think this is the game for it.
Yeah, the lane's a bit hard. You're also
23rd only.
Exactly. They take Mars, which makes sense. They talk about it against the Centaur, but I think they're not considering the Blesskid factor here. He doesn't want to play the right hero. He wants to play something that he can get big and strong. So,
well,
yeah, I'm not sure about this Mars.
I mean, if Argus plays the DK, you can pick the Beastmaster. I think you honestly just ban the Dazzle. This is a deciding game. I think Akatsuki goes for Dazzle, but the Beastmaster looks good for South Team. That would allow him to be big. That would allow him to have a good timing pretty early on. I don't think that laning matchup is looking impossible for him either. He's got a Jakiro or even a Shadow Demon. Either one of these is pretty good to protect the Beastmaster. Also natural stackers, both of them.
So, if you play Beast, this Monkey King, at least they feel like it's going to be carry, South Team. The question is whether they think Beast is good enough in lane, because after the lane, Beast is pretty good against Monkey King. Just break the trees. They go Weaver.
There you go, Weaver.
Yeah.
They believe in it. I think this has to be a player call. It's like the
for
team probably thought about Beastmaster and an extra lockdown piece, but he's like, give me the Weaver.
Yeah, he's just
Right.
a different breed of player. And I mean, let's be honest, he delivered. I think Vessel is very good against Monkey Kings, very good against Inch, so you even have value there. Not a lot of Vessel heroes right now.
I have two ideas. I have mid Rubik and Dazzle on my mind right now. I might sound
What
crazy,
about-
but it's a game 3 decider.
What about Carry Void? Time Dilation against Weaver? I guess they don't have
Works.
no damage, right? Their damage is awful on the Katsuki if you go Void.
Yeah.
I think you need a carry that just does
But
a
it would allow
bazillion
them to
damage.
play the late timing versus the DK. Then again, I do think like they run out of damage in the late game too.
You need a hero, like you need Morphling maybe? Mid DK, mid Monkey King, Morphling here for the carry position.
Mid Earth Spirit. Something along the line. They
They
go
go
for the
Void.
Faceless Void. So this could be a risky call. I didn't enjoy this Monkey King pick to start things off with. And I do think South Team does have the better draft, and I think they are riding the momentum here. Even if Akatsuki took game 1, South Team looked very dominant in game 2, I'm going with South Team on this one. They're going to repeat what they did yesterday.
I agree. I think like if you just look at Void and everyone else on South team, looks amazing as a Void game. But then I look at their draft and 3 melee cores into Jakiro Quap, so much damage. Yeah, Neko, he's gonna have to stomp this Weaver. It is a good matchup against the Weaver. So as long as you get those two good time dilations off, you're definitely gonna win the lane. I think Ench Void seems very strong.
Yep, you have two winning lanes right here. The Teki Centaur and the Ench Void. I think you can win 2 lanes easily here for Akatsuki. But their lineup is hard to execute later on because of the given reasons. Their damage is quite difficult to execute. They need to split the fight a lot. They can't clump up because they have nothing into the Chrono. Void could use Chrono on his own, though, for a singular kill, while Tai Lung is harassing the backline with the Simian Stride. And with Stampede, it allows you to spread. It allows you to take over a big area and fight them all over the place. I think that could be their tool. South team, this lineup is so much easier to execute. It doesn't require any special quirks. It's a very straightforward draft.
And that's the problem. If you cannot make a lot of mistakes and your lineup relies on stomping lanes and winning early, that's when things get tough. Especially because Void is a hero that needs a lot to actually hit buildings, right? He takes a lot of Hiroshi as well. I look at Akatsuki and there's a lot of things that need to go right. And South team, they can make a couple of mistakes as long as this Weaver gets farmed, as long as Argus is gigantic, it will be hard to kill him. You have saves inside of Chrono with this Shadow Demon. So yeah, Akatsuki, you gotta be ready for this one.
They definitely do. But what does our audience think about that? Because with our sponsor, 1xBet, we do have that one-time free first deposits, 100% bonus. 1xRLG LATAM is the code. And how to get there, click the banner below the stream. Is that easy to find yourself in there?
I just calls it. Should be back.
Yeah, we got the GG there. One team will go to LAN. Could it be one of these two?
Oh, yeah. I mean, 2 teams will go to LAN. Just that only one of these can go at the same time.
Yeah. And you said one of these teams had... was it South team that would have first-timers for LAN?
Yeah. They would. I think that's 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I think Shido and Osito, at least, are the ones that I think haven't played on LAN yet. That would be Tai Lung and Neko.
Like, I'm sure that at least 9 of these players have not played LAN. And there's a chance all can. Maybe a small, like, Peruvian LAN, but definitely not an international one. Right? Which is different vibes.
That's the one that counts, right? Because it's a place to really state your name. You've got some pretty big names potentially coming up. Especially when you think about the European region that has by far been deadly. And you can't count out SEA as well. Like SEA has really had a strong showing in these 4 tours. Even had a team that went with the all-hero challenge. That was back with Talon before their TI qualifier run in May, June. That's when I talked with their manager. I was like, "Are you guys playing an all-hero challenge?" And I said, "Yep," because we don't want to reveal our strats to any of the other teams playing.
Oh, I love that.
Look at that bottom lane, 3 versus 1. 3 versus 3 even. They bring in the backup here for the Centaur, but the Bloodgrade already thrown in. Arcano has to fully commit for this, but he is going to go down maybe in the trees. Yes, it is. Masha's right click. It's going to be enough. Jimmy Koff going to be traded 1 for 1. Demon being chased by Arceus and Masha, and Bastion gets a courier. While the Techies is running for his life. Trying to get away, but the DK stun will connect Masha. Giving that damage amplification, and with the bubble, that will seal the deal for him. His life is forfeit. Arceus will pick this one up.
Even gives the kill to the carry. Beautifully done. Masha already creating so much value here. That first Tusk game wasn't his thing, but looks like 2 games in a row already setting up his team for success.
Yeah, picking up the wind, getting into form. So pretty interesting going into this game 3 with the whole yesterday storyline for South team and how they've been playing today. And Akatsuki, the group winner, who was coming in as, we talked about this, who is a favorite and who is not a favorite. Sorry, one of our most overused topics in a way, but I do love that this went to a game 3, so we don't even have to think about how silly we might have sounded earlier on.
Oh yeah, I mean, no, it happens. That's why Dota is a 3-game. It's a BO3 game, right? You can sometimes when you're playing poker, someone can pretty much just win against someone that's much better or has more experience. That's why you have these 3 games. That's why Akatsuki could potentially showcase that they were, let's say, the favorites per se. But so far, South Team, 2 times in a row, they are making an argument for themselves. And if they do, they will be the favorites, at least next time these 2 teams play. I think Waska still, just looking at Waska and the lands and the tournaments they won, they are giants waiting for whoever takes this series.
Yeah, it's going to be a David versus Goliath, no matter what happens in the finals here. But let's take it one step at a time.
Yes.
Sheol and Tai Lung, both pretty close to each other's in terms of CS in the mid lane. Top lane, taking a quick glimpse there as well. Battling for the sentry ward. Another sentry placed down by Masha. Bastion trying to get the D ward out from that one too. But with the bubble set up, Blessed Kid gets a couple extra punches in. Bastion again. Actually, no, it's not overprotective wisps this time around. It is the spellbound to get extra attack range during the enchant. So that's their damage to the chrono.
There you go. I mean, if he has a good game, it could indeed be a lot of damage. This hero is one of the best scaling 5s for a reason. That's cool.
Really cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, overprotective wisps is that really going to help anybody in this game except for himself? I think the spellbound, honestly, that looks like Livewire to me, but it's not Zeus. But that is definitely extra damage.
They need more icons, right? I think initially they needed a couple, but we're in need of more icons for the facets.
But the thing is, even if they have the same looking icons, they both do increase damage in somewhat similar ways.
Well, does it increase damage? It's cost range.
But that's more damage for impetus. It increases his attack range when it's applied.
Okay, yeah, okay, alright.
And Livewire also does more damage dependent on a distance.
Okay, alright. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. You little trickster.
That's me.
Oh, looking at the mid lane now, finally a big advantage here for Tailung, as it should be. This Monkey King hero. Very good at beating pretty much everyone.
Yeah, that's the only lane with a difference in terms of CS. Everyone else is fairly even so far. And just with 3 kills, all of those happened in the very early parts of this game. Nice stun onto Masha's SD, but I don't think in the top lane it's going to be enough to kill this Shadow Demon.
Courier.
Centaur's just going to chase him a bit. Well, his Courier is definitely a killable one. That's his TP scroll, some wards. He will not have a teleport open on Masha. So if there is a rotation somewhere, he has to do it by foot, and that's not going to work out. So luckily, they're still pretty low level right now. Masha really getting the hate from this creep here, and Bastion doesn't have an impetus available, but he will continue to push Masha all the way back to base. So you need that TP scroll. You could just, pick it up from the fountain this time.
Yeah, this is a game where maybe stealing a Wisdom Rune could be huge for Akatsuki. You already have this Shadow Demon underleveled, and he is the type of hero that does struggle when he doesn't get in early level 6. So maybe the Enchantress is going to try and go for a play like that.
There we go. SD TP straight back to the top lane to help out Blessed Kid, who has 18 last hits to the 26 on Neko so far. But it is definitely a very farm-heavy game for the time being. Also, Sheol, as he's lacking CS, 3 points in Shadow Strike to try and take down this Monkey King, or at least keep him low. Engaged. But there's a Techies, a double stun setup. Sheol slowed up with the grenade, and the blood grenade as well applied on him, so he's got no way out.
Huge for Akatsuki. Getting that kill with the catapult wave as well, so this is going to be a lot of mid pressure. No Sonic Wave for the minute 6 rune.
don't Google Quap's net worth.
Oh, I will not. Don't worry. I will not.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
It's a bit painful looking right there. Earn finished for the Weaver, so if Blessed Kid's able to get a kill going somewhere, or maybe his own life.
Opti is bottom, actually.
Charge bottom. Yeah, Quap rotation there. Demon with a jump on Arceus. He's a tanky boy. Tai Lung surviving with the life steal. And there's Sheol getting the kill with a level 1 scream. Arcano to die to the tower. Maybe the Urn. And is it going to tick it off? Yes, it is. And Sheol will get the double kill for himself, too. Much needed relief for the Queen of Pain. That's 700 gold for her. She went from 1.6 to 2.3. Yeah, 647 gold.
That was so necessary, and that's a level 1 Scream of Pain co-op rotation, so usually that is very underwhelming, but South Team literally brought everyone there, and that's how they were able to change the tides. Huge. For sure. Still level 5, but at least has some hope going for her now.
Yeah, that has evened the game pretty well. That was game saving to get that Queen of Pain that many kills. Even if Arceus did die, it means that he's now tied in net worth with the Centaur. Jimmy trying to slow down Arcano as much as possible. Bastion coming in, but won't be able to heal him up. And now they're going to try and retaliate onto Jimmy Koff's Jakiro, but the Centaur misses on the stun. Well, actually didn't miss on the stun, didn't get the stun in the first place, and Arceus body blocks it as well to prevent any follow-up.
No TP on the center, so it's going to be pretty sad for Akano. And once again, man, when it looks like Akatsuki is doing well, South Team finds ways to get back into this game. Pop now, not that far from the Monkey King. This Monkey King, I do like the build. I've seen a lot of Max Jingle Mastery Monkey Kings, and I like that he only has the 3 points. It allows you to farm a bit better. And even aid in the fights with this longer stun duration.
Tough situation ahead. Jimmy Koff spots this double support rotation to the bot lane, so Arceus can breathe a bit easier now. Very important move for the Jakiro to just show this move happening.
Well, TP.
Maybe they can get Jimmy Koff jail, yeah. Rotating in. Ench already down to half HP, and without the overprotective Wisps, this Ench is definitely a kill, but the Stampede kicks in. Brought all the way back to the river. And the Shadow Strike is not enough DPS to overcome the Nature's attendance.
Interesting. I thought Show with this Arcane Rune was just gonna brute force the kill with the Sonic Wave, but it's pretty patient. They do know that Stampede is on cooldown now. Maybe they want to go for another play where now you cannot disengage with anyone. Yeah, they're gonna smoke.
They are still trying to make a move in bottom. Techies is waiting in the trees. Bastion is on his way. The ward is not going to show this rotation behind Bastion. So it's a move on a move. Bastion caught. Arceus coming in. Edge goes down. And so that gank setup for Akatsuki, it is ruined.
Yeah. Very good from Akatsuki. Still just a support. So I think considering the value you could have had with that early Sonic Wave and the Arcane Rune, it's not like South Team is getting that much. Honestly, Tai Lung actually got a lot of farm just because this Quap is feeling forced to rotate.
Yeah, Quap is still not doing great in terms of net worth. Sheol is forced to battle a lot with that level 3 Shadow Strike. Still sitting at 3,400 net worth, so it hasn't taken too long for Sheol to fall behind everybody else again. This Quap's just not farming.
Yeah, just 3 points in 3 down,
nice
3
jump.
aligned.
Get the mine, the explosion. Quap dropped low. Sonic Wave. Can he kill Demon with that?
What?
Oh, he didn't get the blink off.
And now there's a healing.
Yeah, Bastion will keep Demon alive.
That was not the play, unfortunately. How's Blessed Kid? We didn't really talk much about him. He has Vessel. Hasn't really rotated after that fight, though.
Yeah, not yet. It looks like he only just finished it. So I guess it is also important that Blesskid farms when there is still room and time to farm.
Yeah, Vessel
Because
makes
if he also starts rotating like the Quap does, I feel like he's also going to fall behind, and that's just a win for Akatsuki.
Yeah, I think it's about Weaver needs fights to be happening for him to be useful, whereas Quap is the one that has to set up these fights, but they don't really have that many disables, right? When you look at their supports, they have Ice Path and Disruption. So, not that many ways to create.
Trying to get the Void under the tower. Jakiro's in position. Jimmy Koff, though, misses that. Masha doesn't get in range.
Oh, Ice
Arceus
Path
isn't
too.
even there. Yeah, no Ice
Pretty
Path.
low percentage play. But maybe you just brute force the tower? No, Arceus is back to the triangle. He wants none of that.
Neko will continue to farm, this time in the jungle though. Maelstrom is finished for the Monkey King. Tai Lung will have that Mithril Hammer ready. Centaur lining up a Blink. Faceless Void has a lot of items on his mind. He's also finished the Maelstrom. So double Maelstroms ready now for Akatsuki.
Yeah, I mean, this Cop's getting way too far behind. There's nothing happening here to allow
can't keep
Show
up.
to go
She
for a
can't
fight.
keep
Like
up
when
right now.
when you have the Naga with DS Nair, the supports that they had in game 2 were better at forcing those fights with the Weaver.
Is under attack.
AD in the bottom half of the river. That's going to go for the Monkey King. Bastion. He also TPs away. Still no Ice Path.
Right.
A bit of a minefield. Shale wants to go in. Demon gets pushed back, doesn't get the jump off, and Arcano has to fall off with a stun. Also, they banished the Void, but still doesn't matter. Shale is gone. There's your Chrono with that Maelstrom. And Neko doesn't want to stick around in the fire. So Monkey King with that 80 rune. They're looking for another opportunity, another opening. Maybe Arcano is going to serve it to him. He's 2,000 HP on a Centaur. He's taunting. He's taunting in front of what you gonna do, little bug?
Yeah, he's super thick. 2k HP of the Blade Mail. No way someone can kill him. And yeah, that's another fight. Show wants to help and do something, but if he jumps, he's pretty much always dead at this stage. Like, they have plenty of damage on Akatsuki. Maybe later on they'll be lacking. And I guess it doesn't help that Show is the poorest core by a mile.
Yeah, didn't really help the Quap that one kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No Chrono though, so maybe you force stop now.
Maybe you do. Monkey King keeps the wave pushed in right in front of the tier 2 tower. But they will get this T1. Glyph used. Blessed Kid is going for the TP into mid to protect their T1. Tries to get the wave attention. Arcano and Demon. They're just going to brute force their way through this tower. There's the deny. Arcano on the run.
Go on.
Mail is applied. Wukong's the stun on the Weaver. Doesn't catch Jimmy Koff though. So we're whiffing abilities back and forth a bit here.
There's a Sentry Blast Kid. Gotta be careful. Alright. So you trade mid tower for top tower. Definitely not ideal for South team. More value on the Akatsuki's tower.
Yeah. And individual performance-wise, like we talked about, Akatsuki's draft is not that easy to execute, but things are going well so far.
Yeah, they're just playing better. The mid lane was a significant win by Tai Lung. He's farming. I've seen a lot of Monkey Kings that feel the pressure to rotate, but Akatsuki's like, guys, our plan right now is to make sure the Void is healthy, and Void is plenty healthy. So as long as he gets to farm, he will eventually become a huge threat until the late game of South team, which is not coming right now. The Scop still has to find a way back into this game.
Faceless Void is still regarded as probably the best late game hero in the game.
Yeah.
If only you had something to throw in that. So maybe the Enchantress is the true carry after all?
Yeah, I guess so. You can throw a Gleipnir. That's something. And you know, if the Void is the problem with the having damaging Chrono thing is when Void has a bad game, which it is not having a bad game whatsoever.
Yeah.
So if you're farmed enough, as long as you don't go for the DK, probably you can kill pretty much everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Meanwhile, the one that's struggling, still the Queen of Pain. Still 1,000 gold behind the rest. Behind everybody else, but does have the Dagon. Does have a level 4 Scream.
Katsuki.
Maybe they can get Arceus. That's a very tanky target, but Arcano with the Blade Mail reflects quite a lot of damage back. Gets the Stampede off. There's the Chrono. And they've wasted so much on this. Can they get these kills through? No, they cannot. They only take down Arceus, and the remaining 3 will back out. So with that, I think they've also understood that an almost 3,000 HP DK is not the one we want to try and blow up at the start of the fight.
Yeah, you know, it feels good for the enemy carry to kill the other one, but the Quap being able to benefit from that fight means that now she's super close to Arcana net worth-wise, and you're still pressuring this tower, so I don't think South Team cares that much. Also, Chronosphere is on cooldown, so you can go ham.
Yeah, they're going straight for Bastion. We'll take down the Inch. And with Shale, when I mentioned he finished that Dagon, gives him the lifesteal versus the Blade Mail. Masha is being pressured here. Arcano keeps the pressure on him, but 50 HP was all he needed to finish him off. Does he die to the time dilation? Doesn't. Survives. Has a blink as well on this SD now as Arceus fighting in on Demon. Takes him down. Now he's ready to work on the next target as Arcano goes down too, and Akatsuki. Oh boy. What is happening?
That story before. I don't know. South Team's just outplaying them, right?
They are. They are, and they're really utilizing the fact that Akatsuki with these long cooldowns aren't able to fight back.
Yeah. And Akatsuki still took the bait. They still tried to fight, regardless of not having the Chrono. They are also.
That is a big mistake. That is a really big mistake from Akatsuki, because I think that's again another unforced error. Trying to attempt to fight South Team when their ultis are on cooldown, because they already tried to kill Arceus with the ults. What do you think is going to happen when you don't have the ults?
Well, your tower's going to fall, because there's no way you're fighting this Parrot.
30 seconds for the Chrono to be up. They got the deny out at least, but the Enchantress is already melting. Shale finishes him off with the Dagon. And now surpassing Arcano for the first time in a long, long time in net worth. Now the Scent is last of the cores.
Well, we were hopeful of this Enchantress doing damage in Chrono, but right now, looks like she's going to be needing food stamps.
Yeah, I mean, the Hurricane Pike is something you're going to need on this hero, definitely, even with just the Dragon Lance, but Ench is going to do damage, I think, plus 38 minutes. So I think we're going to have to wait a while, Bowie.
Well, at least she did get a Grove Bow. That's nice.
That is actually huge. Grove Bow with the Lance in her inventory.
And Spellbound.
That is going to help early on.
I mean, that's as good as he gets. Cannot ask for more.
NKB.
Calm down. Calm down.
See a lot of Enchantresses building MKB pretty early on.
Well, I don't think Bastion can even dream. He doesn't even know what that item is.
I hope he does. I hope he's been practicing that damage. Because they're gonna need it. South Team is 1,000 gold ahead in net worth. It's not a big difference, but it is a lead that they have yet to get in this entire game. So this is the first time South Team is ahead money-wise.
Yeah, now they're gonna smoke here, but there is a Chronosphere available, so better be careful not to fight in a location where there's a tower nearby.
SD has the Blink Disruption. So if they do end up getting a Chrono somehow off, there's no BKB on the Void. It's only just lined up as he's finished the Manta style. So I think it's just Disruptions, the Void, if he goes in. So they need to bait out Masha's abilities.
Oh, amplify damage.
Someone else has to take the bait. Maybe now. Patient, though. There we go.
Chrono
he caught the
4.
SD. Beautiful Chrono from Neko. SD down. Sorry, they take down the Quap into Blessed Kid, maybe even Masha finally down. Bastion hitting 3 attacks on the side of that Chrono. And Tai Lung gets to relish from that. It couldn't have gotten better than that. Well,
that was so patient from Neko. He knew that they wanted to save the co-op, and he waits for the SD to jump in as he's casting the spells. He gets the Chrono off. He also gets Arjus on the left side, so he's not even attacking inside the Chrono. He doesn't have a lot of attack range on that Carrot. So
what a Chrono. Like, it's inside the enemy Macro Pyre, but that's level 1. So with the tankiness from these early items allows them to fight that all the way through. Oh, that was just beautiful for Akatsuki. But again, address the fact that the weak point is the cooldowns. 1.5 minutes without the Chrono, 40 seconds without the Stampede. But I don't think South Team yet can make a big move happen. If this fight happens in another 5-6 minutes, you got to think about Roshan. When you win that team fight, you might have to go there right away with Akatsuki, because then South Team will take it and Akatsuki can't contest it.
yeah, right now South Team is not ready for that Roshan. Still only 3 points in the Swarm, but they will. The next fight is probably when South Team will be able to abuse that Chrono cooldown if they want to, if they have the resources for that. BKB is going to be ready for Argus. We see Faceless Void also getting a BKB. Monkey King getting close. So it's going to be all about the next fight in Roshan. Whoever can take it should be able to get Roshan as well. And honestly, these BKBs are going to be a problem for South Team right now. They don't have a lot of initiation, as we said. So unless you get the clutch save with Masha, I don't think the fights are going to be easy for South Team. You just cannot force them very... There's not a straightforward way to force them. But are they going Roche here? They might. Only 10 seconds on the Chrono. This is not enough. Husky going for a smoke. It's not looking good. I think Panda might have disconnected, so I'm doing the casting here, guys. Don't worry. Oh, South Team, they realize they...
Oh yeah, I forgot my mute button on, but I'm here. There's a really tight situation, but they do get to the Jakiro. Jimmy Cobb will drop first. Argus, they are spread it out. They're stacking up again, close to the bottom half of the map here. As Arcano going straight for Argus. There's the Chrono, and how does it again catch the Quap? It looks like Quap's outside of it, but Yules will buy some time for Shale, but the root comes out, and the bash as well. Not what South Team had on their minds, and not what they had in their lists here. Roche will be finished by Akatsuki.
That was one of their first desperation plays in this series, right? They were always very calm. They didn't really force plays when they didn't have to. And, like, that was a pretty straightforward Chrono. You knew when it was used. Yeah, I guess maybe someone didn't time it properly. That's the only way I can... It doesn't make sense considering how well they played the whole series.
Yeah, and we talked about, like, if South Team, even if they lose a fight, if it's somewhere around or, away from the Roche pit, they could get Roshan themselves. But it took them too long to get in there.
Yeah.
They should have done that move like half a minute ago, like before. So then they would have been able to secure it. But this was like the worst timing to do it.
Exactly, because then they also took the fight, because they had to. Roche was already too low. Katsuki would be able to pick it up. Unfortunate as now Akatsuki, they have everything they could have wished for. BKB on the Void is pretty much done. And now you can actually start getting some tier 2s. But Bastion might be gone.
And no free area on your side of the map when there is a Weaver that is roaming about with a Gleipnir. This support is just so much stronger than most of your supports, so Weaver can happily take 1v1s.
Another good Blessed Kid performance, right? He's been the rock of this team for a while now.
It was worth to last phase that Weaver for him.
Yeah?
He's already showing why it's good.
He does well in the lane, even against the counter. He still gets kills, has a lot of farm.
Well, Demon setting up a bit of a minefield here with a minefield sign placed down too. 26-minute rune. Could be one to play for. If it spawns bottom, that is.
Archers now has a BKB, so he is a little bit harder to bring down.
I'd see a lot of techies place down their mines in info spots. A lot of put down in trees. Maybe chain them up a bit, take control of an area. Now you just have Quap illusions, just demining.
Yeah, that's an interesting place to get the mines. I guess it allows you to control the rune, maybe. Like, Quap feels very scared to pick up runes. That's the only thing I can think of. And I guess, you know, when you are Quap, you do want to get as many runes as you can.
And that's the rune as well, but Demon will just take it away, so... Yeah. I think they already know about Demon's plans. Well, bottom tier 2 is being taken by Akatsuki. They have their ults up. They force out the glyph. Top is also being pushed in, but not hitting the tower yet. Blessed Kid now finally gets to work. Another glyph on glyph action here. Tier 2 and bottom is down. Do they force? I think they might force them back.
I think you definitely force them back. And the thing is, if they're not set up when you're against Chrono, you get like 2 kills, and if you don't have buybacks, that's a lane of barracks for you. But they do TP mid, interestingly enough.
TPing to the tier 2. Regrouping
they see Neko,
there.
though.
They saw Masha in bottom, so they're trying to hunt them down. Trying to find a catch. Bastion from the side with the Ogre Frost Mage. But not going to walk into them, so there's that. Won't get to utilize this Monkey King Aegis.
Yeah, so far, I guess you can get a tier 1 here. Maybe you also get the Wisdom Rune in at 28.
Yeah, the Wisdom would be something to play for, definitely.
Alright. It's a tower. We probably play this area, farm the Ancients, potentially poke the tier 2 a little bit. There is no... no, there is Glyph. So, force that, and we're probably happy. Or you don't force it.
Yeah, they took the tier 2. They took the tier 2 in bottom, so this is your high ground glyph if he popped it there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a smart one probably to use there. Neko, Dailung. Nobody's answering this push. There's the glyph. That's what they wanted.
Glyph.
Sizable amount of damage.
Yeah, sure. A lot of map control being lost as well. Only the mid tier 2 remains, and they're farming for this Daedalus now on Argus. It's gonna take a while. Oh, is this a full BKB for Blessed Kid? I think it is. Oh no, that's actually big timing. Maybe you can smoke now. There's no Aegis.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder what Techies wants to get with the Spoon Stash, because right now he only has a Gossamer Cape that he's getting benefit from.
Tier 3, probably...
Why not swap the Lotus and the Circlet, you know, the other way around? Have an active Lotus. Still get the buffs from Circlet. Not a big thing, but...
You don't have the... No, he does benefit from Circlet there, right?
He does. That's why, you know, but he doesn't benefit from the Lotus right now. It's a small thing, but you play a lot of techies. You get point this one.
I don't understand what you're saying.
He doesn't have a bind for the healing Lotus. You'd have to click it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No, okay, that's a very small one, but
yeah.
I see what you mean. I was looking for a Lotus Arc for some reason. My brain.
No, just the healing
didn't
Lotus.
work. Yeah.
But that is the thing, you know. I've been watching a lot of these techie supports, and it's like if you have empty slots with Spoon Stash, just buy branches. Just fill them in with the cheapest item and get stats. You're a universal hero. You get damage. You get HP. You get mana. So just do it.
He probably needs a Psyche Headman. I think
They're trying to set up on Tai Lung here in top, but they missed the Ice Path. And the Gleipnir pops the Lincolns. So Tai Lung is out. Also use the Vessel Charge, meaning there's only one left on the Weaver. Can't afford to squander that.
I love that Blessed Kid is carrying wards, right? We saw him actually getting some pretty clutch wards. Game number 1.
Yeah.
It's very similar to what a Slark would do. Just can get into pretty deep places, knowing that it's probably not spotted. Oh, smoke from Akatsuki.
He just leaves. His Shikuchi's out. Has a 1 second to cool down on it, but there we go. They
gets
just
found.
chrono. They do not take any second chances with him.
Oh, I think he might BKB. Oh, the Chronosphere.
Oh, the chrono. Yeah, the blast off. The blast off got interrupted by it, and now they're in for a full-fledged fight. They blow up the Shadow Demon. Arceus ready to fight, still has the BKB. Spears flying in from Bastion. Blast Kid on the side here. Time lapse has already been used. There's the Stampede trying to go for the high ground position. Wrap around. Onto the Jakiro, maybe. That's a target. You go for double stun there from Arcano. And without the time lapse, Weaver's got nothing left here. DK getting controlled. Arceus getting blown up. Neko, one more hit. Yules from Shale buys some time. 4-step Bastion cannot kill him with the impetus spear. Arcano misses the blink as well, but does get the stun to follow as Shale is caught. And now the rest are trying to get as close as they can. And Tai Lung will be there with the shard. Stun in. Get yourself in range. Tier 2 down with the creep wave already here. This is going to be damaging for South Team.
Yeah, it is. No glyph as well. Even if you buy back the scope, no Sonic Wave for 46. Her value in the fight's not great when you don't have the Octarine, which is the normal build you get. You get on this hero. So this is one lane of barracks, potentially more if Akatsuki want to force this.
I don't know if they want to stay for 2 because they don't have the ults again. There's a chance for South Team to fight back now. Dragon Form is still well here for Arceus. Tai Lung. Double hits flying in, but the Solar Crest protects him from the damage this DK is dealing. This DK is not ready to carry this game yet. Tai Lung loading up the Wukong. Step the stun from Arcano. Going for the DK. Jump in from the techies. Blast Kid from the side. Demon is low. Arceus is out. He's gone without his BKB. Was coming off cooldown in 7 seconds, but too early. Blast Kid being chased out as Arcano and Neko make sure the Weaver cannot follow.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like maybe Akatsuki was going to get baited, but it's South Team that does for the second time. Just jumping the gun, feeling the pressure.
Crumbling under pressure, you have to say. Like, you're fighting in a spot like that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You know if you lose that fight, you're losing so much more. The creep wave was nearby and everything. Weaver didn't have the time to cut that wave because the Weaver was being focused on. Shale was the one who was deep in the lane at that time, but Shale needed to get back in as soon as possible.
And that's the best case scenario, right? The Chrono gets wasted, Weaver survives, but the biggest problem in that fight is that the Dragonite is struggling to do damage. They don't have the lockdown for Arceus to feel impactful because they are using, because they're ahead on Akatsuki, they always get the Stampede to disengage. So once the Void goes into the Time Walk, he just gets the Stampede away. The Dragonite, the BKB window gets narrower. Hirosh.
Oh, we don't have the alacrity in this game, just like in the previous one, to buff up that DK. It's just the Solar Crest coming in from their Jakiro. Shale is the one being buffed by it right now. Arcano standing in the front. Neko, 2,000 HP remaining on Roshan, tiling on the side. He'll keep them away. Shale on Blessed Kid going for the wraparound. There's the bug flying into the pit. Neko will quickly clean it out, but Roche is getting that extra minus armor right now. We'll clean the bug out so they don't have the vision on him, and now the BKB popped on the back line. Demon needs some help. The techies is dropping low, but Aegis is secured. Rosha there. There's the Chrono on top of Shale, and that will take the Queen of Pain out of play. And now Arceus, a DK will not beat a Void in a 1v1 right-click battle. The Void is too strong for this. He might pop, but he still has the Aegis, and it gets another time walk off, and Blessed Kid, he's battling the backline, finally finished Demon, and maybe onto Tai Lung. Maybe the Monkey King falls as well. He gets a jump up, but he gets right-click to the end, and Neko will take down Masha. Still has that Aegis. You have the stun.
That's a lot of
Ice Path
damage.
is still on cooldown. He doesn't get the jump off. Arcano is coming back in. Doesn't land the stun either. Ice Path. As they got the Aegis out of the way, Neko, he might still find another with the Jakiro trying to run away. His exit is blocked.
I guess that is probably the best case scenario. Like, I was not expecting... Oh, Blessed Kid. Goddamn. I was not expecting it was possible for South Team to actually deny the Aegis and not lose that fight hard enough. And somehow they did it. Right? You steal the Aegis. They have the banner on... Where is the banner? Did they...
It's in the Monkey King's inventory.
Okay. So yeah, they have the banner. That's all they got from this Roshan. South team will live to fight another day. Somehow, they're still in this one. I think if you lose the Aegis, this is like a 3% win probability for South team or something.
Yeah.
They fine.
Yeah, the Aegis was important for the Faces Void to at least keep that fight going. But now that they got the Aegis out of the way, really made it easier for South team. Because otherwise, yeah, it would have been a disastrous situation if they didn't get it. But
still hard, though.
Still very hard. Daedalus is now ready on the DK, and actually through that team fight, Arceus did get him closer to the Blink Dagger. So no longer a walking DK or you know, a parrot in a cage. It's gonna get unleashed.
We'll be able to fly now, and we'll give someone a shard. Blessed Kid gets it. Very good.
That is a very good shard to have, especially when Weaver has a Daedalus. Blessed Kid has gone for the right-click route. They needed extra damage. They're getting extra damage.
Blessed Kid has the same HP this DK has. He's also 3 levels ahead of the DK. That's crazy.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, they see the
all
smoke.
TP out. Very, very good. Very good rotation. Back to base by South team. And the counter smoke. And I was talking about, you know, damage is being applied by the Weaver to help out the DK. I looked at the Enchantress. I see a Witchblade. I see a Parasma being pushed here for Bastion.
Damn, okay. Does buy a gem, so it will take a while. Breaks the smoke. Arceus
doesn't break the blink, though.
Edge. Okay.
Doesn't break the blink off of Arceus, and they just go straight on him with Shale. Tai Lung with a stun. Neko, Chrono, not yet. They're going to finish off the supports first. Shale and Arceus are right next to each other. Neko, he sees an opportunity with the Wukongs. With the Wukongs, they're also doing damage inside the Chrono, or at least on the edges of it. And Arceus is down. Shale is down. Jamie Coffers out, and that might just do it. Blessed Kid, though, he's able to clean up one. Tai Lung will keep his tabs on this Weaver, but while they do so, another lane is being taken.
There's buyback available for Blessed Kid. The pop will have Sonic Wave in 46. That's so long. This buyback probably not even worth using until the supports are up. So you fight for the 3rd lane of barracks probably here.
Most likely.
You have a glyph, so they can buy 5 extra seconds. This should be enough, at least for the SD.
The only clean Mega Crease. Blessed Kid tries to go on. Tai Lung does a heavy amount of damage with his first initial hits, but he does not see where the rest of them are, so he only pokes the Monkey King, decides to go for the push. There's an Enchantress coming in towards that lane, and with the gem, the Weaver continues. They're trying to read his moves.
Yeah, they actually defend without using buyback. Not too shabby. I mean, I think Blessed Kid needs a rapier. Like, I look at this Weaver right now. I don't think Satanic is the item. You just need more damage. Because this Void, as you said, the DK cannot win a 1 versus 1 against Neko. When they're getting the Chronos, it's just too hard for the Shadow Demon to get the save. The fights are too chaotic. There's too much gap close with the Monkey King and the Centaur. So you need this Weaver to be just insta-gibbing the supports in the back lines as the Void goes for the Chrono. He's going Nullifier. I guess that's more damage at least.
Yeah, it is. It is more damage. I think it helps with the Faces Void. It's another item to pop the Lincolns. Or if the Lightner is used for Lincolns, then Nullifier will guaranteed connect.
Yeah, you have a Solar Crest and the Pike on Enchantress that will be dispelled. I don't know. He already bought the helm, so he's going for the Nullifier.
Yeah. But the crazy thing in this game really is our 2 level 25s. Weaver is 5-1 and 10. Neko is 5-0 and 13.
Ooh.
And they're both level 25. They're so far ahead of anybody else. The Monkey is going to get close to 25 soon. So Tai Lung, most likely the bigger Wukong's command ring. And with the damage MK is already applying, it helps with the Chronosphere.
I just did get an Ancient Guardian, so if the next fight is gonna be happening defending this Ancient, we'll have the extra 100 damage.
Yeah, that is nice to have. 2,000 range is pretty big. I think that covers the... Does that cover the steps?
I think it's until the steps, pretty much. Covers the mid steps, but the side lanes, I think you gotta be a bit further away.
Right. Well, they're already making way through these range racks. It's going to be down to a single building. Ench is hitting it from the low ground, not really doing too much damage. But those monkey illusions and enchantress are really doing work. Clean the wave. Macropyre is spent. That's a 60-second cooldown now. And that's an Ags Macropyre that they also used. Shadow poison spam. It ain't going to be good enough. He's trying his best. He's trying to make up so many poison stacks that he possibly can. But there's the Wukong's ring. And that is actually not even the level 25 extra ring. They just want to push their advantage right now. Arceus going in. The doubles, they stack their stun onto the Centaur, and Arcano is able to get out with his BKB, but the backline also being hit by Blessed Kid. Does have the time lapse. Goes straight for Demon. Once the Techies out of the way, Techies lives. The stun's on the Weaver, and he gets the time lapse off, but the Chrono off the mark. Only connects onto Arceus, but still not gonna be enough to save the DK. He's gone for 85. Shale too deep in. Arcano, nice force staff there. Pushes Arcano away. Shale has a chance. But it's not really a big of a chance, is it, Shale? One call. And that is about it. 2 versus 2 now. They will take down Jimmy Koff. But they will lose Arcano and Demon. But hey, it's done. It's over. South team, they run out of their tournament magic. And Akatsuki, the team that initially won the group stage, the one that was initially set up as the favorite for this series, are the ones who march into the grand finals after a bit of a heartbreaking game 3 for South team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely made Akatsuki shake a little bit, especially after the game number 2. I think even in this one, South team had some cool plays. We thought their draft was going to work a bit better, but they just lost the laning stage tragically. I think Akatsuki in this game definitely showed up with more experience, with how they wanted to play the lanes, with how they wanted to rotate. The Monkey King got so much more fat than the Quap. I think he over-rotated on show, and he was way too far behind. He recovered later, but it really made those early rotations from South team hard, and the Void just got gigantic. They didn't kill him a single time, right?
Yeah. Neko finishes the game with a clean sheet all the way to the end, so that was one thing to add for Neko, and that also means they're going into the grand finals. South team, we say goodbye to them in not only just this tournament, but they will not have the points to qualify for the main event. That leaves us with 2 teams fighting for that spot tomorrow. The grand finals decides 2 things and not just one. So really stay tuned for that one. That's going to be a really hype one. But we got Waska and we got Akatsuki. Of course, Waska has been unstoppable. But how do you think Akatsuki is going to fare against them?
I mean, I definitely think Waska are the favorites. And, after this one, it's hard to say, right? Did South team overperform? Did Akatsuki maybe not play to the level we expected? I think it's a hard one. I would say it's probably a 70-30 to our boys from Waska. But, everything can happen. South America is crazy. And regardless of what happens, I'm sure it's going to be awesome.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to be an awesome series. Nevertheless, it's going to end our final Latin America tournament. That's going to be at 7 p.m. CEST tomorrow. So an evening series for all of you international viewers out there. Bowie, what is it in local time? You're better with the local time zones than I am.
Oh, so you mean local time for me, or
local time for you? Yeah. So for the Latin Americas,
it would be 3 in the afternoon for me.
All right, 3 in the afternoon then it is. We will see you guys then, but we're done for this broadcast. Once again, thanks to all of you guys watching. Do make sure you tune in tomorrow. Don't miss out on the grand finals. It's the last of the Latin Americas here at the Rest Regional. But until then, folks, take care of yourselves. Good nights, and bye-bye.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.